What's up, fools? Today is 4/11/2023. It is 6:59 p.m. Eastern Time. We're gonna watch Destiny talk to Milo in a little bit. There was something else that I had planned on watching instead. I don't remember what it was though, so now this is what we're watching. Um Everybody take a second, hit the thumbs up button if you haven't already. We got links to the Discord in the description. We got links to my Twitter in the description. So make sure you go join those socials. Can you tell me more about being a con man? Yeah, sure. So I guess generally, like, I had never really like self-described myself as a con man, but the things that I did, like other people would say, like, yeah, that's a thing that a con man would do. And so yeah, later on in life, like looking back at it, yeah, I guess I was a con man. So like one of the things that I did is I would rob houses. So we would put I got like I went and bought a trailer, and then we would like put all of our dads, because we were like 17, 18 during this time. So we would put all of our dads like lawn mowing equipment on this trailer. And then we would pull up in front of people's houses and then go up and ring their doorbell a couple of times. If they answered, we would start talking to them about mowing their lawns, but we would have like such outrageous prices, and like we would make it to where like they almost definitely wouldn't want us to mow their lawns. But it was in like a very rich, nice neighborhood. So if they didn't answer the door, we would get back in the car, drive down the road, park the car, and then go around to the other, like through backyards and everything, come up behind their house, and then break into their house and steal all their jewelry. Like the number one thing was we always went to so I started doing this by myself. Eventually I started bringing my friends along, which is how I screwed up, is I never should have brought them. But I would then like steal all their jewelry and then take it. So that was one thing. Another thing was I would there were other drug dealers that I would deal with, okay? And sometimes when we were low on drugs and we just didn't have money for it, we would I would get like my girlfriend to go like meet them and start like hitting on them and like tell them that we broke up and that she liked them and all sorts of stuff, right? So she would go over to their house, she would hang out with them for a while, and then she would text me where the drugs were. And then we would all get into, my buddy had his dad's Escalade, I had my dad's Suburban, these like completely blacked out big SUVs, and we would all, there was like 6 or 7 of us, and we would get dressed up in you should be in prison. I already did go to prison for all of this stuff, so this is not stuff that I currently do. It was scummy behavior for sure. I'm not defending any of these things. But anyways, so we would ride up on the sides of the Escalades in SWAT uniforms, and then we would go running in with shields and take their drugs like we were the freaking police. And then as we're like clearing out and getting ready to leave, and we're like about to arrest them, and like we had them in handcuffs and everything, one of us would beat the crap out of the other person. And then we'd say, we'd pull that guy off of them and be like, okay, well, now we can't arrest them, man. Now you just beat the freaking crap out of them. So let's just call it even. We're just going to take all your drugs and we'll just write a report and leave it at that. And then we'd leave. And that's actually in the newspaper. So we did this twice, and one of the guys ended up calling the police, and it ended up being in the newspaper that we did it. And so then there's one time I'm driving down the road, and I have a ton of OxyContin on me, okay? And I had just bought this Nissan Altima, And so I can't remember if it was my Nissan Altima or my mom's Nissan Altima, but I had bought my own Nissan Altima that was like supercharged and 3.5 liter and all of the stuff. It was a V6. It was freaking fast as hell. And so I'm flying down the road and the cops come out and start chasing me. And I'm going to my drug dealer's house. So I pull off and start taking them down this like windy road through the lakes, through the trees, all of this stuff, okay? And one of and so the I guess sorry, I mix up two stories. So one time we actually get pulled over. And when we got pulled over, I started like freaking out when they got up there, and they put us in cuffs. They put us on the ground, like, and they had us like back up out the car with our hands up and everything. And so while we're in cuffs, they put us on the sidewalk and they sit us there, and they have like two or three more cars pull up. And at this point, we had already thrown the drugs out of the car. I'm mixing two different stories up in my head, so give me a second to parse these. So we threw the drugs out of the car, and then they pull us over. And so the other cars pull up, they start searching the car, and they don't find anything. And they ask us, why did you guys run? Why did you run? What the hell? And I said, I smoke weed, and these guys in fake cop uniforms broke into my house like they were SWAT and stole all of my drugs. And I thought that that's what you guys were doing. I thought you guys, because it was just in the newspaper. It was all over the place. All of, like, everybody all over my Facebook were talking about it. So I used this as, I was like, these guys, they keep harassing me. They keep pulling me over. They came into my freaking house and stole my drugs, and they let us go. They were like, okay, that's understandable. And they let us go. And then, yeah, I was mixing that up with another story where I actually ran and pulled off into the woods and turned off the car and the lights and everything. And the cop goes flying past us. And so then we pull back out and go back the direction that the cop was driving as well. And eventually we get to a point where, like, there's traffic all the way. My heart's like beating out of my chest just thinking about this right now. But the cop, like, there's this long windabout around this circle or around this turn, and all of these cars are backed up there, and we didn't know why until finally we start to, like, the traffic starts moving very slowly, and we finally start to get around this turn, and there's this lady cop with her gun out of her cop car, pointing it in this direction, screaming, "Get on the ground! Get on the ground now!" And there's this family holding I don't know, like a lasagna and like other types of food out in their driveway with the same exact car as me, all like, oh freaking crap, dude, what is happening? And they're all like putting the food down and getting down on the ground. It looked like they just showed up to somebody's house for a house party. And they were like getting out of their car with all of this stuff, but they had the same exact color car in the same car as me. And so as we're like pulling around, I literally could have reached out my window and touched the cop. I was freaking out, dude. I was freaking out. I'm this close to the cop as we're like coming around the turn, like, go, 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 guys, please freaking go. Like, what is taking so long? And she never like turned and looked around or anything. She was staring right at them with her gun pointed at them. So it was that's the story that I was mixing the other one up with for a second. But yes, that last one was intense. I'm literally like, my heart's beating super hard from like how intense that was in that moment. Yeah, I'm not feeling this. You went to prison as you should. Yeah, no duh. I don't know why you're acting like I'm sitting here defending this. I don't know why you keep saying things like I'm sitting here defending any of this. I'm not defending any of it. It was messed up. I shouldn't have done it. It was horrible stuff. Um, what was something else? I don't know. I can't think of a whole lot right now. They're like most of what I did was drug dealing and then stealing stuff and selling it. Um, Now I better understand why you're so down with the street violence for disrespect. What? Oh, now I better understand why you're so down with street violence for disrespect. Okay, yeah. Tom, did you kill Joe Rogan? Yeah. Yeah, I am the one who killed Joe Rogan. Yes, actually. How long were you sentenced to? So, I got arrested under the RICO Act. So like I did 6 months for burglaries. Then I got arrested again under the RICO Act and did 13 months, but they didn't actually. I was only out for 2 weeks, so I did 6 months, out for 2 weeks, got arrested again, did 13 and a half months or something like that. Um, but I was arrested under the RICO Act, but I didn't get charged, or I didn't get how old were you? I was like 18 and 18, 19 in that area. Um, I'm 35 now. So again, like this, all of this stuff was a very long time ago. Like I've had to change my life dramatically. So when I talk, like, I talk a lot about like changing your personality traits on here, like the things that you have to do to change who you are and like what you have to go through and changing habits of lying and stuff like that. Like I've literally done this crap myself. I've done it. It's hard. It's insane. It is not it's not easy. Most people, honestly, are probably better off just continuing to be bad people and just like living their life because that's going to be a lot easier. Um, I did 10 years stateside. Damn. Um, Rico is for organized crime, right? So you were part of some organization? Yeah, kind of. So it was literally just me and my friends. But it was like organized in a number of different ways, but I didn't end up getting convicted under the RICO Act. I just got arrested under it. While I was in jail, they started finding new charges and fingerprinting me for new charges, and then eventually just dropped the whole RICO thing and just charged me for all of the other stuff. And it was like 15 different counts. So yeah. We got some new subscriptions. Gabriel Kaka, 8 Ball Alchemist. Uh, let's see. Blair Fogeltons. Why do y'all's names have to be so difficult? See, James Bradley. That's a good one. That's an easy name. Thank you for the subscription, James Bradley. Mitchell Davis. And I think that's it. And then we had a bunch of people renew their memberships to the channel. I really appreciate it, guys. So yeah, so when I started getting into linguistic marketing, the reason that I got the job and the reason that I was given all of the training was because there were people there who were telling the higher ups like about the stuff that I used to do. And they were telling them like, yeah, this guy used to do like all of this crazy stuff. And so they they came to me and they said like, hey, like this we have a position that we're trying to start where it has a lot to do with like rhetoric and wording things in the most convincing way, and it sounds like you have a lot of personal experience in this area, and so we would like to give you this training course to start this division for linguistic marketing. And that's how I got into the field. Oh, By the way, okay, I screwed up the other day. This was my ADHD. Um, so the other day I was talking about my girlfriend. We broke up. She was doing horrible stuff to me, and then like a year or 2 years later, she unblocked me everywhere. And I downloaded a picture of a noose because I knew she had like multiple suicide attempts. So I downloaded a picture of a noose and uploaded it and sent it to her and said, "Practice makes perfect." I meant to leave that hang for a minute and then come back to it, and I didn't come back to it. My ADHD just took off from me. The photo did not upload, and so the message didn't send. So I had to download another picture of another noose and uploaded it. And then sat there for a second and was like, you know what? Maybe I should wait till tomorrow to send this. And and then yeah, and then I woke up the next day and it was immediately like, oh my goodness, I can't believe I almost sent that, dude. What the hell? Like I was super tired. I was like I was at the end of like a 16-hour shift. And it was like 3 16-hour shifts in a row. And so yeah, I was on the third day of it, and then that happened, and I was just like I was very pissed off in the moment. But yeah, it didn't. I didn't send it. I didn't. I left it after saying like, yeah, I hit the send button, and then I just kind of left it, and I was going to come back to it to say like it never went through, but I totally did not come back to it. So that was my fault. It did not send. If you guys remember this story, I just wanted to come back and make sure I told everybody it did not send. I did not send that it did not end up going through. So it's my bad. Interesting tomfoolery lore today. I mean, we talk about crazy stories from my past pretty often. I was young and stupid and a drug addict and very very ballsy. So I got into a lot of crazy stuff in a very short amount of time. So there's a lot of stories there. There's a lot of freaking stories there. You can always still send it. Yeah, thank you. Thank you, Mackenzie. It's never too late. So you went to jail, not prison, right? No, I went to prison. So I went to jail for 6 months. Then I got locked up again. And that time I went to prison. So I had to go through diagnostics in Jackson, Georgia. And then I got sent to Paulding PDC from there, which is also a state facility. So you're a felon. Yes, I am a felon. Sassafras is in the chat. She has seen my rap sheet. I sent her all of my stuff because I applied for a new job, and when I apply for new jobs, they always have to do a background check on me. And so when they do the background check, they send me all of the stuff. They send me everything that they got. Um, it was 50 pages long. it was it was not 50 pages long, but yeah. Um, so they sent me all of the stuff, and so they sent it to me in a PDF file. So I just downloaded it all and screenshot it. Or I think at first I screen share it with you, or did I screenshot it and send it to you? Well, it does matter because if I don't know where it is right now, so I think I could pull it up if I sent her a screenshot, I could just go to our DMs and pull it up. But if I just screen shared it with her, then it's not there. Did you get a job after, and how annoying was it to keep going over why you were locked up? Yeah, I got the job. Almost anywhere that I've applied, I've gotten the job since then. Normally, I have a very long track record of like very high up corporate positions over the last 10 years. And so I like the the background is from when I was 18. I'm 30. I turned 35 this year. So anybody who's worried about what I did when I was 18 is kind of, they've lost the plot. So, yeah. Um do you have tips for looking for a job with a criminal record? Literally asking for a friend. It feels odd saying that unironically. Um if they're going to do a background check, be as honest as possible and put in as much detail as possible. And make all of the excuses for yourself. Make all of them. Put all of that in there. Make all of the excuses you can possibly make for yourself. Not for why you did the crime, but for why they shouldn't care about this anymore, right? Like, I've done this, I've done that, I already did my time, I've already paid my dues, I've already worked these jobs, I've already got this track record. But if they aren't going to do a background check, don't mention it. Just say you don't have felonies. I made the mistake for years of just trying to be honest because I was like really working on being honest. I look back now and I think, damn it, that was stupid, dude. I could have gotten so many other jobs, but nobody actually does the background checks. I just cared about being honest at the time, and so I I always said yes no matter what. They usually ask if you've been convicted in the last 7 years in PA. Yeah, in Georgia, I think they can literally see anything. Um, because yeah, my last conviction was from 2008, and they still they still get it when I when they run a background check. So what is it like in prison? I mean, exactly what you would assume. It's like any trade work, really. Uh, are you asking if I have trade work, or are you asking like if trade work runs background checks? Is it true that once you get convicted, they have to get your asshole ready for prison? No, that is not true. I'm sure like it happened to people. It definitely happened. Like for sure. 100% it happens. Just that's not everybody. Um it was hard for me because I was really young. Like I was 18. I was much smaller than everybody else. I was much younger than everybody else. So like for me it was hard and it was scary, but I did like all of the things that kind of protected me and kept me safe. I had a lot of power fairly quickly. Anywhere that I went, I was smart and I was crafty and I was able to pick up skills quickly that made me kind of untouchable, and uh, other people were not so crafty. So mostly like the kids who got picked on were like kids with mental illnesses and like overly autistic and things like that. From what I've heard, there's usually enough consensual stuff going on that one does not need to take, but that stuff still happens. The people get pimped out. Yeah. You did the Gluck 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 3000 for protection, huh? Yeah, that's what it is. Yeah. I can tell by how you speak. Well, you're a good read of people then. I would advise to just do the time and not accept probation. I personally asked for time over probation. That's what I asked for. Me and my lawyer went back twice demanding just time, no probation, because I thought I'm a heroin addict. Like, I'm gonna get out and I'm gonna do heroin again. Like, it it's what I've always done. It's what I've done every time, and every time I get arrested again and violate my probation. Like, there's no value in me trying to do the probation, especially when they were offering 15 years probation. And so I kept saying, no, I'm not doing 15 years probation. I'm not doing it. So, but both times we went, the judge said, no, I'm not giving you prison time. He's like, in order for me to give you prison time, I'd have to give you a minimum of 7 years. And I'm like, yeah, 7 years. I'll get out on parole in like 4, like super simple. But he's like, no, it's gonna ruin your life. I'm not doing it. He's like, we're gonna give you like a couple months county and then 15 years probation, and that's it. And I kept declining. I'm like, nope, not doing it. Not doing it. So yeah, we kept like renegotiating these deals with the DA, and every time we would do it, the judge would say no. And so finally, we came back with like a negotiation that was 1 year prison time and 10 years probation time, and that was as good as I could possibly get. And I did the 10 years with absolutely nothing. Perfectly clean record. Had 2 10-year probations run concurrent on top of each other and finished them with a completely clean slate. Paid off a bunch of restitution to all of the people and everything. So yeah. But yeah, like when I was inside, the main thing. So the first time that I got 6 months, the main thing was that I just didn't want to sit around and not know what was happening anymore. Like, it was frustrating. Like, every day that went by, I'm thinking, I still don't know what's going to happen to me. Like, I don't care. I don't care what we get. I don't care. My lawyer is like, no, we can fight this. Like, you were under the influence when you did this stuff. You don't remember doing it, meaning that they can't attribute any sort of intent to you. If they can't attribute intent, then they can't charge you with this. So we have to fight this. And I was like, no, I'm not fighting it. I like, literally, I'm changing my whole story right now. I did it. I remember why I did it. I wanted the money. And I changed my entire story. And my lawyer hated me. He hated me. Like, seriously, he hated me. Because when you get a court appointed lawyer like that, it's really important that they win those cases so that it helps their record, and that they can like show what they did for people that they were court appointed to. And I didn't care. Like, I really did not care. All I wanted was to know what was going to happen to me. And so I changed my entire story so that we could just get it over with. I could get a sentence and I could know what was going to happen. But then when I went back, so yeah, I did those 6 months, out for 2 weeks, got arrested again. And that's when I told you guys about this last week, that my girlfriend's dad was friends with the county sheriff, and the sheriff was the head of the Georgia Drug Task Force. And so he was the one who had all of these connections and was helping an investigation on me for racketeering and all of that crap. So yeah. The DA and the public pretender never win. They always tie. They make deals with your life. Yeah, not here. Not here. They're like they have incentives to win those cases, to do a good job, like all of their records and everything. So if I get appointed an attorney, one, I can choose to decline them and get another one. Two, all of these things go on their public record and it shows it, like, and anybody can see it. So if somebody wants to go hire these people later on, they will see how they did as a public defender. And as a public defender, they have to do a good job. Otherwise, nobody's going to want to hire them anymore. All right. It looks like the debate's starting. I'm going to pause a lot because I don't like watching something live. I want to make sure that I'm behind a little bit. I feel like it's wrong. Like it's like unethical to pull up somebody else's content and show it at the same time that it's being shown. So yeah, we're going to go ahead and make sure that we're behind the entire time so that we don't have to worry about that. What's the debate starting? Wait, what the debate is starting? It's Milo versus Destiny, I believe, at the University of Texas. They're going to be talking about Christian nationalism. I guess while this is starting, I can show you guys this. So there's a lot of people think that I'm like a Destiny hater. And that I'm a Mr. Girl simp and all this stuff, which is fine. You can think those things. But I am the guy who's doing the documentary on Destiny and DGG. Working with other people in the film industry or who know what they're doing in the film industry to make a documentary. And so this is, I'll show you guys the trailer for this real quick if you haven't seen it before.
Twitch is a streaming platform mostly focused on video games that has a politics subsection where Destiny, Vosh, Hassan, and other political minds come together to talk about social and political issues.
So, Stephen Bonnell, you're an online Twitch streamer, political commentator, and YouTube personality.
Ready? Testing, 1, 2, 3. Testing, 1, 2, 3.
Destiny is a political streamer, often credited with the idea of playing video games on stream and talking about politics at the same time.
Destiny, Stephen Bonnell II.
Destiny is like the older, like, king, because he's been here the longest. He's had the most fights. He's had probably the most baggage.
He's a very provocative person, very troll-like in many ways.
My first interaction with Twitch would be speaking with Destiny.
When it comes to moderating Destiny, much more pleasant than trying to moderate a lot of other people I've dealt with. So
Destiny has this huge long-standing presence that is not going to become seriously colored or changed by our interactions.
He was debating people like Nick Fuentes, Lauren Southern, Gavin McInnes.
Hassan Piker is the biggest Twitch streamer who streams politics.
After the fall of like Hassan Destiny friendship, when he started like going after the left, started getting to the point where I started like getting away from Destiny basically.
That was the big split, I think, between Destiny and the rest of the left.
Are you insane? There's actually a distinct change in his behavior. I was a fan of his for a decade.
DGG is the Dalaban. DGG is both an extremely fun community, an extremely memey community, and apparently the single source of all evil on the internet.
Like in private, I usually DM'd him to like let him know that he was wrong about Jeff Bezos, that he was wrong about billionaires.
probably the most amount of like visceral hate I got in terms of different communities on the internet attacking me.
Should America become first before illegal aliens who are trying to break into our country?
What about the illegal aliens that are here right now? Aren't they part of America?
Should they put America?
Where the left has kind of done what I would consider to be a lot of good things. So I wholly reject the concept of that this has anything to do with grooming. I think that it's okay.
Homeboy could have grown his platform a lot bigger and done a lot more with it if he didn't enjoy the blood sports so much.
I feel like we saw where being a divisive figure on the internet can go bad.
Somebody sent me a clip and it was like Destiny taking like a pot shot at me or something.
It's everything. So I'm happy to see that I guess the window is shifted to the left quite a bit in a lot of those conversations.
Oh, Destiny is a black woman. I just wanted to give you that clip.
So yeah, that is my channel, working on it with a number of different people. Terminally Online Media, right here. The initials spell Tom. T-O-M. Terminally Online Media. This is Tom hates DGG, or Tom hates Destiny, DGG, attack him now. Yes, that is what it is, yeah. Are you posting this trailer everywhere yet? No, this is still... Crap.
Twitch is a...
So yeah, Tom Pinion, created by Tom Pinion. That is me. This video is still unlisted. It happens to have 5.3 thousand views, but that's from other people posting it around. I have not posted it anywhere. I like that you got Mr. Girl in there too. It's fitting. Yeah, I got Vosh in there. I got... we're talking to a bunch of other big names as well that you will be blown away that they will have cameos in this if it works out. Like we're still trying to negotiate everything out, but like the amount of work that's going into this, we've been working on it for a year and a half now, and we're still working on it, still getting stuff done. Still getting interviews done, so it is a long-term project, but yeah, I talked about yesterday that a lot of people kept telling me that there's like a lot of people pissed off in the last night on Destiny comments, and I read some of them today, and yeah, there are a lot of people who said that I was trying to get a gotcha on him, or that I'm like doing the good faith Andy while being very bad faith and all of that crap. So I'm actually like asking him questions from like an objective point of view, like just trying to ask questions that I saw everybody else asking. I did an interview with Max that was a lot more heated and a lot more of a debate, and it was the same thing, just kind of asking him questions that everybody else seemed to want to know. So yeah. It still looks like this hasn't started yet. It seemed like you were treating them both pretty evenly. I'm sure if Destiny hadn't already had the conversation 50 times before you, he probably would have been more open about it. Yeah, I completely agree. That's like, as soon as the interview was over and I talked about it, that was what I said was, I'm sure he's just annoyed with having to have this conversation over and over, with people asking him these questions over and over. I felt like mine were different. I felt like my pushback was a bit more reasonable, but maybe not. Like, most of my pushback wasn't like to debate him or make him admit that he was wrong or get him to concede on anything. It was more so like just to understand his point of view more. So yeah. Ten minutes later, they still have not started. What the hell? Yeah, Destiny's stream is just sharing the same thing. Let's see, maybe we should call in the Wix channel.
Different area code doesn't count as cheating, shit like that.
So yeah, I've defended him against a lot of people previously, and it's fair to say he's somebody that I did.
What's up, Vito? How's it going, man? Let's go, Destiny. Good one. That's good.
Consider a friend in the space. So we had spoken more than once about his relationship with Destiny and his perspective of things as it was unraveling, the article, etc., etc. At one point, he had kind of...
Okay. Let's see. Oh, no, still haven't started. Damn, dude, they are taking forever. Vito, are you and Dick going to cover this debate on your show? Do they cover debates on their show? That mic quality? Yeah, that's a little rough.
Alluded to asking...
I can't tell if she's on a mic. Maybe she's on a phone. Like, lots of times if I call into a show, most of the time it's because I'm on a phone on Discord. They talk about Destiny and Nick and others from time to time. Yeah, I know that they talk about them, but they don't really, like, review debates, right?
Without really directly asking if I had any kind of relationship, sexual relationship with Destiny.
Can you clarify? I'm sorry to interrupt, but can you, like, asking without really asking? Can you elaborate at all? Can you give us maybe?
I don't have the specific DMs pulled up in front of me here, but something around like commenting about how most women end up, the Destiny ends up flirting with most women in DMs. So it would be...
Is it the gain? I don't know. It could be the gain, but it's like normally Discord's going to fix that. Bro, did Milo not show up? What is happening? Is he faking a seizure or something?
odd if it hadn't happened with me, or something to that effect. Like the expectation would be that he would have tried to flirt with me at some point. And I just kind of made a joke and deflected and didn't
What up, Yumu? How's it going, man?
answer really one way or the other. We continued talking about his article a little bit, and then we talked again. I reached out to him again a few days later, maybe a week later. I can't really remember exactly how long. And I felt like, as mentioned, he and I were.
I'm supposed to talk to Katie later. I don't know if I mentioned this earlier, but yeah, I think Katie's supposed to come on because I was talking yesterday about like mental illnesses or 2 days ago. 2 days ago, I was talking about mental illnesses. I was talking about my, like my past girlfriends, and she said something like, hey, I wanted to talk to you. I think you have a misunderstanding of how mental illnesses work, which I don't think I ever talked about how they work. I don't think I ever like talked about like signs of mental illnesses or what the signs were or anything like that. I don't think I mentioned any of those things, so I don't know how she got that impression that from that debate. And she's an expert. She's an empath. Maybe that's what it is. Yeah, she's an empath. So she can tell what it's like to have a mental illness is. Who? Sorry, I skipped ahead and missed the name. Katie. Katie wants to talk about this stuff, so. Do I look like overly orange today? I can't tell. Again, I don't have my glasses. I lost my glasses days ago. I'm having trouble seeing and reading and everything, but I can't tell if I look orange right now. A little orange? You high key do? Okay. Didn't you say your ex had BPD? Yeah, I was saying that yes. So one ex, her mom had BPD, and it like, we don't know for sure. She wasn't diagnosed with BPD when we were together, but it seemed like she was showing signs of BPD. My ex before her was bipolar. I have family members who are bipolar as well. I look red. Okay. Okay. There we go. No more Trump look. Damn, dude, they still haven't started. What the hell?
Friends and had like a pretty good rapport with each other. So I felt like I owed him some honesty.
Maybe that's what Katie was referring to? What do you mean? Like, again, I didn't talk about, like, so I said she was showing signs of BPD, but I never said that these are the signs that she was showing, right? I never said that. Tom is the new orange. The new orange man is bad.
I felt like he had been really open with his perspective and relationship to Destiny.
It starts at 8? Oh, well then what the hell? That show was amazing. Then it took an acid trip. I assume you're talking about Orange is the New Black. Yeah. I stopped watching it. I think after the riots. That was it kind of, yeah, it took a quick downfall, man. Just need the Destiny debate moved to 8:30 p.m. East after the Stein panel. Or just read the Destiny debate moved to 8:30. Is that for real? Tom, you ever watched Oz? Yes, I watched Oz. Yeah. That is a rough show to watch. That is a hard freaking show to watch. Yeah.
Basically, nobody has a mask on. I'm like the only guy with a mask on. I'm the only guy that's still afraid of COVID. Yeah, it's a good mask, right? This is a good mask.
Yeah, baby, that will work, man.
Protection. This is how we stay protected, guys.
Wear that into the lab.
Yes, this is what I wear in the Wuhan lab. That has a mask on. Nobody cares about COVID. I can't believe it. But everybody here is going to die of COVID unless they're vaccinated. Basically, nobody.
I love this guy, dude. I freaking love this guy. He's so good. He's so funny. I know everybody else hates him, but I love him. I'm sorry. I do.
Aussie Grill by Outback Steakhouse. What? Outback has got fast food? Pimp on a blimp. Let's go. Aussie live. Hello. Well, I've never been in Texas. We don't have Aussie Grill. You can get a steak. Tell them you can get a steak on YouTube.
Yep, you get a tasty, delicious center cut sirloin steak, 6 ounces.
Ah, we love it. Jess is the queen. Jess gave me 2 free brownies. Come to Aussie Grill. We love you. Okay, Jess, I'm going to tag you. Follow her on Instagram. We're going to put her Instagram right here. All right, Jess. See ya. We love Tampa. Ah, look at that sirloin steak.
Wow. That's actually impressive.
I'm a pimp on a blimp. I'm Primetime 99 Alex Stein in Hollywood. We're here at the Oscars. Jimmy Kimmel, where you at, dog? We're looking for you. I got the snake.
Hashtag Jimmy Kimmel Challenge. We're looking for the snakes. And we found one.
Tell Jimmy it's been 7 years I've been out here. I've been waiting for him to come and grab my snake. Come on, Jimmy, come grab the snake. We got him. We're waiting outside for you, baby. Let's go. Do it, Jimmy.
Well, here we're at the Oscars. Red carpet, baby. Let's go, Jimmy Kimmel. Where you at?
What's the joke with grabbing a snake? Is it what is that? What are they talking about? Is it like, did he grab somebody's penis or something?
Andy, don't please. Don't.
It's Ivanka Trump getting groped on late night TV. The long forgotten incident happened during a live broadcast of the Jimmy Kimmel Show in 2007. It shows the future first daughter getting hassled by comedian Andy Dick.
Andy, you probably.
I would have done the same thing. No lie. I would have done the same thing. Just sorry about it. Sorry about it. I would have done the same thing. She's bussin'? Yes, she is bussin'. That is a true statement. Have you seen Andy Dick lately? He's doing crack and homeless and hanging out with IP2 streamers so he can bang random girls. What? When is this from? Last year. Andy Dick arrested on live stream for felony sexual battery. Andy Dick in custody after the trailer he's been living in was surrounded by cops, placing the actor in handcuffs and hauling him away. And the whole thing was broadcast live. The law enforcement sources tell TMZ Dick's been arrested for felony sexual battery after an adult male at the O'Neill Regional Park claimed the comedian sexually assaulted him. Yikes. Does he have a mohawk?
How long does it take to upgrade?
Get out of my fucking house right now, motherfucker! I have a gun right now. Get the fuck out of here! That's it! You fucking kidnapper, extorter, motherfucker, go! What are you talking about? Don't fuck with me, dude! Get out! I told you fucking 5 times! Don't come back! You got it?
Don't shoot the gun.
Get out of here right fucking now, dude. No, you're trying to do some fucking shit. Don't come back here, dude. Don't do it.
He's just like, where's my drink?
You better call me before you do. Don't show up, you're uninvited. I swear to fucking God.
Who is that guy?
He's another extorter. Dude.
You're so protective, it really makes me cry.
I'm sorry, dude.
You're so protective is really gonna make me cry. Oh my goodness, dude. What the hell? What the hell? What the hell, dude? This is so weird. That is content. Yes, that is some freaking content, bro.
Troubled comedian Andy Dick is in the news right now for all the wrong reasons. Recently, during a live stream, the police were called to make a welfare check on a celebrity in Las Vegas. Andy apparently was staying with a Twitch streamer who I guess pulled a weapon on a third man that appeared in the chaotic scene, all caught on camera. But this is just the latest in a long string of very bizarre behavior and interactions with law enforcement. In the background of the video, Andy could be also heard pleading for the man not to shoot the weapon. In the live stream footage, Andy is seen with a relatively unknown Twitch personality called Wappy Flanker. What's ironic here though is that this video by the Twitch streamer was only happening because they were trying to raise money for Andy. Authorities were alerted to the situation quickly after the weapon was pulled out, and so cops arrived to perform a welfare check on the star. Online commenters started to speculate though that Andy was actually being held hostage in this apartment. According to reports, the 55-year-old said to police that he wanted to remain in the home. Andy has repeatedly had issues with substance abuse and has had many run-ins with the law, like I mentioned earlier. Back in 2019, he was even sentenced to 14 days in jail for inappropriate battery after he allegedly squeezed a woman's butt. However, he was then released after just one night of serving time behind bars due to overcrowding. To go further back into his past though, in April of 2018, he also pleaded not guilty to 1 count of misdemeanor battery for allegedly grabbing the crotch of his male Uber driver. The police did speak with both men, but ultimately left without arresting anyone. Days before the cops were called though, this Twitch streamer could also be seen in another video with a gun in his waistband while Andy was yelling at another person off screen. Other Twitch streams also show the comedian walking around this unfurnished apartment, and I'm just speculating here, but he seems to actually be sleeping on that cot in the living room as well. Clearly things have not been going well for Andy. Just last year, the comedian was also arrested after he allegedly attacked his lover with a metal chair in Los Angeles. Even his friend Alyssa Jordana revealed on her YouTube show that she witnessed photos and videos of the attack and said that Andy could have ended this man's life. That's how hard he was hitting him with this metal chair. Shortly after, the LAPD confirmed that he had been arrested. This is a terrible position for Andy to be in though.
He's always been like super ballsy, doing the most outrageous thing you can imagine. And the types of stuff that he did before are things that, yeah, today, like, you can't really get away with. Like, before it was stuff that was just like considered to be, you know, overly performative and funny and crap like that. But yeah, you can't get away with like groping people randomly and, you know, that sort of crap anymore.
Look, I know the guy has done a lot of horrible things, but this situation that he's in now just doesn't feel right. Like I said, many believe this Twitch streamer is using his precarious situation against him, under the guise of helping him raise more money to get back onto his feet. Alyssa, though, believes that this wappy flanker guy was actually protecting Andy from the unnamed man that had the gun pulled on him. In a tweet, she said, "Love wappy flanker for being amazing and so kind to protecting others." Although not everyone was convinced. Another user added to this tweet and said, "I don't think you've ever heard the saying, bad company corrupts good character. Why are you involved in this mess?" I'd love to hear your thoughts on all this, though, because that's all the time that we have for today. So stay.
Why did he pull the gun on him? Did I miss that part? Did they say? Andy Dick was smoking crack with the guy that hung himself from the news radio literally that same weekend. Kathy Griffin talks about it in her book, which is really good as an audible, by the way. Okay. I might read that. Drugs is a hell of a drug. That's true. I guess he was a random guy who came unannounced. I don't know. He was another extorter. Yeah, true. It's another one of those extorters. He's got a good eye for the extorters. What the hell?
Yeah. You ever see this joke I wrote? Hey, look, here's my joke.
What the hell?
Ain't me. That ain't me. Yeah, I'm a clown.
Wow, dude. Yeah, he's doing coke. Andy Milonakis, I watched that guy when I was younger. I know that you guys see him as like the guy who's on Twitch, but I watched him a bunch when I was a kid. Me and my brothers all watched the Andy Milonakis show. It's Andy Schmilishmakis. He's got that I'm going to look like a child forever syndrome, right? Yeah. What is it called? The Gary... Who was the black guy who had the same thing? Gary Coleman. Gary Coleman's disease. Yeah. Benjamin Button? No, that's a little bit different. Benjamin Button is a little bit different.
and I felt as a thing to do. And yeah, I don't know. I'm not sure.
Yeah. Okay. Well, that's fair. I appreciate you coming on. Well, anything else, Elderdrazi? I think I've kind of. What else is there to say at this point, right? Do you have any other questions for her, Elderdrazi?
I don't think so. I guess I could just add, the last time I heard him speak about it, he did very much say that what you had told him did seem to suggest that Destiny was very above board, and that basically what you just said. It didn't seem like he was suggesting that what you said was opposed to Destiny. That doesn't change any of the things that I just said were wrong or bad. I just didn't know if you were aware that he at least framed it recently in that way. And also, I'll let you know that I'm really upset about this. I just found out about the White Nervosa thing and what was in it. I've been very busy for the last few weeks. I'm gonna bring all these things to his attention in a public way and talk to him about it, because as a very large supporter of his, I think it's wrong, it's bad, all those things. But I'm mad about it, and I'm mad on your behalf and on mine, because if I support him and back him up on all this shit, and there's these really dishonest things happening when honesty is kind of his brand.
This is literally was what I was talking about calling in earlier, because this is literally what I wanted to ask Elder Drazi about. It's like, hey, you know, kind of the way he's like misrepresented everybody and cut out all of the context and made it sound like things were a lot worse than they actually were, and then he goes and does all of these like interviews and kind of like presents himself in a really negative way, and you know, like starts to get into arguments and fights with people without actually like answering questions and stuff. Tom Foolery, best of luck to you. Always be fair. See you around. Later, Nico. But laugh corrupted him. Brackish water seeps into a serene pond. Haven't heard that one before. I'm annoyed I can't use a certain Pepe emote. Yeah, that's gotta be rough.
It's okay that he's outlandish. It's okay that he talks about things that make people uncomfortable, because it's honest. It's honest in a way that makes people uncomfortable, because sometimes they need to be uncomfortable to have these conversations. But if
yeah, like that's the stuff that I like about Mr. Girl. I think that he talks about things that are that make people uncomfortable, and he talks about them in like an overly honest way, to where you can have conversations about specific aspects of a scenario that really can help enlighten you in some ways. So like some people were upset about the way that I talked about Mr. Girl when I was talking to Destiny, saying like, I don't think that you would have called that rape before you guys had your falling out. And then Destiny immediately said, okay, yeah, well, like, I think at the time I called it rapey. Sure. Like, he was agreeing with me that like he wouldn't call that rape, what it was that Mr. Girl did. Even though Mr. Girl admits to being a rapist, it's not a good argument, because like we should not call that rape. It's an odd thing to call rape. Consent, when we talk about like informed consent means that just because the person says yes, it doesn't mean that they're saying yes. Like there are other things to take into account. That goes both ways. That goes both freaking ways. It means that also if they're saying no, that doesn't mean that they're necessarily saying no. If you're supposed to take into account all of the context there, you can't just take it into context in one thing. Now, normally, you're supposed to be overly precautious, overly safe, and I think that that's normally a good prescription, is to say, like, if you have the smallest inkling of a no, or the smallest inkling of somebody being uncomfortable, then you should not, like, you should stop there. And that was my issue with Mr. Girl, is that, like, he makes it sound like it's, like, a good prescription to just go ahead and have sex with somebody when they're saying no. He goes both ways. Well done. Which instance of rape accusations are you referring to, Tom? The one where he says that the girl was on top of him and he was just about to put it in, and she said, hold on, wait. And then after she said, hold on, wait, he pushed her down on top of him. And so what I said, like, in the interview, when I said to Destiny, I was like, we all know of those scenarios where no doesn't mean no. Like, we know what he's talking about. So we all Like, we wouldn't call that rape, but it's just not a good way of like prescribing things to people. You should always be overly cautious in these sorts of scenarios. And so if you're going to prescribe anything, it should be being overly cautious. You should always be overly cautious. But this is a girl that he dated for a while afterwards. Like, it's not like after he pushed her down, she asked him to stop, or, she got upset with him. Like, there's always, like a girl being like, stop, don't do that. Like, there's different types of stop and different types of don't do that, different types of like of no, and some no's mean yes. Like, if you have any sense of like self-awareness and or social awareness, you know that this is the case. Tom, I don't know about this this no take, Tom. I don't know what the Tom, I thought the story was that the girl stopped him and said no, she wasn't ready, and Mr. Girl said that he could tell she was testing him. Yes. He calls it testing, but he's saying like, yeah, like she was the way she said no and her like facial expression and the way that she said it meant yes. Yeah, it's a bit rapey. Yes, I like, again, I would agree with this, but I wouldn't say that he's a rapist or that he raped her or this is a story about rape. Like, I think that that's an overly reductive way of talking about it. I think that that's like a super reductive way. If you like I said, if you have actual like experience in these areas, you know what it is he's talking about. Well, the problem is we have Genghis Khan explaining the goddamn nuance of rape. So although the example makes sense, he would be suspicious of, say, Andy Dick saying the same thing. Sure, maybe. I don't know. I don't know. I think he made that story up. Maybe. I don't really care if he made it up or not. Like, the story that he's talking about makes sense. Like, it, one way or the other, the story that he's talking about makes sense. And I think, and he says, like, the message is that we need to be more nuanced in the way that we talk about consent. And I agree. I think that lots of times people talk about consent as this, like, verbal thing. It's just a verbal thing that exists. And I disagree with that. I don't think that it's just a verbal thing. Like, somebody giving consent is like a personal inner decision that they are making themselves. It's not just a verbal thing. The way that they communicate that personal inner thing is with their mouth, is with a verbal thing, or it's with body language, or it's with tone of voice, or it's with, like, all sorts of other actions. There's a ton of ways to communicate consent in these areas. Wow, the Wick chat, what are they saying? Horse pee-pee? Yeah, but didn't it come off like that was the message when he told the story, LMAO? He sounded like he just wanted to shock people. Again, I mean, the way that he told it was that we should be more nuanced in the way that we talk about consent. And if that's what the message was, then I agree with it. My issue with his story is that, yeah, it sounds like a prescription. It sounds like he's telling people, hey, this is a good thing to do. Somebody says, wait, you should just shove them down on you. That is a horrible prescription. That is a horrible thing to tell people. That is just not. I tell people the opposite. I tell people, if you have the smallest inkling of them being uncomfortable or not wanting to move forward or anything, you stop and confirm. Like, you stop and check every single time you get the smallest inkling of something being wrong. You stop and check. And this is what I said the other day when I was talking to Katie about this, when Peacekeeper came on and me and Katie were talking and we were arguing. She kept getting upset that there were double standards for women in the way that they in like the prescriptions that we have for them to be safer. And she kept saying that there aren't scenarios like this for men. But then later I brought up the fact that when we talk about consent, we put a lot more of the onus on men. A lot more responsibilities on men to know consent, to understand consent, to check for consent. This is all way more on men. I've given numerous stories on this channel about girls doing things that if a guy did it, they would be arrested just like that. But they do it to me. I don't freaking care. Not a big deal, right? They shove their hands down my pants. They try to get me hard when I don't want to have sex. They'll do stuff to me while I'm asleep. Like there's, the girls slap my butt fairly regularly. They'll come up and just start like rubbing my chest and while they're talking to me. Like these are things that chicks do all the time that guys can't do. There are double standards across the board in the way that men and women interact. So for her to say that like there's only double standards in the direction of women, no, that's not true. There's double standards in the direction of men as well. Tom is wrong about the rape story in it. She explicitly said no. I'm not saying that she didn't say no. I didn't say she didn't say no. I don't know why you're saying I'm wrong about it. Personally, I get all the consent signed to blockchain via smart contracts. Nice. That's a good idea. Very much like in a vacuum rape. Yeah, in a vacuum, sure. But I don't engage with things in a vacuum. That's kind of the entire point, is we're saying you should not engage with a topic like consent in a vacuum, ever. Where's the Milo Destiny content that's in your title? It hasn't started yet. We're just kind of waiting for it to start right now. But we're talking about the guy who believes that making a dude wait for sex until the girl is comfortable is a test and is abuse. Yes, again, I'm not saying that he did or did not rape her. I have no freaking idea what happened there. All I know is the story that he told. That's it. All we have is the information that he gave us. And I'm saying, based on the information that he gave us, I wouldn't call that rape. It doesn't sound like it's actually rape. I'm just saying it feels like you're saying absent a rape charge, it's not rape. No, I'm not. I'm definitely not saying that. I'm saying that the scenario that he's talking about doesn't necessarily sound like rape. You could make the argument that it is rape, but we don't have that evidence. We only have the evidence that he gave us. And based on what he gave us, it doesn't sound like it was rape. It sounds like it was consensual. It sounds like this is like he read the scenario correctly, and that is what she wanted, based on the information that he gave us. There could be other information that he's not giving us that would tell us a completely different story. Sure, but we don't have that information. We only have the information that he gave us, and I'm not going to make up facts to a story to, dude, that's a lot of spit. Tom, speaking of girls, I just recommended your channel to a girl, and she said you're a bit of an edgelord because the stream she saw you sent a picture of a noose to someone. Did I miss a thing? Ugh. I just clarified this earlier. Okay? If you were not here earlier, okay. So I was telling a story about like a girl, we broke up. She was being like she was a horrible freaking person, okay? She was like truly just doing some messed up stuff to me, blocked me everywhere. We've been together for over 3 years. She was, we were like getting ready to get married. I just bought a ring and all this stuff. And then, yeah, she just blocks me everywhere. And then like over a year later, just out of nowhere, unblocks me. No closure, no sorry, no explanation, nothing. Like she just kind of blocks me all over the place and that's it. So when she unblocked me the other day, I was telling the story and I said, I saw she unblocked me. I just worked like 3 16-hour shifts in a row and I was super overtired. Okay. And I see that she unblocked me and I'm like enraged, dude. I am so pissed off that she's unblocked me, but still doesn't say anything, doesn't say sorry, doesn't give any explanation, doesn't say anything at all. I was furious. Okay. So I downloaded, I knew that she had like been institutionalized during this time, that she had had like suicide attempts and crap like that. And I downloaded a picture of a noose and uploaded it and said, practice makes perfect, and hit the send button. Now, my ADHD like sent me off into a completely different path. And I forgot to come back and clarify that it didn't go through. I downloaded another picture of another noose because I guess like the picture was too big or something like that. So I downloaded another picture and then sat for a second and was like, maybe I'm too tired. Like maybe I'm too emotional right now. I probably should not. Maybe I should wait to send this until tomorrow. And when I woke up the next day, literally the first thing I thought of was like, oh my goodness, I can't believe I almost sent that, dude. Oh my goodness. I cannot believe I almost sent that. It's a high quality news. The picture's probably still on my phone, honestly. I think it's probably, I might still have the picture of the noose. Let me see. But yeah, I forgot to clarify that I didn't actually send it. And so when yeah, it's not there. But anyways, yeah, I came back today when I started stream and I clarified that I did not send it. Note to self, don't ghost Tom. He will send mean pics. Oh, yes. Oh, yeah. Wait, you tried to send her a picture of a noose after she has been hospitalized? Yikers. Yeah. And I had the caption, practice makes perfect. Yeah, don't unghost me. Yeah, the moral of the story is if you ghost me, do not unblock me. You just stay as far away as possible. Cause yeah, that is a messed up thing to do. Yeah, I don't care. If anything, it's just gonna help save other men in the future. That's all. But it was a fire roast message. Yeah, it was. It was a good idea. I just thought of it as soon as I saw she unblocked me, and I just put my phone in my pocket and continued working. It was just sitting there steaming, just freaking steaming for like hours, and I was like, I'm gonna send it. I'm gonna send it. I don't freaking care. And I pull out my phone. Yeah, yeah. That's a funny ass caption. Yeah, I thought so too. I thought it was a good one. Tom, are you a psychopath or a sociopath? Probably a sociopath somewhat. Like when I've told this story, like when we broke up and I got really upset, she said, I didn't even think you like were gonna like care. Like I didn't even know you had emotions. Like I didn't know that you would be upset or anything. And I was blown away by that. Cause yeah, I was super pissed off. Like I went into like a year-long depression after this. It was a rough one. Tom, are you the Joker? No, I'm not the Joker. It's not even loading. Ever get closure of any kind? No. I would be depressed if that happened too. Yeah, it wasn't even just like the ghosting. It's like, yeah, 3.5 years of us like talking about marriage, talking about like naming our kids, talking about like where we wanted to live, planning everything out, like setting ground rules and boundaries and goals, and then finally getting to those goals, and her like gassing me up all the way up until the day of. Like the day of. Like I was with her the night before. She was with my mom like 2 weeks before, having like long conversations about like how excited she was that we were like hitting all these goals and we were about to get married, and like she couldn't wait and all this crap. And then like even when I talked to her a little bit about it, and I'm like, what is going on? Like you were saying the exact opposite like just a week ago. Like what's going on? She's like, yeah, I guess I changed my mind. I guess I changed what I wanted in life. And I'm like, you don't just change what you want in life in a freaking week, woman. You don't do that. That's not a thing. But yeah, like I never really got like an answer that made sense. It went on for like a month of like blocking me, unblocking me, blocking me, unblocking me, and then in the end just blocked me, and that was that. And her family sending me messages, even the family members who didn't like me, sending me messages saying, sorry, I don't know what's wrong with her. She's acting weird. We don't know what's going on. We think she lost it. Like, they told her like crazy freaking stories. I don't know who it was, but somebody was harassing me under like a fake account of like Wonder Woman and Superwoman and all of these other things with like hundreds of thousands of subscribers on Facebook and Instagram and crap, sending me stuff saying that I cheated on her. Like it was insane. I have no clue what was going on or what happened, and it was all nuts. It was an insane wow. Who is Milo? Milo Yiannopoulos. Let's see. Milo Yiannopoulos was like really famous during the Gamergate era, the alt-right era.
Known for causing quite a stir, did that just thing tonight at UC Irvine. He was invited to speak by a conservative students group. KCAL 9 Orange County reporter Stacey Butler reports that group is
he was kind of a troll. Like he really liked getting like a reaction out of people.
Concerned that political correctness is stopping free speech on campus.
Tom is a Scorpio? Yeah. This tattoo is a scorpion. I don't know if I can hear.
Protesters collided tonight at UC Irvine as liberal students clashed with conservative students and neighbors.
And it's guys like me who are paying the taxes to give them the right to be here.
As many protested on one side of the barricades, hundreds of conservatives lined up to see the provocative conservative speaker.
Chill, good gravy, chill.
Is cancer. Thank you very much.
Hi, Milo.
Hi.
I'd like to start saying I've survived cancer twice, and I definitely say...
I know what you're going to say, and so does everybody else, but say it anyway.
I'd rather have cancer than feminism.
Oh, it's so good, dude.
Come up here. Come up here. Come on. They won't be able to hear you, but come and give me a hug. How are you? Wonderful.
6 months remission, my second time.
6 months remission, second time. Congratulations. I wish you all the best. Wish you all the best. Thank you. Thank you very much. Now, if you hop back there, they'll be able to hear you again. Oh, can you imagine being the New York Times listening?
2016 was a fun time. Yeah. I wasn't around back then. I was not on the internet at all. I didn't know who Milo was. I watched clips of Richard Spencer here and there, and I liked him. I liked what I heard from him. There seemed to be like a lot of, the crazy SJWs who would just over everything he said, made him more palatable, made him more likable, made like when they would misinterpret things that he was saying and try to make him, call him a Nazi and all sorts of stuff, they would make him seem a lot more reasonable then. And I was definitely like falling into those sorts of traps, but I wasn't alt-right. Tom wasn't born from the deep state birthing pod yet. Yeah, not yet. But yeah, I wasn't like I never was like alt-right, I don't think, but I was like alt-light or something like that, I guess. I never bought into like the Jewish conspiracy theory stuff at any point, so. Did they just end the broadcast? It's after 8:30 and it still has not started. What the hell?
This kind of thing happens when there's so much on the table, so to speak.
Yeah, Destiny got cold feet. Yeah, he got scared.
It's really fucked up.
Well, I think it's interesting that you bring that up again, because his brand and his personal presentation of being so honest and so authentic is why I felt the need, because I thought, wow, I'm friends with this dude. He's put all his cards on the table in relation to something, and I'm holding back. I'm not being honest. I haven't told him that I have this other relationship at play here, and we're talking about deeply personal things, but I'm holding back information, and I wanted to also be honest. So yeah, that's why I felt comfortable sharing.
Well, thank you for telling your story, right? Like, yeah, I think that, like, in all the drama of it, right, we forget that there are actually people involved in this, right? And that's why I've tried to reach out to the people who are involved and kind of get their story and get their perspective and get what they had to think, right? And I do appreciate you being willing to come on my show and publicly.
Yeah, thank you.
Thank you.
I appreciate the opportunity. I know there's been a lot of questions, and I haven't spoken about it before today, but it felt good to kind of clarify and get the whole story out. So I appreciate you creating that opportunity.
I'm glad. Hugs, right? And I'm sure, like, TwitchCon's coming up. It's gonna be in your hometown.
Yes.
Maybe we'll hang out again. I don't know.
Is Steven actually not showing? No, I have no idea. I know that they pushed it back. There was something else going on, and so they pushed it back to 8:30, but now it's 8:35, and we still don't have anything, so. $31.45. What is this?
I don't know if I would call that like I don't know if I would say that he's like it's like personal, like a personal vendetta, I guess. I don't know how to phrase that. Did that make sense what I just said, or probably not?
Yeah, I think so.
Yeah.
Yeah, he's saying that he's not knowingly trying to get back at him. And I think a lot of people misunderstood what it was he was saying there when I say, yeah, I understand. Like, that's what I think he's saying, is that, like, yeah, that Mr. Girl's not thinking, I'm going to get him now. I'm going to go, like, it's not, like, maliciously vindictive is what he's saying. Yeah, well, I think I agree. I think that, like, for him, it was probably personal, but he was, like, almost being heroic for other people to get the same point across. Because if he could get the point across with them, and how you treat, him. I don't know, why did they timestamp that part? Righteous Rob? Why did he timestamp? It's 31:45. That's weird.
No, we'll figure it
We
out.
better.
Right? We
What, are you
better
gonna
indeed.
stand me up? I
I'm
thought we
never
already
gonna
had
stand you up.
plans.
I'm never gonna stand you up. That'd be silly on my end, Madam Genevieve. We love you, but even though we love you, everyone goes.
Send him to the void.
To the void. In
To
the
the
end.
void.
How you feeling, Drowsy?
It was pretty heavy.
It was.
It
Yeah.
didn't fall on deaf ears. I heard it. It's weird. I have access to all this information, but I've been just working. I've worked more in the last like 3 weeks than I probably have any other series of weeks in my life, and it's where I keep finding this stuff out live. So there's like people with eyes on me while I'm trying to like digest it, and it's been weird.
Yeah,
streaming, I guess.
After talking to Smith yesterday, and I told Smith what I'll tell you, right? I like Smith. I think that him being caught in this orbit is harmful to him. I think Mr. Girl is a black hole, and you are circling the drain if you are orbiting him. That said, I'm not your dad, right? You do what you want. But Elder Drazi, I like you. And I think that
we gotta send you to the void.
These are just things, right? I know it's hard to see when you're close up, right? But if we take some steps back, yo, this is a red flag. This is a problem, right? And I know none of us are perfect. No one's perfect. But I don't know. This
I don't disagree, but these are so I pride myself on being able to be objective despite where my heart's at here. And I haven't disagreed with I've disagreed with other people, but I've been able to argue very clearly and articulately why I disagree. Even if there's not a fact of the matter, I've argued in good faith.
Yeah, he didn't send him to the void, dude. That would have been so base. That was disappointing. Wick's co-host looks like a cross between Kevin Smith and John Del Arrows. I don't know who they are. Who was it that was in chat earlier with the check mark? I'm blanking on his name. Vic? Vito. Yes. Vito. Okay. Yeah. Vito, he's the
Especially a middle class kid.
This Vito. Yeah, very close, very close.
Yeah,
Damn.
kids
you don't
are.
have anything to complain about. It's like the worst thing in the fucking
It's
world.
really hard for like boring white kids to accept. I'm just kind of a boring white kid. I accepted it. I have fun with it, whatever. But like most kids are like, no, I'm special. I'm
It's the
different,
worst
man.
thing.
I have like an identity that people don't. It's like, yeah, I know, but like you don't really. Come on.
That's true. One of the things that really frustrates me is, like, I think that a lot of times we expect a lot of, like, black people and every other minority group to be cool with, like, racist comments and, like, you know, taking jabs at them and making fun of them. And we always expect them to be, like, super cool with it. And if they're not, then they're just being a big baby. They're just being a SJW, and they're just weaponizing their race and blah, blah, blah. But white people get so freaking touchy when you make jokes about white people. They get so upset, man. It's so cringe. It is so weird and obnoxious how uptight everybody gets as soon as you start saying something about a white person. What do you do? That's not fair. There's a double standard, man. So, well, it's not really. Like, we all say racist stuff. We all make jokes about women. But then you make a joke about a man, everybody gets upset. You make a joke about black people or white people, everybody gets upset. It's like, you guys. Some might call it sort of white fragility. Nah, no. Radical coder. Come on. What the hell?
And he's now on alternate platforms like Rumble, Pick. You probably know him better as Destiny.
Oh no. This sounds horrible. I do not want that copyright. Thank you very much. I like that you actually think about shit in a unique and more understanding way, not just surface level. Well, thank you. I appreciate that. I mean, I've talked a lot about, like, I grew up in an all-black neighborhood, went to an all-black school, went to an all-black church. My dad was the pastor of an all-black church. He was white, so him and his family were white, but then, yeah, and then I lived in Atlanta, in the Bluffs, where it's 100% black. So I grew up in a very different way, I would say, from most people. I grew up saying the N-word, like, just like any other black person would grow up saying it, and had to, like, when I moved to Georgia into the suburbs, had to, like, find out that I wasn't allowed to say it because I was white.
Serial entrepreneur, a hair icon, a penitent, and to the north of his many enemies, a happy person. You all know him, though, as Milo Yiannopoulos.
Again, I don't want the copyright. This is, I don't know. Has he got a wine glass in his hand? He's a freaking big dude, man. My goodness, he is massive. Cause like Destiny's just a little bit smaller than me. I've met him in person a couple of times. He's like a little bit smaller than me, and then he's built like the same as me. And just to be serious for a second, okay? I know the memes, but he actually has gotten bigger. Like, he actually has gotten a bit jacked. Like, he is so much bigger than he used to be.
All right, so the rules for this debate, we're going to go over real quickly before we start, but the question we're going to be answering today is, should Christian nationalism be the dominant governing ideology of America? We will have 10 minutes each of prepared opening statements, and then each of you guys will be able to go through 5 minutes of rebuttals each, and then I will ask 2 questions for each of you, and we'll rotate between you guys. You'll each have 5 minutes to answer the question.
Is he a midget or not? He's like 5'8" or 5'9". I'm 5'10". 5'10", yeah, somewhere around there. So he's not like much shorter than me.
I've directed towards you, and the other person will have 3 minutes to respond. And then we will have a 30-minute Q&A and crossfire where you guys will have questions from the audience, and you will also then be allowed to sort of go back and forth between the two of you. So you can kind of have fun with it. It'll be a complete free-for-all. So after that, we'll go for 5 minutes each for closings, and you guys are allowed to have prepared openings, and I will give you guys hand signals throughout so that we're all...
Milo's 6'2".
On time.
He's also probably wearing like platform shoes or something, knowing Milo.
And so that everything is running smoothly. So let's get started with the openings. It will be 10 minutes each, and we are going to start with Milo.
Is that indigo? Yes. Okay.
Is he asking him about his hair color? He's finally got roots, guys. It's finally happening. It's finally happening. We got roots. Let's go. The process has started.
I have to give you some credit for having the cojones to show up in Tennessee barely a month after the bullet-ridden bodies of children have been buried, as a sort of representative for a culture that
Milo is zooted. Yeah, it looks like he can't even open his eyes, dude.
did it, and offering anything but condolences and sympathy. I think it's disgusting.
Wow.
I think it's shameful.
Wow.
How dare you?
Oh.
How dare you show up here offering anything but sympathy?
Wait, what? Wait. What? Has Destiny even said anything yet? How do we know that he isn't offering sympathy?
Because, you know, I think I should stand or something. We're familiar with what happened in Tennessee. We're less familiar with the reasons why. But the reason was that at any given time in society, there are about 20% of people who are just fucking nuts. And those people will glom on to whatever the fad is for people who are fucking nuts. So the current fucking nuts is trannies. You can see in the social trends when you plot anorexia and bulimia, which was the big thing when I was growing up.
He looks like freaking... Who's the mask guy from Dark Knight Rises? I'm blanking on his name right now. Hello, Destiny. You guys know who I'm talking about. Bane, yes. He looks like freaking Bane. He's freaking like jacked, bro. He's like, his traps are like coming up to the middle of his head.
Against the new nuts. That there's basically about 1 in 5 people who are just not really all there and will kind of do whatever. But when you hand those people, those unstable and dangerous people, a victimhood script, when you give them a license to commit violence in the name of their supposed identities instead of giving them the treatment and the love and the prayers that they need, you turn those people into killers. You turn those people into time bombs. And there used to be something in America that would protect against that. It was Christianity. I think it's shameful that anybody would show up so soon after a tragedy caused by the kind of ideologies that you support, and do anything but offer sympathy and condolences.
Well, what about the people who invited him? What about those people? Maybe hold them accountable too. Maybe what about the person who showed up to have a debate with him so that he would say the things that he's going to say? What about them?
And celebrate the ideology that has protected us against this sort of thing for so long. It's outside the scope of our evening this evening to...
How dare you, Milo? Show up to debate anybody who's offering anything but condolences.
prove or disprove the truth of Christianity or Christ or whatever. But I'll make a few points. There is no America without Christ. And the reason for that is that this is an intrinsically and fundamentally Christian nationalist country, by which we mean it's built into the architecture of the nation. There's no getting away from it. You can lie about it. You can pridefully claim that, you can be good people without Christ. You can't.
He hasn't
You're just
opened his eyes
inheriting,
once.
A system of good and evil from the culture in which you grew up, which accords with the natural law. America was founded, as Adams told us, with a constitution that is wholly unsuited to the governance of anyone but a moral and religious people. And when he said religious, he meant Christian, although he himself was wandered through various different kinds of heresy. What Adams said was that this country is, that its founding documents, that its founding architecture,
What up, Lou?
the Constitution, the Bill of Rights, were wholly and fundamentally
That outfit is gay.
unsuited to the governance of anything but a moral and religious people. Do you think that America is comprised of a moral and religious people today? Obviously it is not. And what he meant specifically was Christianity, because the way that America is set up outsources morality to Christianity. And without it, it doesn't work, because jury trials don't work when people vote with race instead of conscience and truth. A society doesn't work when people don't obey contracts, don't obey their word, when they're oath breakers. The architecture of America rests fundamentally on a bedrock of Christianity, without which the entire thing falls apart. And that's exactly what's happening. And you don't have to take my word for it. You don't even have to take Adams's word for it, but one of your own Supreme Court justices, somebody who was famously...
Dude, look at the freaking pearls on these glasses. What the hell, dude? What is this? What is happening?
Left wing. Rehnquist, I think it was. Can't bother to look it up, but he said that everything in America presupposes the legal system, the social system, the government. Everything in America presupposes the existence of the Judeo-Christian
Yeah, he can't. He's not able to pearl clutch if he doesn't bring them.
God. Without that, it all comes tumbling down. And without that, it is coming tumbling down. And without that, we're not able to give people who have terrible sicknesses and weaknesses and defects the help that they need. Instead, we hand them victimhood scripts, and they shoot up schools, they shoot up churches, whether they are young white guys on antidepressants or whether they're transgender people who are told that it's white Christians are responsible for all of their miseries. It is Christianity that keeps us nice to each other, that keeps us being good to one another.
I like his drip too. I actually like it. I like the jacket. I like the pearls. I like the glasses. I like all of it. He's winning me over. I'm about to go to the gay side. I'm gonna turn him back gay.
And if you toss it out, as happened in 1776 here, you have a really big problem on your hands, because, and I'm going to say something very radical and difficult to say in Tennessee of all places, there are freedoms afforded to Americans.
I'll put it up to 1.25, but I'm trying to stay like a good bit behind. Like I'm purposely pausing a lot so I can get farther behind. I don't want to stay live with them.
Are too radical and too great and too daring without the insulation of Christianity. The First and Second Amendments don't work unless everyone's Christian. They don't work, and they're not working. They're not functioning. You can't give crazy atheists guns. You can't let shameless liars say whatever they want about other people in public without consequence. There's a sort of unwritten rule that sits behind everything in America.
Aren't most of the school shooters like Christian nationalist people? What is he talking about? You can't give atheists guns.
And it is that these are all the things you get to do because we know that you can handle it. We know that you can be trusted with this because you love God, because you respect life, because you won't take other people's lives, because you'll keep your word.
Yeah, not recently. And hey, just to put it out there, I predicted this. I said over the last year, over and over, I'm predicting that the mass shootings are going to start to swing to the left. I predicted it over and over and over. I said, I'm pretty sure the school shootings are going to start to swing to the left. It's going to be the crazy anarchists. It's going to be, crazy far left people instead. And I think that it's going to continue to trend this way. I definitely think that, because it's the left wing that's using the insanely radical rhetoric now. It's the left who's saying things like you need to arm up, you need to protect yourselves. They're genociding trans people. They're the ones who are saying this freaking crap now. It's not the right anymore. The right isn't giving you this worldview that makes you feel trapped and like there's no other options anymore. It is the left doing this now.
Without that, the First and Second Amendments become a sort of license to abuse one another or to kill one another. They become a license to lie. They become a license to murder. They become too much freedom, because there is such a thing. And
yeah, we need more black women representation in school shooters.
And without an underpinning moral architecture, this country doesn't work. And it's not working. And since this country has fallen away from God, the Christian God, this country has begun to fall apart. And that's why all of this terrible shit is happening. That's why all the awful stuff on TV is going on. It's why you can no longer trust people to keep their words if you don't know them. It's why everybody keeps voting with their skin color or their sexuality or gender or whatever bollocks it is today. Because they're not unified under Christ, because they're not one under Christ, because they're not brothers and sisters in Christ. It doesn't matter if you agree with the literal truth of Christianity or not. The founders did, and they made a country for people who did. And if you don't agree with that, or you don't like God, or you don't see why too much freedom is leading us all to hate and kill each other, and you don't appreciate that we should not only restore Christianity in culture, but require it in public life, you should go to Canada. You should go somewhere else where there's a moral architecture built into the law. But here, it doesn't work without God. And when you don't have him, when instead people replace prayer and the rituals of the church with antidepressants, with compound interest, with games and drink and drugs and fornication, kind of thing he does with his wife, offering her around town like she's common property. America doesn't work when we behave that way, because we'll all just end up murdering each other. That's all.
Destiny, you have 10 minutes.
What is this debate supposed to be about?
It's terrible.
Not every day I'm the progressive. Oh, what? Yeah? Oh, nice. Okay. I'm not used to arguing for more freedoms against conservatives on stage, but I guess that's where we're at right now with the conservative movement, or whatever part of the conservative movement this is. Today, we've got viewers gathered from all across the world tuning in to a debate between me and Milo, where Milo is going to argue that we should turn the USA into an isolated, authoritarian, zealously religious country. I think that technology is a Pandora's box that has changed this country and this world forever, and I don't think we're ever going back to the days of public squares and mail service by horse. Cultural exchange is happening, whether you like it or not, quite literally at the speed of light. Even right now, potentially hundreds of thousands or even millions of people around the world are listening to me and Milo have this debate. The only way to stop this type of cultural exchange is through the militant authoritarianism that Milo is talking about on this stage. That might be through his being against the First Amendment, that might be against his taking away of the Second Amendment, and that might be through the institution of a state religion. This means the destruction of our freedom of speech, our ability to produce media, satire, and comedy, and our ability to communicate openly on the social media platforms we've all unfortunately grown addicted to. After Milo gets his way and abolishes the First Amendment, is he going to be the one deciding who we can or cannot make fun of on Twitter? Is the world really going to return to how it was before birth control, before women had the right to work, before gay people were allowed to get married, before we were allowed the ability to freely worship whatever God we wanted, or abstain from worship altogether? I reckon that we cannot close Pandora's box. Christian nationalism, as it stands today, isn't even a coherent ideology. The proponents will argue whether there's an ethnic component, whether one needs to be Catholic or not, and whether one needs to even be a Christian or a supporter at all in order to idolize somebody for a Christian nationalist ideology. How many more porn stars does Donald Trump need to work his way through behind his wife's back before Christian nationalists stop worshiping him as their savior? Ooh. As small as Christian nationalism is as a movement, even with it being as small as it is, there is still endless infighting. Anyone who's taken a gander recently at Milo, Ali Alexander, or Fuentes' Telegram account can attest to that.
I've spoken to Ali Alexander before, and he wanted to debate me on something, and I didn't know who he was, so I just kind of passively just, like, brushed it off and didn't really engage with it. He's the guy who started the what was it, the count, what was it, the Stop the Count movement or something like that. He was the one who, like, Ali Alexander is a DC insider type. He set up the Stop the Steal protest. That's what it was, the Stop the Steal protest, yes. And I had I was on stream with him one time, and he wanted to debate me on something, and I just kind of, I didn't know who he was. I didn't know anything about him, and I was just kind of like, whatever, bro, and just left and didn't think too much about it. So, yeah. I think I was on Politically Provoked with you one night when he hopped on, but I left pretty quickly after. Yeah, that was after he wanted to debate me on something. That was after I found out who he was. And that's when, he jumped on and you were going hard at him. And I think I was telling you, I was like, bro, this is this is somebody who's on Fox News pretty regularly, bro.
And now, with an already fractured and fighting minority movement, some want to put even more restrictions, such as race, lineage, sexuality, LGBT status, or geography on who ought to be allowed to join their movement. The glory days of Christianity are largely over. While the number of worshipers have ebbed and flowed through time, it's impossible for us to return to where we came from. In 1999, almost 70% of Americans were part of a church, synagogue, or mosque.
He's a convicted prostitute and credit card thief. He's a con artist. Wow. Those freaking types, man. Wow. You don't want to mess with those kind of people.
Just 20 years later, in 2020, according to Pew Research, that number has fallen to just 47%, a minority of the population for the first time in U.S. history. We need to be realistic about the coming years. We need to help our young men and women find purpose in the world and stop pretending like some Christian nationalism is the answer. We need to find ways to get our young people engaged with their friends, family, and their communities in ways that synergize with the technological explosion the entire world has experienced. If Christian nationalists want to continue to practice Christianity in America, then I say we let them. However, we should never allow them to take away our right not to do the same.
Everybody hit the thumbs upsies button. Appreciate you joining us. Make sure you hit the thumbs up and the subscription.
5 minutes of rebuttals from each of you guys. So start with Milo. You have 5 minutes.
Thank you. If the movement, such as it is, I didn't realize there was one, but if Christian nationalism is not yet adequately defined, it's because nobody used it before 2 years ago. Which it seems to me to be perfectly reasonable. Trump is not a religious leader in any sense, and you're making a classic mistake of people who don't understand religion, don't understand God, and don't understand their own country when you say, hold Trump up as a kind of moral example. Render unto Caesar. We don't expect that our presidents should be like Jesus because they're not here to do Jesus' job. So, no. It's interesting you talk about women's rights. I mean, Christianity is the... Sorry, I mean... you know, I just don't know how hard to go in, really. I mean, you know, you're talking about the religion that gave women consent in marriage. You're talking about the religion that gave women the right to say.
What is the topic of the debate? Christian nationalism. It's supposed to be about Christian nationalism.
No, that elevated them from chattel into human beings. You want to return women to chattel. You want women to be like your wife, passed around town. I'm sorry, but I'm not going to take moral lectures on the rights of women from somebody who treats supposedly their wife in what ought to be a holy sacrament as a communal sex toy.
But take it from the guy who says that people, that cancer is better than feminism.
Give me a break. Give me a break. I'm not going to take moral lectures from somebody who, for all intents and purposes, may as well have a fleshlight.
They say, if I was Destiny, I'd be like, bro, I treat my sex toys way better than I treat Melina.
Instead of a wife who demeans and besmirches her honor, who speaks about a woman who should be treated with the reverence and respect and love that we treat our own mothers with.
Destiny's right where, like he says, like, it's always just such low-hanging fruit to go after Melina and talk about Melina and bring her up all the time and their relationship. Like, it is always very easy, low-hanging fruit. Now that he's gone there, I guarantee Destiny's just about to start ripping into him about his past. Like, I guarantee it, Destiny is about to just rip right into this guy.
Like she was something you could buy. Like she's something that just to get off with. Passed around to other men while you watch. Flicking yourself off. So forgive me if I decline to take any lectures from you on women's bloody rights. As for gay rights, no thanks. I didn't want them when I was having sex with men, and I don't want them now.
Milo was friends with Lauren. Wonder if that has anything to do with this. I mean, she called him out pretty hardcore recently in a tell-all video where she talked about all of the infighting behind the scenes with right-wingers and the gross stuff that they would say to her and the times they would try to blackmail her and all sorts of crap. Like, she called him out pretty hardcore in that video and talked about a lot of the messed up stuff that he was doing.
Catholicism and Islam are growing, in case you aren't familiar with the world outside these borders. And the reason for that is that everybody sees what a bloody mess we're all in, thanks to globalization, thanks to the information economy, thanks to the kinds of changes that he says are inexorable. Because, like a lot of undereducated people, he doesn't have much of a grasp of the world before he was born. I think if you were to glance a little further back, whether it were to ancient Greece or Rome or the Holy Roman Empire, you would see plenty of examples in history, or even, dare I say it, the Weimar Republic. A little bit closer to our own era, in which an era of rampant sexual degeneracy was indeed replaced by some quite stern social rules, to put it mildly. History is replete with examples of what happens when the public gets sick of people like you fucking everything up, breaking everything apart, and destroying all the things that make society precious, that make relationships work. In fact, if you are to look back in history as far as Greece and Rome, you might say that history is really the story of how people like you, given undue influence and larger platforms than they deserve, continually express views that are so far outside of the mainstream and so out of step with what ordinary people think that you have to be regularly slaughtered and new governments have to be installed and coups have to be engaged in just to keep people like you in line, because otherwise we'd all be dead.
Milo isn't saying anything. He's not saying anything. He's giving the broadest of strokes to say absolutely nothing this entire time. It's literally nothingness coming out of his mouth. I don't know what he's talking about. I don't have any examples. I don't have specifics. I don't have data. I don't have anything. I've got nothing. He's just saying things.
So I'm sorry, but I'm certainly not going to take any kind of moral lectures from you on anything. But I've given you a few examples of why everything you just said is complete and absolute nonsense. But let me tell you, if your memory stretches back, and as you're at university, you're an educated person, it should be.
Tom Weimar Germany is what happened before World War II. Oh, thank you. Oh my goodness. It's not as though I haven't heard about Weimar Germany every 5 seconds of watching Vosh every single stream. But yeah. Thank you.
Further than 1980. Yeah, you absolutely can put it back in the box, and we must, and we should, because otherwise America is done.
All right, Destiny, you have 5 minutes for your rebuttal.
I'm not really sure what I'm supposed to respond to.
Yeah.
I think it's a little funny that apparently I'm so far outside of what people regularly think, despite the fact that I'm pretty sure I'm giving you a bigger audience than you've had in the past several years post your cancellation. But I see that this is what the dying throes, I guess, of an internet provocateur, as he self-described himself back when you were writing on the alt-right, then when you were writing on Trump.
I told you he was just gonna immediately go right into him. I knew he's immediately just gonna dig right into him.
Now, I guess you're not writing on guys anymore because apparently you prayed away the gay. So whatever you're doing now, but I won't get into all that. I'll take the high road, despite the fact that you're one of the most obsessed with my wife's vagina gay guys I've ever seen in my entire life, which is very fucking weird, but very strange. I'll kind of reiterate what I said before, I guess. I don't know how long we're going to do this, but yeah, I think that Christian nationalism is largely a joke. I guess you can kind of see that the figures that are proponents of Christian nationalism, like Christian nationalism, are largely jokes. They don't really have any serious positions. They just sit up here trying to provoke. They really have nothing to offer the public, nothing to offer the public discourse, nothing to offer the people that are, I guess, trying to join and leave these movements, because obviously, as we can see online, they are ever fracturing and ever infighting more and more every single day. Yeah.
All right, we'll move on to the questions right now. The person who I will direct a question towards has 5 minutes to respond, and then the opponent has 3 minutes to respond to that. Then the first question is for Milo. As we know, Christianity has a lot of denominations, and even amongst your faith, Catholicism, there are lots of conflicting interpretations of the Bible and other differing opinions. How would you, in your Christian national society, coexist with non-Catholics?
You don't have to, I mean, my patron saint, Louis IX, the only canonized king of France, says that he knows what's coming already. It must be Elijah. I've been warned about you. Said that it wasn't really proper to debate these kinds of things, and it's better to run somebody through with a sword than to hear them besmirch the faith or whatnot. But if you think that coexistence with Christians is such an onerous and dreadful burden, perhaps you might like to tell the Jews, who seem to quite like it. In fact, Jews and Christians, it seems to me, do best in the sort of situation that you have in the West.
Non-rebuttal, there was nothing for him to rebut. Like, there wasn't this is what I'm talking about when I talk about, like, when I debate these Christian nationalist guys. All they do is just give rhetoric. That's it. They're just giving these, like, broad statements of, like, and China is coming back and they're gonna beat the US and they're gonna have the yen is going to crash the US economy, and there's just degeneracy all over the United States, and just look at California, you know what I mean? And like, and then they just keep, like, going on and on. That is true, to be honest. Well, first off, it's not true. Secondly, every time I try to get into the economics of China, they immediately run away from it because they have no idea what they're talking about. They have absolutely no idea what they're talking about. The Chinese economy is very much dependent on the U.S. economy. The U.S. economy has the most successful economy in the world. Everybody else is based on the petrodollar because the U.S. is based on the petrodollar. The yen is not able to get away from petro because the U.S. is still running the economy. The China has so much of its resources coming into the United States that we are their biggest exporter in the world. They depend on us at a large amount. They are investing so much in our economy every day. Everybody's complaining about the fact that they're buying up land. They're buying up all of the real estate. They're buying up businesses. They're buying up all the stuff. How can we let China do this? We let China do this because we want them heavily invested in our economy to where they could never take down our economy. They could never try to do anything to the petrodollar. They couldn't do it. So we allow them to continue and continue and continue heavily investing in our economy because they are now completely dependent in our economy. This is the fault in this entire idea that they're just going to railroad the United States off the map. It's not going to happen. It can't happen. And the two contradicting arguments is, how can we let them keep buying up all of our property? How can we let them keep buying up all of our real estate? How can we let them do this? This should go to Americans. But then on the other hand, they're going to kill us. They're going to take us out. They can't do that. Why would they be investing in our economy while getting ready to take us out? It doesn't make sense.
Christian governing.
But yeah, anyways, as soon as I start talking to them about this stuff, they don't have any arguments. They have no idea what they're talking about. They're just saying things. They're saying things that sound good. They're saying things to be able to fearmonger. They're saying things that they know people will like, and they'll and that's it. Like, there's no information there. There's no detail. There's no nuance. There's no stats. There's no studies. There's no like factual information there. It's just broad sweeping statements that sound good but have nothing of substance. And that's all Milo gave this entire time, is just broad sweeping statements that have no substance behind them.
Majority and a Jewish minority, so that we don't all get too super serious and up ourselves. And we have some good new interpretations of Mendelssohn now and again. There aren't any conflicting interpretations of the Bible in Catholicism. There is only church.
If you can't respond to rhetoric, then don't show up to the debate. I would say the opposite. If you can't respond to logic and facts, then you shouldn't show up to the debate. If all you have is rhetoric, then I think most people are going to see right through that. I think most people are going to see how obvious it is that there's no substance to anything you're saying.
Teaching, and church teaching is eternal, unless some pope comes along and decides that, even Francis hasn't done that he's going to rip it all up. Coexisting with Christians is the easiest thing to do in the world. And I can't remember who gave this example, but if you heard footsteps, this is not my analogy, but if you heard footsteps coming up behind you in a dark alley at night, would you feel safer if you knew that it was Dylan Mulvaney or any church-going Christian?
All right, for Destiny, you have 3 minutes now to respond to that.
I'm sorry, can you read the prompt again?
Yeah, sure. As we know, Christianity has a lot of denominations. Even amongst your faith, Catholicism, Milo's faith, there are lots of conflicting interpretations of the Bible. How would your Christian national society coexist with non-Catholics?
Well, I mean, the society that I advocate for is the one that exists today, where people are allowed to worship whatever religion they want. I think that right now, America is superior to a Christian nationalist version of it, because if two different people decide they want to worship two different versions of Christianity, they have the right to do that. Obviously, in Milo's world, I guess the non-Catholics even, I think, would get killed. I don't know where the killing starts and stops for his version of Christian nationalism, or ethnically, I don't.
Milo will not shut up, dude. He keeps talking. Every time it's Destiny's turn, he starts yelling from over there.
I don't know where that starts or stops. I heard the run through the sword thing. Maybe you forgot what you said. I'm not sure what you were doing in the bathroom while we were waiting for you for 20 minutes here, but maybe it's affecting your memory a little bit. But yeah, I think in the United States, I think one of the reasons why the United States works as well as it does is because we've allowed so many different people to come here, worship in the way that we want, or worship in the way that they want, and we should continue to allow them to do so.
40 minutes is a terribly long time to do a line of coke. I was late. I was.
Getting a little defensive, are we?
I was late for the ordinary reasons that people are late. I was at the hairdresser.
Truth Hope Lee said Bane. True. See, I'm not the only one.
All right, Destiny.
I have the personality I have. Sort of stuck with it now.
Now your question, Destiny. You have 5 minutes to respond to this, and then I'll have 3 minutes to respond to that. Some would argue that a society without religion at its core would devolve into a nihilistic society, deprived of any meaning or purpose. How would you prevent, in your society, non-Christian nationalist governing society, from devolving into a nihilistic, meaningless society?
I think that you have to have something greater than yourself to live for, and I think religion is like a really easy package to give somebody that kind of solves for a lot of those problems.
Yeah, this is literally what I was about to say. Is I think it's important to have like a purpose behind something. I think it's important to have something that drives you, but what that purpose is what you make it. Like, for anybody who doesn't believe in God, they already believe that Christianity is just a made up thing to give you that purpose. It doesn't have to be some objective purpose. It can be anything that you make up and give an idea to the purpose, right? I think generally, like, yeah, making your life better, making the life better of those around you, contributing to society, like not being like stigmatized in some way. Like there's already a lot of other motivators, but I do believe that we probably need something to replace religion, and I don't think we have that. I think for most people who aren't Christians, I think that they replace religion with politics, and I don't know if that's a healthy thing, because that's when like your politics become very dogmatic. That's when we get the team sports like we're getting right now, and we get people who don't actually understand what it is that they're talking about, and instead they just have this like, no, it has to be this way, it is this way, it will always be this way, there is no other way, like, and they can't actually imagine anything else but that. And then anybody who doesn't completely and wholeheartedly agree with them is an evil, horrible person. It is like they are replacing religion with politics, and I don't think that that's a good direction for the country to head in. I don't think that that's good for people, and I definitely don't think that that's going to be good for our society overall. So I don't know what that thing is, but I don't disagree that like we probably need something.
It gives you a nice guide for how to view the world. It gives you a nice guide for how to view your family. It gives you a nice guide for how to live an ethical life. And through that package, people feel like they have something greater than themselves to live for. I don't think it's impossible to have that thing without religion, but I think right now we're very politically fractured as a country, and it makes it really difficult for us to have those things. So for instance, there are certain topics that are hotly contested that I don't think should be. So for instance, all of us should be able to say we're proud to be Americans.
This is literally what I always say. I think the thing could be nationalism. I think it could be like a type of nationalism for our country and a type of patriotism, that something that brings us all together. We were all pretty fractured until 9/11 happened, and we all came together, and we were all very proud of being Americans, and we were all very nationalistic in our ideologies, and it was turned into some pretty messed up stuff, but we can still be nationalistic in a lot of good ways. And I think that there are like types of nationalism that we can use that will be beneficial to the country and will give us this commonality between one another. It'll give us something that we can share with one another. But yeah, currently that just doesn't exist.
Includes progressives, that includes BLM people, that includes people on the left, it includes anybody that might, however far left you go, you should be able to say that. That shouldn't be ground that we cede to people on the right. I think it's kind of a shame that if you see an American flag on somebody's car today, you basically know that they're a conservative because nobody on the left would put that on their car. I think that's an insane proposition. So I think that when we've gotten to this point to where we're so politically divided that people can't even feel proud of their country anymore, if you also take away religion from those people too, then they're kind of aimlessly, I guess, wandering from Twitter to Facebook to YouTube to whatever, just endlessly shitting on each other with no common united purpose. So I think that one of the things we need to work on more than anything else is kind of healing some of the political fracture that exists in this country. I think it's good that we argue with each other, but it's not good that we are relentlessly banning people from every platform so that we're all kind of like gathering in different areas and we're not even able to have conversations with each other in the same reality anymore.
Did it? Am I still live? What happened? I am live. I can't tell if this is even moving.
I mean, earlier he says, oh, just look at the societies that Christians build. I mean, earlier he says, oh, you get rid of the First Amendment, and there goes satire. Again, apparently a memory that doesn't stretch.
Dude, I don't know if they have Milo turned way down or if his mic is too far from his mouth, but I have to keep adjusting the volume every time it goes from Destiny to Milo and Milo to Destiny.
Back before 1980. Because I think most of the best satirists were Christian Europeans, weren't they? And before that, they were pagans. And, we live in a very Hellenistic kind of a inheritance, and it was just complete and total bollocks. And you've been doing a lot of complete and total bollocks, assigning positions to me that I don't hold, and saying, oh, he wants to murder everyone, he wants to kill all the blacks! No. Look at the societies that Christians build. Look at the things they build.
Did Destiny say that?
In Catholic theology, there's a thing called the transcendentals, and it's supposedly the things that all souls have in common, that all people yearn for, and which brings us closer to an understanding of God. Now, opinions differ on how many of these things there are, but the core three that everyone agrees on is beauty, truth, and goodness. And it seems to me that if you look at the frescoes in Italy, or you listen to German composers, or look at Dutch painting, that we in Western Christian Europe have done a pretty good job of embracing beauty, truth, and goodness, and also self-sacrifice and sacrifice for love, which is the central image of Christianity. Feuerbach, the philosopher who was not a Christian, did not like Christians at all, said that you can sort of tell what a culture is all about from its religion's kind of central symbol. Ours is Christ on the cross, dying for someone you love. It's Tristan and Isolde. It's all the things that we think are most noble. It's sending people to war to die for their country. All of those values, all those things we love, rest on the image of Christ on the cross. We are good only because we have learned goodness from Christianity. And we can insist in a prideful way that, oh, no, I'm good because I made myself good, because I got there through reason. All right, mate. Just look at the societies that Christians build, and you tell me where you want to live. Is it Abu Dhabi? Is it the Congo? Is it Sparta? Or is it Western Europe, maybe 50 years ago? I know where I'd rather be.
All right, last question for Milo. And you'll have 5 minutes to respond to this, and Destiny will have 3 minutes to respond to that. Some would argue that societies governed under one faith can devolve into tyranny. How would you prevent a second Inquisition or a Soviet-style dictatorship with them forcing people to proclaim their allegiance to the state and faith?
Well, the Soviets are crap because they failed. I mean, they failed to do what America has accomplished, which is have people thank you for their enslavement and ask for more chains. The Soviet Union never really achieved that, but America has, with prescription drugs and all the other things that people are addicted to. I mean, everybody in this room is dependent on a cocktail, a little package, a little consumer package of things that get them through, whether it's credit cards or gaming or whatever, passing your wife around. These are the things that get you through life. I'm not terribly concerned about preventing another Inquisition. I think it'd be quite a good idea. Got pretty bad rap, just like the Crusades does. I mean, you won't hear this from dishonest people who throw accusations at, without really listening to the arguments of their opponents and who aren't educated prior to 1980. But the Crusades were a defensive war. The Inquisition wasn't all that it's been said to be. I don't have an enormous problem with us wandering around and making sure people aren't murdering each other in the womb and making, sitting back and making money off the poor, landlords in Brooklyn. I don't have a terrible problem with that. I don't think that protecting against tyranny is the thing that America should be most concerned with at the moment. I think an urgent, strict, and perhaps stern realignment to a much more conventional morality would make everybody happier. And I don't think that anyone in this room can honestly say that America is better now than it was when most people were going to church or at least God-fearing. It isn't better. And you don't have to be a Christian to participate in a Christian society. Christians are the best of all at letting people in, sometimes too much. Sometimes the people that come in end up messing everything up. You don't have to be a Christian to benefit from a Christian society, and lots of people in this room have done exactly that. But when you take God out and things start to fall apart, you end up in a world nobody wants to live in. And we are in. Sorry? What do you mean? Like you're referring to a traditional Christianity. Oh, well, I mean, if I had my way, I'd go back to about 1200. Lots of propagandists in university departments call it the Dark Ages. Well, this is a conversation for another day, really, but it seems to me it was quite a nice time to live. And I think that you would find, if you care about this kind of thing, if you do care about things above and beyond yourself, if you care about where we go afterwards, if you care about leaving a good legacy, if you care about being good to the people around you, I think a lot more people in 1400 got into heaven each year than do now. And I don't think you have to be a Christian to accept that that's because we're not nice anymore.
So whenever I debate these people, the argument that I make is that Christianity is based around free will. That, like, you have to be able to choose to accept Christ as your Lord and Savior. You have to be able to choose to get saved. Otherwise, you're not actually saved. That even Christians today will complain about how Christians are too lukewarm in their religion, in their beliefs, in their practices. They're too lukewarm. And the Bible even says that, like, you must be either hot or cold, but being lukewarm, I will vomit you from my mouth. It is better to be one or the other. You have to be able to live in a free nation where Christianity is not forced on you. Christian morality is not forced on you. And making you act like a Christian and think like a Christian is not going to be forced on you. These have to be things that you are able to choose. And as a Christian, you are supposed to be a good influence on others. You're supposed to be convincing, and you're supposed to go out and witness to everybody, not force your religion on the rest of them. So it doesn't it seems to be counterproductive to force everybody to be like you. Tom, freedom requires order first. Yeah, I still believe in order, but they're not just talking about order. They're talking about order under the Bible. They're talking about religious order, and that, like, you have to be following the rules of the Bible. That kind of order. And that is exactly what I'm saying that you can't do. You can have order without making it a religious order.
And we're not good to each other. And the reason for that is a failing moral architecture, an underpinning of society, which was required by the founders, or this stuff doesn't function. It's not.
All right, Destiny, you have 3 minutes to respond.
Can you hit me up with that prompt again?
Some would argue that societies governed under one faith can devolve into tyranny. How would you prevent a second Inquisition or a Soviet-style dictatorship where people have to proclaim their allegiance to the state and faith?
I mean, it's kind of a hard question for me to answer because I'm not advocating for Christian nationalism, but I would say, obviously, we should...
Destiny flexing on him, dude. He's making sure that he stays just like this, so everybody can get a good look at those guns. He's letting them know what's up.
be allowed to carry on as we are now, where everybody's allowed to choose what God they want to worship.
Don't mess with Destiny, Milo. You're not that big.
Choose the lifestyle they want to live, as long as they're not encroaching on the freedoms of other people. I think you should continue to have the right to do that. So it's my argument in the negative. Also, I think it's kind of funny that Milo pointed out that everybody in here is addicted to consumerist packaging, when I'm pretty sure that bag is worth like 10 times more than my entire outfit.
It is. It is.
All right, now we will do the last question for you, Destiny, and then we'll go to the Q&A/crossfire. Some would argue that most people are naturally drawn to some sort of faith or belief in a higher power. How would you prevent your society from inevitably becoming a religious society and thus being run by the exact same organizing faith or ideas that you want to stop?
I mean, I think the important thing is for people to have something bigger than themselves to live for. I don't think it has to be religion, but if it was religion, I don't necessarily think that's the worst thing in the world. I think that the defining aspect of the United States is that a lot of people with contradictory ideas can exist within these same geographic borders, governed by the same legal system, voting on the same politicians, and somehow finding a way to make all of that work. I think we've done it for hundreds of years. I think we do it better than any other country on the planet right now, today, not before 1980, not in the 1200s, but today in 2023. I think we have an incredibly diverse country of people, all sorts of creeds, all sorts of ethnicities, all sorts of different types of people that seem to be living together, making it work. I think we have problems right now, like I mentioned earlier, with the political division. And I think that that's a real problem that we need to combat, but I think we need to do it by having honest conversations about what we can do to move forward, not by talking to people that want to look back hundreds or thousands of years to what society used to look like before there was Gucci and hairdressers.
I could live without both if it meant that you would be left on a mountainside somewhere, your parents wondering which god they'd pissed off, which is exactly what would have happened in a pre-Christian civilization to something like you.
Probably would have left the gays there before people like me.
Yeah, this is sped up big tech. It's at 1.25.
I don't think you can tell when it pops out whether it's going to like cock or not. Maybe if it's your kid, but I'm sure you'll ensure that's the case.
I mean, you'd know all about kids liking dick, huh? Isn't that?
Would I? Would I? Would I? Tell us more about that.
Well, I don't know. After his interview on Joe Rogan, I think that that's a safe assumption to make.
Would I? Because that's a pretty big fucking allegation. Would I?
Would you what?
Would I know about that?
Seems like it. Isn't that what you got canceled for?
No, I got canceled for talking about the fact that I was a victim of clerical sexual abuse.
So about like little boys liking dick, right?
Oh, I see. Okay, well, yeah. I mean,
you got there eventually. It's okay.
Okay. That was, yeah. That is it. Yeah. R.I.P. Joe Rogan, guys.
Okay.
I can tell you're coming down right now, but I'll walk you through the rest of my jokes if you need me to.
No, fair enough. Okay, you bring it. Fine. It's just a shame Father Michael's dead. He would have liked that. I think if I don't know that it makes me an expert on.
I don't know. That might be a rough one, dude. Making fun of somebody for being abused as a child might be a little. That one might be a little yikesy. I don't know about that one, dude. I don't know. I don't know about that one anymore. I don't know.
Kids liking dick being raped by a priest, but if you want some comedy lessons afterwards, I'm happy to give you 20 minutes. What was the question? Sorry, I was so bored.
The question was, some would argue that most people are naturally drawn to some sort of faith or belief in a higher power. How would you, Destiny, prevent your society from inevitably becoming a religious society and thus being run by the same organizing faith and ideas?
What did he say about his kid? I missed it. He didn't say anything about his kid. He said something about Destiny said that he would know about kids liking dick, and that's because Milo was molested by a priest when he was younger. But he talked about it on Joe Rogan like it was a good thing. Like he was happy that it happened, that it was a great experience, like stuff like that. So he got canceled pretty hardcore by the right wing, by the left wing. Everybody freaked out about it. Oh, you're talking about what Milo said about his kid. Oh, okay.
I think it's a bit lazy to
I
say,
don't know.
as
I
people
didn't see
often do, that we now have a kind of alternate sort of progressive religion. I don't think that progressivism really functions like a religion. It's true that when you take God out of things, you don't just sort of, get rid of him in the same way that when you get rid of a king, you don't really get rid of the king. You still are ruled by people that you have no power over. The difference is that in America, you don't know their names because they lurk behind that flag, rubbing their hands and making money off you and getting you addicted to things. You don't know their names, so you can't assassinate them. One reason monarchy is better. I think... Sorry, I forgot one question. Oh, it was about how do you prevent it from slowing down? Yeah, I think it's lazy when people say, "Oh, we've replaced kind of one religion with a progressive religion." It's true that when God moves out, that other things move in. You don't just kind of get rid of it and now everyone's happy and now everyone can just be nice to each other. That yearning that you've acknowledged that we all have has got to be satisfied by something. So if you take the Christian God out, something worse moves in because there isn't anything better than that. There isn't anything better than that for organizing society. There isn't anything better than that for teaching people how to behave to one another. There isn't anything better than that objectively, practically, and empirically. So things do move in, but progressivism of the type that he likes doesn't function like a religion because all religions have one thing in common that his political orthodoxy doesn't, and that's salvation and forgiveness. Because there is no forgiveness for people who are cancelled, whether or not they were responsible for what happened to them and were trying to make sense of an abuse experience, or whether they said something that they shouldn't have said. There's no way back. There's no forgiveness. There's no redemption, and that's the thing all religions, except for this orthodoxy, seem to have in common. So I think it's a bit lazy to say that one religion gets replaced by another. But it is definitely true that you cannot simply chop off the top of the pyramid and expect everything to be fine. Something worse will slither its way up there. And it has.
Thank you guys so much. Let's give everybody, both of them, a round of applause, please. Now we're going to move into the audience Q&A. So if you'd like to ask a question, line up behind me. We'll have somebody hold a mic here, and
Is it just me, or was that like insanely fast?
you're allowed to ask one question, and we'll have probably about 30 minutes. If we want to go a little longer, we can, but we'll try to keep it to 30.
It started at like what, 8:45, and it's 9:30 now. That's a little quick.
Yes.
Destiny took like 2 minutes each time. Yeah, he was a bit more like direct with the stuff that he was saying. I would have, he was dropping some bombs, but then he just like would reiterate the thing that he already said each time. So yeah, I think he probably should have taken a lot longer of his time to like push back against the stuff that Milo was saying.
Yeah, we just need 1 minute to set up the camera, and then we'll be good to go.
I honestly barely listened to the debate, i.e. just been looking at chat. Yeah, same. Like, there was nothing really said by Milo,
All
nothing
right, so
really said
in,
by
like, a
Destiny.
potential Christian nationalist or like theocratic U.S., what would kind of the government policy on smoking indoors be? Is that like permitted?
There's something odd about smoking. Smoking's the only thing that's bad for you that the government doesn't promote.
See, that's kind of what I think.
Yeah, there's something up with that. I feel like maybe like on the low, smoking is really good for you, and they just don't want us to know, and cancer comes from like the TV or something.
It's really odd that they switched sides for the close-up. What the hell? What is wrong with these people?
Because there's no...
You're onto something, yeah.
That's something, whatever. You know.
No,
it's bad vibes or the devils or something, but there's something weird about the fact that smoking's the...
They have to zoom so much farther out to get Milo in that you can see like half his podium, but then they have to zoom really far in to get Destiny in the shot, and you can't see his podium at all.
The only thing that kills you that the government doesn't subsidize and encourage.
See, yeah, I've always found that to be kind of questionable.
I think smoking is extremely based, and I can tell you without a shadow of a doubt, certainly in my faith tradition, the early church fathers were very enthusiastic about alcohol, in moderation, of course, although moderation had a slightly different meaning in the 1200s. So I think they would be...
Destiny will say smoking indoors is fine as long as it's your smoking mom. That would be so great, dude. As long as it's your smoking hot mom.
Lighting up the Marlboro right next to you.
All right, well, awesome. Destin, do you have any sort of opinion on that, or?
I kind of like smoking being banned from indoors, I'm going to be honest.
Fair
Somebody
enough.
that is
I
30...
didn't live it. I didn't live it. So.
Yeah, as somebody that's 34, the older people in here will remember for restaurants we had no smoking sections. They definitely didn't work. I don't mind people smoking, I guess, like outside if they want to smoke, but having to share spaces with just disgusting cigarette smoke, like constantly wafting through the air, especially if you've got kids around and stuff, I think it's really disgusting. So I'm glad it's gone from inside.
You sort of get used to it, though. I mean, the only reason to visit Germany after 1945, really, is the fact that you can smoke while you're having a coffee.
A lot of drugs you can get.
That's the only reason to visit Germany is that, yeah, everybody goes to Germany so they can smoke while they drink coffee.
Used to, but I don't know if you're a good argument in favor of that.
No, I'm not saying that there's, there are certain things that you can't necessarily argue from first principles convincingly, but nonetheless seem to work better, like monarchy and smoking.
All right, fair enough. Thank you, guys.
Hi, I clawed one person back, you see.
I want stats on who got into heaven. Yeah, you got to study on the fact that your lifestyle gets more people into heaven, Milo. You got to study on that one, buddy.
I'm so glad someone brought up smoking because I really needed a Marlboro Red coming in here. And I was like, God, okay.
It's hardcore. I'm a Newport Lights guy.
Okay, right.
Smoke for the man you want.
Yeah, you would be a Newport's freaking guy. Yeah, no duh.
John, maybe. But I wanted to ask you, Milo. It's a question on speech, and the first one was, what happened to make America hate again? I was looking forward to that book. I was telling all my friends and family about it, and then it didn't come out.
I kept getting employed by people, but I've written most of it, and I think it's become actually more urgent than ever. There's a particular understanding of hate, which I think the left fails to make this distinction, probably on purpose a lot of the time. You'll hear Christians sometimes say, hate the sin and love the sinner. What they mean by that is that people are what they do. People are their conscious choices, right? So we shouldn't hate people because they were born a particular ethnicity or gender or whatever, obviously, unless they're French. But what we should instead do is judge them by what they choose to do, right? So people are their actions. And psychology is now catching up with religion. It's, there's no gay men on forums anymore. It's men who have sex with men. So psychology is kind of catching up with this idea that we are what we choose to do. We can hate what people do, the choices they make, and the evil that they perpetuate, without hating them as human beings, as children of God. And I think it's become more urgent than ever that we I think, rehabilitate hate. And I definitely have been encouraged to get that bloody project finished.
Psychology is catching up that like social norms shape us, is what he's saying. It like society shapes you when you're gay. So you can't be born gay. Society's forcing you to be gay. Society is going to force you to be trans. But if you're black and you commit crimes, that's because it's a biological difference. If you're Jewish, it's a biological difference. But these other things, yeah, those are society forcing you to be that way.
Because I think it's more urgently needed than ever. We ought to be able to look at something abhorrent and say, I hate it. I hate it powerfully. I hate it passionately. I hate it with every fiber of my being, and I'll fight it, and I'll stop it, and I'll die for it. I'll die to get rid of it. The kind of lifestyle he leads, is the sort of thing I think it's okay to hate. It's a conscious choice that hurts everyone.
Wait, what? I don't think that's what he was saying. They say cultural, to be honest, Tom. I'm not sure what you guys are... I'm not sure what it is we're disagreeing with.
Leaves lives ruined, well, you can see the results. That I think it's okay to hate, although...
I'll fight and die against whatever Radical Coper believes. That's what we all do. We all go watch Radical Coper. And we're like, oh, nope. That I'm gonna believe whatever he says. I got a good lesson yesterday on all the things not to believe.
So I am commanded to love him as a fellow man, as a Christian, which I'm working on.
That brought me to the substance of what I wanted to ask you.
Oh, just on a real quick thing, because you didn't really answer that question. If you want to know when his next book is coming out, you should ask the guy that actually writes them.
I have to believe Milo writes them. I'm a big fan, and they're all fabulous. Anyway,
I think, you know, like, given that I write about 10,000 words a week on Telegram, it's not beyond the realms of possibility that I might throw a book together once every 2.5 years, which is roughly when I get around to doing them, but you tried.
and it's a great Telegram, almost better than Tucker. Okay, it is better than Tucker. But what I wanted to get to is with blasphemy.
Yeah.
Are blasphemy laws the proper way to have a First Amendment, but also keep it from corrupting itself?
Yes, I think you need a deterrent to remind people what it is that keeps everything held together. And I think if somebody goes out repeatedly, deliberately blaspheming the name of our Lord, you should expect to have your tongue cut out, or worse, because that's the thing that keeps everything together. In just the way that Americans get very touchy when flags, you know.
If you disagree with my math takes, you're racist. True. True. If you say black people can do math, you're racist. Can't. That you're putting too high of expectations on black people.
Graze the floor and stuff like that. It's perfectly reasonable.
Forever Wild can't do math. Yeah. That's, yep. There you go.
Anxiety to have, because the flag is a sort of, you know, crap proxy for the things that really matter. I think it's perfectly reasonable to have those things sacrosanct, and America does. It just picks stupid shit instead of the right things.
Thank you.
Hello. So Milo, you have identified yourself as an ex-gay, and you have also advocated for conversion therapy and making it to where it is more, I guess, acceptable to the media, or presenting a more positive light of conversion.
I don't much care if journalists like it or not. I just want to save souls, but go on.
Yeah. So I just wanted to know how you plan, like, on making it to be seen as, like, more positive in the media, just because a lot of studies have shown that conversion therapy is traumatic for...
No, no, they haven't. If you recall, even the most left-wing, well, that ridiculous, I mean, okay, the strongest argument you have is that Biden, the nuclear tranny, the one whose job was dealing with spent rods, who used to steal luggage from that lovely, was it a Nairobi woman? What was she? A fashion designer. That tranny, that, I mean, you know, your first clue was he's wearing women's clothes, maybe not somebody you want around nuclear material. Your strongest argument is he went through conversion therapy, but of course on film he said it worked and he liked it. So the testimony is a bit unreliable in this area, and I think most of the reason for that is that it doesn't work all the time. And the majority of it doesn't work most of the time, actually. The best that most people can hope for is celibacy. And I think that disappointment is what drives a lot of negative testimony afterwards. I think that it works in conversion therapy's favor that it's hated. And if you find it ridiculous for me to say that, you know, that it's a good thing that works, there isn't a person in this room who can honestly say, the press treated Donald Trump totally fairly in 2016. Even if you were on the other side. Everybody now agrees, as sure as, you know, they agree on the color of the sky.
Right.
Well, the first,
but
I'm getting there. I'm getting there. The first time that something was given that treatment, the treatment that Trump's had, was in the first episode of political correctness in the 1990s. So in the 1990s, there was a sort of brief flash of political correctness that was quite quickly put down by counterculture.
It sped up, and Milo was doing a whole lot of coke in the bathroom beforehand.
It came back with a vengeance later. We now live in it. But in that first brief flash of political correctness, that's when you had the old ladies with the big hair on TV saying that, you know, Marilyn Manson causes massacres at school, which I find, you know, just as ridiculous as people who say that video games cause school shooters, just as ridiculous as people who say that, you know.
Thank you.
Well, I'm trying to. Not everything has a two-word answer.
But I think it does. All I just want to know is how you plan on...
Well, if you knew the answer, you wouldn't be asking me.
Well, yeah, but you
I think
just
we're done.
keep
Thank
going
you.
in circles.
Hi, so Destiny, I just want to say I'm a longtime viewer and fan.
Hey, what's up?
Nice to see you in person. As far as all the shit you give about your wife, Brewsons are base dogs, so have your fun. Anyways, to my question. You guys seem to be implying that under Christian nationalism, things will get better. Well, he does. Things get better. I assume that means like crime and things like that. How do you reconcile that with the fact that like a lot of the prison population is very low atheist counts and dominantly Christian?
Looks about right. Looks like what I think we would all assume a DGGer looks like. About 5 foot. Looks like they haven't left the house in the last year.
And a lot of countries like Japan and over.
This is gonna turn out to be one of my fans, isn't it? Damn it. I'm sorry. I'm sorry.
In Europe are less religious, and they seem to be more pleasant places to live. So if either of you guys have something to contribute on that, I'd love to hear your thoughts.
I think that religion probably has a really complicated interaction with a person's life in a way that could either predispose you towards crime or could not predispose you, or predispose you against crime or be a protective factor against crime. So for instance, if you grow up like in a religious family where religion is like a centerpiece of the family, but it's also built out to where you've got like a strong mother and father or two parents in the household, you've got like a good community of people that also worship, like in these types of situations, like I'm sure that...
It's Tennessee moist critical. No, it's not. It doesn't look like moist critical. It looks like who's the other guy? Crap, what's his name? Who's the guy who hosted the debate with Destiny and Hassan, who with Trainwrecks? Who is the guy? Asmongold. Yes. Yes. He looks like Asmongold. Tell me that does not look like that guy, dude. Tell me that is not him.
Or two parents in the household, religion is like predisposed to interaction.
To be more pleasant places to live.
Boom. They are twinsies.
Lives.
Sickly, malnourished Asmongold.
So if either of you guys have something to contribute on that, I'd love to hear your thoughts.
I think that religion probably has a really complicated interaction with a person's life in a way that could either predispose you towards crime or could not predispose you, or predispose you against crime or be a protective factor against crime. So for instance, if you grow up like in a religious family where religion is like a centerpiece of the family, but it's also built out to where you've got like a strong mother and father or two parents in the household, you've got like a good community of people that also worship, like in these types of situations, like I'm sure that religion probably functions as some kind of protective factor against like committing crime and whatnot. But if you look at like prison populations, where people go and they eventually convert, or a lot of people can be violent and still, wear a rosary, which you're not supposed to do, or wear a chain or something that has a cross on it. I think sometimes you can scapegoat religion to do horrible things. I think that it's probably just depends on your engagement with your religion. I kind of view it as an instrument, a tool. You can either do good things through it, like the unbelievable amount of charitable givings and community involvement that churches have, or you can do horrible things with it, like people flying into buildings or going on mass shootings or what have you.
Did you say you're not supposed to wear rosaries?
Have
you never been to Italy?
No, but I was a Catholic for like 16
okay.
years. Wearing a rosary was a big no-no. We got in big trouble in school when we did that. But
the answer to your question is race. The reason that there's no crime in Japan is it's entirely racially homogenous and wealthy. That's the answer. The reason that there's a lot of crime in this country is that America messed up emancipation.
What races commit the crimes?
I think we know. But there's a reason for that. There's a reason. Well, let me get to it. You can clip the good thing. All right. This country messed up emancipation. What happened in the UK was that, and it feels gruesome to us now to speak in these terms, but property owners, sorry to say, were compensated for their losses. To put it, in those terms, in a sense, emancipation in Europe was a kind of eminent domain, where even if people wanted to grumble about it, they couldn't really say too much because they had got the market value for their house so that the railway could be built. In America, they dragged it on for generations. They didn't do that, and then through a combination of incompetence and malice.
I didn't hear what was said. I didn't hear much of it. He said, "You just called me a something. You're a pussy, Milo. Come on." That's about all I heard.
Blacks and whites were set against each other in this country, with the result that there is now a permanently grievance-focused 13% of the population. I mean, maybe 1% of the Black Americans don't hate everything and everyone, but the rest of them are predisposed toward antisocial behaviors because they were never welcomed into the pact. They were never properly welcomed into the American deal. They were never properly given a seat at the table. They were never properly welcomed in, with the result that they immediately, after emancipation, because emancipation was messed up, started voting with their race. They never were welcomed into the American deal, into the pact. They never bought into the values, and they never participated in the process of being American citizens. So they didn't feel bound by the obligations that other Americans had towards one another, like jury trials should be based on the facts and not on whether he's black. So as a result of things that were done to them a very long time ago, Black America is now in a situation where there's sort of permanently petulant child constantly lashing out at a mixture of real and imagined grievances. And the answer to your question about crime is simply that. It's race. It's got nothing to do with religion.
Just an interesting addition to that. Two researchers, Whitehead and Perry, I didn't know the stat would come handy, but Black Americans are actually the largest ethnic group in the United States to support some form of Christian nationalism, which I think is really funny after all that.
Yeah, and there are reasons for that. I mean, you've got people who look, it's mostly to do with where black people were and who was there too. So in the South, whether it's Georgia, which is traditionally English, or Tennessee, which is more Scots-Irish, you've got more enthusiastic and more Anglican and more religion that stuck more from basically the Anglosphere versus some of the Dutch places. There's a very good book called American Nations, which kind of explains by Colin Woodard, that sort of explains the different character of the various chunks of America. The main reason Black America it remains somewhat religious, although the church going doesn't necessarily translate into behavioral or social attitudes these days. Well, because they're heretics, because they go to churches that are completely and utterly bonkers, because they don't go to preachers who tell them about God. They're Pentecostals or Crystal Methodists or some other kind of nonsense. The reason that they're not
Crystal Methodists. That's actually good. I like that.
behaving as Christians is because they're not really Christians. But the main reason that they are religious at all is just where they were and how they were when everything came to an end.
The funniest thing is I actually just made that up. I was seeing if he would actually try to talk his way through that, but I totally made that up. Thanks, Milo.
Thank you both.
It doesn't surprise me for a very simple reason, which is that it was black voters who resisted the proposition in California about gay marriage. It's not a ridiculous thing. It's not a gotcha to say that blacks are socially conservative. You can make some of the same arguments about Hispanics. Now, the kind of Catholicism they practice is all mixed up with the hoodoo, voodoo, bruja nonsense. But it's not in any way a ridiculous thing to say, given that in California, of all places, it was black voters who stopped gay marriage passing. I mean, it's just not a particularly peculiar thing to say. Wouldn't surprise me at all. In fact, one of the reasons that they have to work so hard to get black people into universities is that they don't teach anything that black people actually care about, and one of those is God. What else do they not care about? Property rights, bicycle chains, I don't know.
What happens when you die?
That's a good question.
It's a great question. I'd like an answer.
You might find out soon if this event carries on its current trajectory.
One of us
I just
will,
want your
guess.
personal opinion.
I have no idea, to be honest. It's the thing I don't concern myself with. The way that I view it is that we've got one life on this planet. We've got a bunch of people on this planet. There's going to be people that are come after us. I feel like it's good to kind of put all your efforts into making this life as good as you can for yourself and the people around you. If you want to fixate on an afterlife or wonder what comes after, I think that's fine. But don't make too many sacrifices for a guaranteed life here for a hypothetical, afterlife tomorrow.
In all fairness,
I think we can all see the results.
Who you were when I came here, so just out of curiosity, are you an atheist?
Yeah, I would say so. Yeah.
What is nothing?
That's a very challenging question.
A lot of people I've talked to about it say that nothingness is black, right? But that's something, isn't it?
So the challenge of the question is actually in the words that you use to ask the question betray how complicated a question is. So for instance, when you say, what is it like to experience nothingness? Or what is a thing? What is nothingness? Well, the question presupposes a subject that can observe the nothingness. When you ask what is something, you're saying what is it like to observe something? Or what is it like for somebody to observe something? But obviously if there's nothing, there's not an observer there to observe it. So the question is a bit meaningless. I can't answer what it's like for somebody not to exist and then for that non-existent person's subjective experience of nothingness to be. There's no way for me to meaningfully answer the question.
There's no way for any of us to answer that
I've been
question,
retired too long to understand that.
Has
But
been delivered to us a long time ago.
Don't people?
I'm sorry, he went 3 seconds without talking. So
don't people equate nothingness and black because of darkness and you can't see things at night? It's pretty simple, isn't it?
It's who? What? Sorry. Okay.
Milo, you're so stupid, bro. You're so dumb. It hurts. It hurts to listen to him talk. What the hell, dude?
Anyways.
It's the same reason that up and down have the associations they do with good and evil, because things grow up and die down. It's pretty simple, right?
Well, Destiny, both of you guys have been calling each other terrible names and being.
What did he just say? He said, don't people associate blackness with nothingness because when it's dark outside, you can't see anything?
Real rude to
called him names. To be clear, only in retaliation to him. I came here to play nice tonight. I didn't know he was going to be such a degenerate. Well, I know he's a degenerate, but not in these ways.
No, you didn't.
I just want both of you to know.
I didn't call him any names. It's his behavior I don't like.
Destiny played nice the last time that he talked to him, so I don't know why he's saying no, he didn't.
The way that he passes his wife
It's the last time
around.
I'm sharing a stage with this clown. Go ahead.
Okay, that's fine. I guess
no more charitable donations to this guy. We can leave that to the 5,000 view ministry stuff he does on YouTube now.
All right.
What were you saying?
Every one of us is a sinner, and you can be saved.
Oh,
the
thank
Lord
you.
gave his only son that each one of us can be saved. That's
Thank
all
you,
I have
sir.
to say.
And it's precisely that, although I intensely and feverishly despise your life choices, that's precisely the difference between us, because I will go home and pray for you, and you will go home and bitch about me on the internet, and that's exactly the difference between
You were
us.
literally complaining about me in the
Exactly
bathroom
difference between
30
us.
minutes ago, Milo. We can see your Telegram. It's public. You know that, right?
What are you talking about? I just separated the des from the tiny. The
Uh-huh.
des, that's all I did. Was I complaining from the bathroom?
Milo, if Christianity is what's going to save us from these mass shootings, since you said that we've turned away from Christianity and that's why bad things in the news are happening, why do we have so many Christian mass shooters?
Who? Christian mass shooters? Who? Name one.
True. True. So true.
See a Texas shooting, it was a Catholic.
Okay, so
we didn't think you'd actually have an example.
I have a list.
neither did I, because the two problems with this. Okay, we live in a Christian country and in a Christian tradition, so everybody kind of like casually calls himself something, regardless of how committed they were. And I think I heard somebody say, "Where did he go to mass?" And
Yeah, that's like part of the problem, bruh.
I think what he was getting at was this somebody who goes and listens to the gospel in church every Sunday? Pretty sure it wasn't. Everybody kind of like loosely calls themselves Christians in Christian countries, at least until very recently. But aren't there more obvious common denominators between all these shooters than religion? For instance, antidepressant drugs. For instance, ready access to firearms.
Because they were fake Christians, thou shalt not kill. That doesn't make them fake Christians, though. Like, the idea of Christianity is built on the fact that like humans are inherently sinners. They are going to do things that are wrong. They are going to continue sinning. It is built on that idea that no matter what, they are going to sin. So to say like, oh, well, they did this sin, so now they're just not even a Christian. Like it is a fundamental truth within Christianity that you are going to continue doing horrible things all the time. You are going to continue to screw people over and lie and cheat and do all of the things that you are not supposed to do. It is as fundamental as Jesus dying. Yeah, but the people that did it have no Christian values. How do you know that, though? How do you know that? Like, war is justified in the Bible. There's tons of wars that exist in numerous parts. Like, what if they feel like they're at war? What if they feel like they're in a holy war? Yeah, but you're not supposed to do it. You're not supposed to just do it. You're supposed to work on your iniquities. Sure, but that doesn't mean that they're necessarily like not doing something wrong. Like, if they're actually in a holy war, then they're doing what they're supposed to be doing. Just as Muslims who do like terroristic bombings feel like they're within a holy war and they're fighting for righteousness and they're doing what their commandments command of them.
For instance, maybe even you might say their race and their gender. There's stuff that's like much more of them have in common. Way before you get to Christianity, no? Like 7 things they have in common, more than they have Christianity in common, don't you think?
The demographics follow the demographics of the United States. So I don't think there's a common...
Like you're supposed to continuously improve. Nowhere in the Bible does it say to kill. That's Old Testament shit. So, well, no, it doesn't say to kill, but it does justify war. And at no point does it say war is no longer a good thing. Secondly, yes, you are supposed to improve, but like having a moment of weakness or a moment where you do something wrong doesn't mean that you're not still on a path of improvement. If they lived like the last 2 years of just completely a holy person and then they committed one mass shooting and then went back to another 2 or 3 years of perpetual non-sinning, then they're probably improving overall. But yeah, you can't look at somebody's sins to decide whether or not they're a Christian.
So what?
I don't think there's a common denominator between race, gender, whatever.
No, I say the demographics have nothing to do with whether someone's on prescription drugs or not.
What? How many mass shooters were on prescription drugs?
Literally all of them.
No.
Aside from, yeah. I mean,
No.
you can't name one that wasn't on something. I mean, I don't have the list with me. I can certainly pull it up if you want. Every mass shooter has been on something.
That is false.
Dylan-
Also, I think
Dylan
it's
Roof was
disgusting
on
that
it.
you came here to our state talking about our children that died in a mass shooting.
She just snatched that mic from her, dude. You see her face when she took
That
it?
is false.
Dylan-
Also, I think
Dylan
it's
Roof was
disgusting
on
that
it.
you came here to our state talking about our children that died in a mass shooting as a political point. That is absolutely vile.
I
of you.
live here. I live here and I go to church here. Excuse
Okay.
me, ma'am. So pipe down, because I, as a resident of, I have just as much.
Hey, I think you need to pipe.
Excuse me, I have just as.
Pipe down.
As somebody who lives here, I have just as much standing as you do to talk about the dangers in churches and schools, because I go to church every Sunday. Do you? Because if you don't, I'm at more risk than you are.
No, you aren't.
No, you aren't.
You are not.
Why am I not at more risk than you are? Can I have an argument instead of petulance? No, I can't. You're leaving. Okay, very good.
Yeah, that she screwed that one up. No, you're not. Well, maybe that might actually make sense.
Where's the petulance?
Oh, that was indicated by my sarcastic imitation. No, you aren't. That's petulance.
I'm talking.
Then please, where do you go to church, Mom?
I don't go to church.
No, you don't. So if the shootings have happened like quite a lot in churches and synagogues lately, right? Whether it's a right winger, a left winger, they're black, they're white, whether they're targeting
He got her here, dude. He just got her here. Like, she screwed this one up.
Christians, they're targeting Jews. Seems to happen quite a lot in places of religious worship lately. Do you go to synagogue or temple?
No, but
Do
it
you go to
also-
a mosque?
Do you go to school?
Do you
Because
go
it
to-
happens at schools a lot.
Yeah.
Yeah, I was gonna say the only other thing is schools, but it's not really like colleges as much, unless she's in high school or something. I don't think this is gonna work out for her.
Yeah, I'm in one now, but you evidently didn't go here.
I
Wait, are
grew
we in a
up in
school or are we
Tennessee.
in a convention center right now?
I thought we were at
The
university.
answer to your question is go to Wikipedia.
Did they
look
not
up
let
no
us on
true
university?
Scotsman, okay? All the Christian shooters that were mass shooters weren't real Christians, okay? Apparently that's the answer.
Well, I think if you look at the manifestos, you can see what motivates them, and in many cases, it is racially motivated. There's no point denying it. But I don't recall anybody drawing on early church fathers to justify their massacre of children. Not
Would
for
you
a
say,
wh-
would
not
you
for a
say that
while
there is
anyway.
an ethnic bend to Christian nationalism?
Yes.
Okay, so then,
And I think
so then
it's-
who's to say that a mass shooter that cites ethnicity for an inspiring factor for why there's a mass shooter, like why would you not say that Christian nationalism might play a role into that?
I think it's a pity that there does seem to be a sort of racial inflection to Christian nationalism. It's not a dimension of it that I share or care too much about. In my previous life, obviously, I loved and married and settled down with somebody who was not of my own race. And if the people that you choose to hang out with when you don't have to don't establish your racial attitudes, I don't know what would to anyone's satisfaction. So I don't know. I don't love the fact that most of these Christian nationalists seem to be young white guys, but by the same token, I've seen black conservatives, and I think we'll stick with what we have for now. Certainly, I do think it's a responsibility of older and better educated Christians and these guys, confessor priests, to remind them that there's no skin color.
I'm just curious, for
in
you
heaven.
personally, if you could choose between 10 million Mexican Catholics coming into this country or 10 million atheist Norwegians.
Well, I'm very racist against Spanish people, so you've put me in a bit of a bind. I like blacks, I like whites, I like Asians. I don't love Spaniards, so you put me in a bit of a
Blacks.
bind. But I would have to come down on the side of Christians no matter where they're from.
Well, that's good, okay.
Oh, okay. I was having fun. This is a question for Mr. Atentacumpo.
Snatch the mic, bro. Snatch the freaking mic and punch her in the face.
I was raised Catholic.
I don't know what that is. You're going to have to explain your Bob. I'm sorry.
No, though I don't really know how to pronounce your last name. I'm sorry. I'm not familiar with Greek. My question is, I was raised Roman Catholic.
Tom has such a lovely chat, so many great people. It is I am proud of the fact that we have a nice variety. Always have a nice variety. We got our communists, we got our socialists, we got our progressives, we got our libs, we got our conservatives, we got our neocons, we got our libertarians, we got our Nazis, we got everybody. We got Groypers, we got the whole spectrum. They're all here. We're all having a great time.
I attended both Latin Mass.
We got our conspiracy theorists, we got our feminists, we got our men's rights activists, we have the whole spectrum here. It is a place to be.
And English language masses up until
Tom's chat will save America. Base, let's go. Fools rising. Let's get it.
up until my sophomore year of college, which was very recently. I have also been.
What are you, Tom? Just curious. Never watched you before. I feel like you can watch me, and I think that if you know my politics, it's fairly obvious that I am a right-wing progressive. I think, yeah. I think it's obvious. I just come off as a right-wing progressive, you know. There's a right-wing progressive is nothing. It doesn't mean anything, but that's what I identify as. That's what I call myself. It means nothing. I have no idea.
I love you, Tom.
I love you too. Thank you for the subscription, Ben. But yeah, it's just like, it's just a meaningless statement. I call myself a right-wing progressive. That's pretty much it.
Homosexual my entire life. I've been attracted to men. I've had exclusively sex with men. All of my relationships have been with men. And I'm very aware of the fact that these homosexual relationships are a sin according to Catholic doctrine. And I'm wondering if you have practical advice for overcoming these things. I'm not interested in whether or not they're sinful.
I mean, are you sincerely...
I'm completely sincere. I mean...
Because I will have a real conversation with you. It's just that there's been a particular tone this evening, you know, so...
I have been very ironic with you and sarcastic, but this is a completely sincere question.
You can understand why I'm asking.
I totally understand. I mean, we could talk in the bathroom if you'd like, but...
definitely
I'm interested
not.
in actual practical applications. I'm not interested in whether or not
Quite a
it's
short refractory
ethical.
index from mocking someone to saying you want to have sex with them. All right, look, what the church teaches is not that homosexuality in large part is a cluster of symptoms to early childhood trauma. Whether that trauma is having no male role model to look up to, whether it's the failure to form platonic attachments with, male authority figures, there's a bunch of things that can happen, or sexual assault. You're not responsible for what happens to you, but you are responsible for what you do afterwards and what you do with that. And
But I'm looking for practical advice, day-to-day things.
Sure. Well, then you should. The easiest.
Read the Bible.
Stop fucking men. Isn't that like the only thing you can say? I mean, what else can you do?
Easier said than done.
Oh. 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 Hey.
ZELIXLEO became a member.
So how do you say that? ZELIXLEO. Let's see. What is it? Zelixleo? Tom and me go way back, yes. Back to the politically provoked days. On YouTube, even. Zelixleo. That's what I said. I got it right. Let's go. Let's go. Appreciate you joining the membership. Let's get some cheers in chat for Zelixleo.
As my damp pillows will attest. I think that the first thing, look, I'm going to assume that you're being serious, and I'm not going to give you any sort of flippant, frivolous kind of day-to-day whatever. I practiced mortification when I was getting myself out of that. I used hot oil because it's extremely annoying and lasts a really long time, and it kind of like kills any sort of sexual appetite. But the first step before any of that is to figure out why you ended up like this in the first place. Because you weren't born this way. That's sort of 1980s propaganda. There's no gay gene. They would have found it by now. We have mapped the genome. It's not there. Something was done to you, or something was not provided for you. And one or both of those things happened, which produced these feelings. And if you...
Well, so this goes back to like my conversation from last night. If you guys missed the stream last night, interesting debate, but we went over the Destiny Lav DMs, all the leaked DMs, and then right after, somebody came on, and we had a debate about whether or not puberty blockers are a good prescription for trans children, and we went over a ton of studies, and one of the things that they say is like, oh, well, you can just use a brain scanner to see whether or not they have gender dysphoria. Just do a brain scan. He says, oh, they haven't found the gay gene, so like it's just there's no reason to think there's anything else. I think that from what we understand about human psychology and genetics are only a thing that makes you more likely to go in one direction or the other. It's especially when it comes to like personality traits and things that actually influence the way that you exist in the world. They're just going to make you more likely to go in one direction or the other. So there are genes that we've found that are more common for people who are gay, which means that they can influence you to be more likely to go in that direction. It doesn't mean that you're automatically going to be gay just because you have that gene, but it does mean that there is a gene that correlates with being gay. which seems to line up with the way that we understand genetics and our. You debated Posh Redneck? Did I? Oh yes, yeah, I did. I did debate Posh Redneck. But yeah, last night's stream I had a debate on puberty blockers. Like it was a very long, in-depth debate on like going over all of the criteria for diagnosing somebody with gender dysphoria. And I'm just gonna tell you, I would recommend it for anybody if you question these things or are not sure. Ooh. Let's go. Debating femoid on Thursday on gender. Hell yes. Um, yeah, so anyways, so yes, the like saying it there isn't a gay gene or there is a gay gene or you can just, have a trans brain or not have a trans brain. I don't think that these things actually align. Now, one of the things that I didn't mention in the debate last night that I probably should have mentioned, but I was kind of on a thin line there with what it was that we were talking about. When I was talking about the fact that people who are trans have been sexually assaulted at high rates, the data or the studies say that they're sexually assaulted because they are trans and because they are gay. They say that LGBTQ people or queer people are sexually assaulted at higher rates or molested as children at higher rates. And it says that the egg came before the chicken. I don't know if that's actually true. I have no idea if that's actually true, and I don't know how they came to that conclusion. Every time I read these studies, I don't feel like there's actually like conclusive evidence to say that the egg did come before the chicken. I think that it's fairly possible that the chicken came before the egg, that actually they were sexually assaulted, this activated that gene, and then this was like, made them more likely to be gay. This is something that affected their sexuality. It's something that affected the way that they think about their sexuality. And then it made them more likely to be gay or trans or whatever else it is. It's also possible that it is the other way around. But the way that the study came to these conclusions is that we've talked about this a bunch of times, the difference between being gay being a pedophile or being a child molester. Most child molesters are not pedophiles, meaning that they molest children, but they're not attracted to the child. They have no attraction to the child. They don't have an attraction to prepubescent features. That's what a pedophile is somebody who is actually attracted to prepubescent features. This is important if we want to talk about how to fix these issues or how to charge the crime or what it is that we would do to make these things less likely. We need to know what it is that's causing that to happen. And so if it's not actually an attraction to a child or an attraction to prepubescent features, it's something else. That is something that is really important to take into consideration. So somebody who is a child molester is actually attracted to the power. They're attracted to getting over on the child. They want to find the weakest and most vulnerable among us, and they want to be able to get over on them and like control them and really like enforce their power on them. Okay. Somebody who is actually gay or trans or queer or whatever, these are people who are more likely to not fit in. They're less likely to have confidence. They're less likely to feel, emboldened. They're less likely to go tell people. They're less likely to have people to go tell. And so that's why they say the egg came before the chicken, is they're saying, obviously, because they were queer, the molesters targeted them. They would target them because they were easier to get over on. They were easier to control. They were easier to manipulate. And that might be the case. That logic makes sense. I just don't feel like they have enough evidence to say that. I don't feel like there's enough evidence, and I think that it's kind of weird that they state these conclusions so confidently that it is that and not the other. So anyway, so that's why in the debate last night, I said what I said about trans people being more likely to be trans if they are sexually assaulted. It could be the other way around. I don't know. I have no idea, but that's why I argued it the way that I did. So yeah, there is no gay gene, but there are things that can make you more likely to be gay. And there is no trans brain, but I think there are things that could make you more likely to be trans.
Want to get right with God, the first step is to find out what it was, because you might not know and you might not remember. The best place to go for that is a therapist who was trained by any of the sort of descendants of the Joseph Nicolosi school. So Joe Nicolosi is kind of like the sort of godfather of, they call it reparative therapy now. And his son is still active and they still train therapists. And within quite a short space of time, they will help you to find an answer. And there are a variety of therapies that look to the observer extremely funny, that nonetheless do work, and I'll let you discover what some of those are for yourself. But there's a path out if you want it. Almost everybody can reach celibacy if they are sincerely committed to it. And the numbers vary from like 10 to 20% people who successfully manage to enter into a relationship with a woman, have an active sexual life, and have children. Somewhere between 1 in 10 and 1 in 5.
I'm sorry, is celibacy the best case scenario for a homosexual?
For a lot of people, yeah.
All right. Yeah. Thank you, Vosh.
Same joke.
Again.
Hey, Destiny, so you had a great talk with the...
Did he just say thank you, Vosh? Did I hear that right? That's Vosh. Not the guy up on stage. That's Vosh sitting in the crowd. I think he got confused. Did he say thank you, Vosh?
Best case scenario for a homosexual?
For a lot of people, yeah.
All right. Yeah. Thank you, Vosh.
Am I wrong? Is that what he said? And then as soon as he walks away, Vosh appears.
Hey, Destiny, so you had a great talk with the Muslim extremist Quarantos about how his great audio quality and good takes about how Muslim nations are greater than Christian nations. I want to ask Milo how you would implement Christianity when they are barely holding on to their legitimacy, when Islam is gaining traction, and while Christianity is taking D-list celebrities that take cock, well, at least of 20 years ago, or 20 minutes ago.
Okay, I'll ignore the last bit. Catholicism and Islam are both growing, and the reason for that seems to be that people correctly intuit that if a belief system or a club, a society, a way of life kind of demands nothing of you, then it's probably not worth very much.
I offered myself as a potential wife to Milo. He rejected me because I'm a harlot. I like the jacket. Stop hating on the jacket. It's a nice jacket, okay? It's a nice freaking jacket.
So people are very, it's one of the reasons that Protestants are so kind of ideologically promiscuous. You know, church hopping happens when all you have to do is just show up, listen.
We got some Thorpes in chat. What is up with the Thorpes?
To a preacher for 45 minutes, you know, listen to some nice music and go home. People don't get very much out of it because there's not really much to get out of it. Islam and Catholicism are quite demanding, and they ask a lot of their followers. In the world we live in today, it's no surprise that they're both growing. You say implement like it's the death penalty or something. What I would suggest is that America rediscovers its founding principles, which are not untrammeled freedom. Freedom of religion in America was designed to avoid Protestant wars. It wasn't so Muslims could take public office. And that should be reversed, and it should be against the law.
We're internet legends, are you? Banned everywhere we go. So you guys actually know Milo?
If you live in America and you're a servant of the people in America, you should be a church-going Christian. It ought to be a rule. But something happened in 1776 that I don't think was necessary. It was probably a mistake. When that ugly sedition occurred, instead of just throwing out the king, America threw out religion as well, dissociating it from the state, guaranteeing freedom of religion, which is intended just between Protestant denominations, but of course would always blossom out. And then it sort of enshrined the right to commit various infractions against the Ten Commandments, including the First Amendment. I think if you want to sort of reinstitute things, all you really need to do is to return to an understanding that none of this stuff works without Christianity. And one of the ways to communicate that would probably be to reestablish.
I've spoken with Milo at length. Milo sent my dad a provocative audio message on text. I would love to hear it. I would love to hear this provocative audio message. He couldn't handle the conversation, daddy issues. I have a Discord, yes, if you guys would like to share this this information. We're all here for it. Yes, we love tea. We love drama here. This is what we're here for.
Maybe Presbyterianism or Episcopalianism, probably the Episcopal Church, I would guess, since that's the one that most of the presidents seem to go for. It's the church Tucker goes to. It's the National Cathedral in Washington. Most of the elites in the country are pretty happy with Episcopalianism. You know, you get back home to the real religion eventually, but let's start with that. It seems to me that that should be quite quickly reestablished so that all public bodies operate not only in the name of America, but in the name of God. And then if you want to be elected to any kind of public office, you have to be Christian.
Well, how would they implement that? Or you don't like the word implement because it sounds like you're forcing them, but it seems like average Americans don't even care about their Christianity and don't even.
After this, we are going to take call-ins, so if you guys want to join the Discord, once this is done, we'll put people in from the waiting room, so make sure you join the Discord in the meantime. You can ask me whatever questions you want. If you want to ask about like my past or about stories or more information, my ideology, you want to ask me about a debate, you want to debate me on something, whatever, join the Discord, and then once we're done with this, you can jump in the waiting room and we'll start pulling people in. Right now, I'm going to run to the restroom, but I'm going to let this keep playing in the meantime.
Even relate their morals to how good their lives are.
Well, people know if you're a Christian. I mean, they know if you show up to church. It's a sort of only when you take God out do you need like social credit scores, because no one's really like paying any attention to each other. So you have to kind of have this like weird Orwellian technological horror show where technology tries to piece together information about a person to figure out if they're okay or not. Everybody in your parish knows if you go to church or not. If you run for public office and you don't go to church, you're not eligible. And then the onus, falls to you to prove that you are what you purport to be. That doesn't seem to me to be a problem. Anyone who goes to a regular local parish will know that. If you're a Christian, people know. People know when you go to church. And it's a gentler and more sophisticated and I think more normal form of kind of social currency and social capital than the the horrific Chinese version.
Well, that sounds almost as feasible as communism, so I appreciate you and good luck with your future endeavors.
All right, boys, I'm going to try to ask 2 pointed questions to try to get some dubs for y'all. So, Milo, at some point you mentioned Dutch paintings. It immediately made me think of the Calvinists around the time period that you're kind of advocating to go back for. And their biggest thing that they advocated for was they were very business-oriented, but their simplicity and modesty were the values that they valued the most. How would you kind of reconcile in a transition to a society that has a Christian nationalist government, the American values of excess and stuff like that, to the modesty Christian value that is really important?
I don't think those were the American values until very recently. I mean, for the first 250 years of this country, precisely that kind of modesty obtained. Look at the 1950s. You've got there's an ethos of humility, of service, of family orientation, right? America is kind of a Calvinist country. I mean, you go to Catholic churches, they don't feel like Catholic churches in Europe. They don't feel like it's certainly not like Italy. But it's nothing like France. It's nothing like the UK. America, wherever you go, it is kind of Calvinist. There's a sort of over-earnestness. There's a sort of flavor of slight humorlessness sometimes. Sort of taking everything very, very deeply seriously and being incredibly wounded by it, and taking everything just like everything is the apocalypse. And there's a very Calvinist kind of flavor to things, and it's why because so many areas in America that now hold the reins of prestige culture are Dutch. That's why, because they come from precisely the place you're saying. So I don't think that's American values were ever really of excess. I think that's something that has emerged. It's something that's been thrust on Black America as well. These sort of very degenerate, self-destructive social attitudes that pop up in the music and the culture, the rest of it. I don't think there's anything particularly American about that. America's basically British, and with that dash of Calvinism in from the Dutch up top, that's basically been the sort of central conflict of America. And the soul of America, even after the Civil War, kind of remained basically, vaguely, mostly Anglophone, mostly Anglo, although Americans don't like to think of it like that. But that Calvinist attitude, which also, by the way, gives rise to Puritanism and purity tests and cancel culture, is the thing that obtains in the Dutch areas, the Yankeedom, New York. None of this has anything really to do with excess. Excess is a modern phenomenon that's driven by runaway capitalism and by a small group of people highly motivated to wreck the place.
Thanks, Mel. I appreciate that. This one's for Stephen over here. So in your talk today, you mentioned sort of like...
Small Fry, what's up? Tom Foolery subscribed the other day because you did such a great job in the debate with Posh. Awesome, man. Appreciate it. Thank you. Yeah, I got another debate coming up with Lav slash Femoid. If you guys are, for anybody who's new here, the thing that I've studied the most on this channel and the thing that I get into the most is the idea of gender. I have a very nuanced but concrete idea of what gender is, how it is separate from sex, and how it needs to be categorized as separately because it is something that we recognize as a separate thing. But I'm not talking about trans people when I'm talking about gender. Everybody wants, like, if you talk about gender, they always want to make it about trans people. I'm not talking about trans people. I'm talking about gender. That is the idea. And I'm talking about it from a linguistic and pragmatic perspective where I'm explaining what it is as far as what it is that we're communicating. So that's what I talked to Posh about. And then that's what I'm going to be talking to Lav about, but I have this, like, linguistic and biological idea that I've written a document about explaining from top to bottom kind of how it works, how we perceive it, how we conceptualize it, how we communicate it, and how we interact with it. And the way that most people talk about it with like self-ID and crap like that, I don't believe in that stuff. I'm not into all that, far left, abolishing gender bullcrap. Like, I don't think it's something that you can abolish. I don't think that it's something that you can like purposefully change in ways, in most ways. I think that it's something that's fairly objective that I
love you, Tom.
Only interact with. I love you too, Maya. Thank you for the subscription. But yeah, so that's what I'm going to be talking to Lav about in a couple of days. Mr. Girl has also said that he wanted to talk to me about gender, and so sometime soon, if you guys haven't seen in the last couple of weeks, I had a short debate with Mr. Girl, or like an interview with Mr. Girl that turned into a debate. But this is me and Mr. Girl talking about his document on Destiny. And then this is me talking to Destiny about Mr. Girl's document on Destiny. So yeah, I had interviews with both of them recently and talked to both of them and kind of like challenged them on the things that they're saying on both sides. Not really because I have a position or a thing that I'm trying to convince them of, but more so just to kind of understand their ideas better. So yeah, if you guys want to go check those out. And then what just happened? Why can't I go back to my videos? What has happened? Okay. And then, yeah, this one, Incompatible. This is the debate with Posh that I had recently. So, yeah, if you guys looking for some content to watch, this is some of my older stuff. And then we also had a killer stream last night where I had a very long debate talking about gender and trans people and all of that crap. So yeah, check out last night's stream. Oh, look, what's his name? It's Zach something. Who's the guy from, oh man, I'm blanking on his name. The movie star guy, the comedian, the Jewish guy. He was in the movie where no, not Galifianakis. Is it Zach? I might not even be right on the first name either. Seth Rogen. Yes, Seth Rogen. We got Seth Rogen here. We got Vosh sitting up here. Nice, dude. Nice. We got freaking celebrities up in here.
America's need a return to spirituality that can kind of lift people up from addiction to their phones, stuff like that, that can kind of, not a religious center to keep people on a moral level, but
Yeah,
it almost sounds like you're arguing for like a re-faith in the American process. I know that you're big on canvassing. I drove some minions to your canvassing in Georgia. What would be your answer to like first steps to try to regain people's political faith and stop the fracturing too much?
Yeah, I think one of the huge things that we have right now is political fracturing, and I think the political fracturing has made it impossible for anybody to be proud of the country because, like, even things that we do that I think are amazing, like, become hardcore politicized. So this is a risky one in Tennessee. I don't know how much the audience is mind, but like I would consider, for instance, like the development of the mRNA vaccines. I think that that is like a championing of the American project. That was capitalism at its best, with Trump doing the warp speed thing to use the government to incentivize like a company that was working with other companies all over the world to engineer and create a vaccine in like less than 1 year for a novel virus. That's something that I would hope that like every American would be like, that's.
I haven't seen Destiny with blue hair before. He dyed his hair blue when we were in Savannah. I don't remember why, but there was some sort of thing that like he told his audience he would dye his hair blue if they did X thing or something like that. I don't even know what it was. Radical Coder was there as well. But yeah, he dyed his hair blue. This was in November. So it was for charity. Okay, so it was for charity. But he dyed his hair blue in November when we were all in Savannah. So it's been blue for a minute now.
Really cool that we did that, that we were able to do it that fast, you know. And Trump wants to take credit for it, and I think he should get some credit for it because I think the warp speed was a good idea. You know, he guaranteed money for those companies to take the risk to make those vaccines. But because we're so hardcore politicized, we can't take credit for that. It becomes a political issue where, you know, even the political party that existed under Trump now hates the vaccine, and then liberals have their thing with the vaccine. It feels like every single the intervention that we did with Ukraine, I think, was really amazing. I think the fact that Ukraine was a country that looked like it had no opportunity whatsoever to stand up to Russia, and with NATO intelligence, with U.S. leadership in NATO, I think we've done something amazing there. But we've helped them largely on their own. I mean, it's not U.S. lives that are being lost, you know, not to take credit from Ukraine. That's something that I think is really amazing that America's done. Even things like Bush's programs to fight AIDS in Africa, or Bill Gates, you know, funding for malaria in Africa. All of these things, I think, are really amazing projects that America's done, that all of us, irrespective of our political differences, should be able to look at and go, oh, that's really cool. I'm American. America did that, and I feel really proud of it. But nobody does, because instead these are like all political pawns to use and our little arguments on Twitter and stuff for it. So to return to your question, I don't like anybody that says a return to anything because it feels a bit fantastical. I don't know of any society that's ever like said, okay, well, we're going to undo the last 50 years of progress and go back to this thing. I don't think it really works that way, especially with how much technology has changed everything. So we need to be forward-looking, not looking into the past. And I think that forward-looking thing, it has to be with less division, because the more divided we are, the more impossible it is for us to kind of all collectively like work and vie towards one particular thing, which in my hope would be like the American project, you know, however differently we all view it.
I just have a quick follow-up question to that. So
yeah,
a lot of the wins that you mentioned were not specifically American government wins. Like a lot of those are private companies, like the mRNA vaccines. Like, yeah, it's a great marvel of science, but a lot of that were, you know, they got funded, but it was.
Destiny sounds like he's sped up. They are sped up. This is at 1.25.
Private companies that did that. It wasn't the American government that made it. You know what I'm saying?
Yeah, but those companies existed in America for a reason. And a lot of the public research that had already been done on like the mRNA process, that stuff spans back to, I think, like the 80s, where people were starting to do that. So we do a lot of public funding for general research. And then we had private American companies. But you're right, it wasn't just the American government. But I mean, I'm an American. Fuck, as Americans, we hate the government, right? I know in Tennessee you guys hate the government, right? Yeah, I'm not saying that like the American government has to do it. I'm saying America as a country has to do it. And sometimes that can be our biggest companies. But, you know, like I said before, like it feels like now everybody fucking hates our biggest company. Nobody likes Facebook. Nobody likes ExxonMobil. Nobody likes fucking any huge American company. We're like, we all like shit on our companies, and those are like some of the largest things we built as Americans. And it's like, well, fuck, like, yeah, I don't know. It just feels like we're in an area where, I'd be super curious. I did this with Adam Sosnick when I was on his podcast last. Like, when you ask people, like, what are you proud to be an American for? That's a really difficult question to ask a lot of people. I think when I ask my parents, like, I'll get things like, you know, like winning the Cold War or stuff from like decades and decades ago. And I was like, okay, well, in the past, like, I should be able to say in the past 5 years, really. Like, at least in the past, like, 10 or 20 years, you know? Like, are you proud to be an American? You know, people on the left will complain about colonialism and white supremacy, and people on the right, well, now they complain about us trans people, but, like, it just feels like we have nothing that we can kind of all say, like, okay, yeah, you know, it sucks that we fought, but, like, in 69 we went to the moon. Like, we don't have our moon launching now. Oh, I guess aside from the vaccines, I'll give one more example so I'm not too partisan. Elon Musk, I hate that guy, okay? I really do. But Tesla's really fucking cool, and so are the rockets. SpaceX is really cool. Having the rocket come back to the planet is a really fucking cool thing. When we first saw that, I don't know how many people watched that first stream. That was like the coolest fucking thing ever. And this was after we were shipping our astronauts over, I think, to China or Russia to fly on their fucking shuttles to get up to the International Space Station. But that's something like you can't be proud of, because now if I say like, I don't like Elon Musk, but like SpaceX and Tesla are pretty fucking cool. That's like a political talking point now. It's like, wait, you support the white supremacist guy that wants to, you know, bring people like Milo and me back to Twitter? Like, yeah, I don't know. Just the political division makes it impossible for us to have like the shared idea of what it means to be American and what we should be proud of. And I think we need to work on getting that back.
I think people like stuff that's good and they don't like stuff that's bad. People don't uniformly hate the government even here. I mean, people know that there are militarized police forces that are a bit sinister. They also know that the local sheriff, if you get pulled over by the sheriff, you're probably okay because they're mostly reasonable people. They're able to distinguish between the government doing its job really well, which doesn't happen very often anymore, and the government doing its job really badly, which happens almost everywhere. And the success of private enterprise in this country is because the government failed. It's not a sign of success, it's a sign of failure. The success of SpaceX tells us only that NASA is more interested in giving Muslims self-esteem about scientific achievements in the Muslim world, where they still think that nuclear reactors are powered by genies and fairies. That's what NASA spent its time doing under Obama. No shit, you can't get to the moon anymore. Taking the shackles off private corporations so they can rape and ruin us all is, of course, going to produce some interesting and impressive economic phenomena. But more often than that, it's going to produce horrors. The vaccine is a horror. This sort of thing. I mean, I don't know how to respond to somebody who thinks that the vaccine is a good idea. My communist friends no longer think that it was a good idea.
I mean, you could try with evidence. I know that it's painful for you, but...
The evidence of what? The fact
that... The evidence of what? Why would I use evidence? What the hell, dude?
The most vaccinated countries in the world, the ones where everyone's dropping dead, the fact that it was never a problem in the first place, the fact...
Wait. If you said the most vaccinated ones in the world, you would have to say that they're the ones who had the most people dying. Or that there's some sort of correlation with the vaccine and the deaths. Like, this is just that he's not even making an argument that's untrue sound good.
That we should only ever have asked the old people to maybe stay in for a few months. I mean, you talk about Orwellian tyrannical horror. You have nothing to fear from Christians, but you have a lot to fear from people who want to lock you, screw you into your houses, and force medicine into you until you can, and then tell you can't go back to work otherwise. That's not private enterprise. That's a drug cartel. And that's what America has, because America hasn't really had properly functioning capitalism for quite some time. It's got nepotism. It's got all kinds of deeply, deeply corrupt, late-stage sort of...
It's not a drug cartel when, like, most Americans were in favor of lockdowns. It's not a drug cartel when you're not forced to get the vaccine, and yet, like, 98% of Americans have gotten the vaccine. There's nothing cartelish about any of this.
Intertwining of government and business. And all of that is a sign of the failure of government, not the success of America.
Thank you so much. Hey, Milo. If Christian nationalism were to succeed, God willing, what measures would need to be taken to make sure it wasn't subverted? You mentioned that in order to run for public office, you need to be Christian, but like, what policies specifically would need to be taken in order to make sure Christian nationalism wasn't subverted in America?
I mean, you can't know another man's heart, so you can never know if somebody is all that they claim publicly to be. But when we elect politicians, it kind of doesn't matter. That's really a matter for their consciences and for God, because if somebody looks like a Christian, acts like a Christian, goes to church and says Christian things on TV...
Many Americans were forced to get the vaccine or lose their jobs. Yeah, sure, but that's like... That wasn't the government doing that, right? That was the businesses doing that. That's very different. Tons of businesses have already required vaccines before that, so that wasn't something like new that you had to get vaccinated. I've had to get vaccinated for jobs that I've gotten before, where I had to have specific types of vaccines in order to work there. Like, that's not... There's been required vaccines for schools and for all sorts of things. That's not a new idea. The government tried their best to mandate it. I mean, I don't know that that's actually true. Like, I know some states tried to mandate it. So I hate it when people say the government as though the government is a thing. The government is not a thing. But there's, like, we have different governments in different states, and different states different people in those states tried to mandate it and failed, and there's just not it didn't seem to be a big movement. It didn't seem to be successful at all. The businesses did that because the government told them to, or required it, like any federal contractors had to force their employees to get vaccinated, and federal contractors are a lot of companies. So they didn't. There was a what do you call it? There was something written up by Biden where he wanted to do that, but it got overturned by judges, and it was never actually implemented. So that never actually happened to where the government told them they had to do it.
Passes Christian laws, invites Christians to the White House when they get elected. I mean, Trump, I'm under no illusions about Trump being some kind of religious leader. Give me a break. This is not...
It was ruled unconstitutional, right? So yeah, like I think it was, yeah, I believe it was Biden who wrote a what's it called? I can't think of the word, like a presidential decree. What am I blanking on here, guys? Let's play charades again. What is it that I'm trying to think of? I would believe it's so hard to find people able to self-deprecate effectively and troll the right amount. Executive order, yes, thank you. So yes, he wrote an executive order that never actually got implemented because it was unconstitutional and was never actually like a real thing. And he knew that that was never going to work as well. Like we were told from behind the scenes that that legal counsel had already told him that it wouldn't work, and it was just a virtue signal. That's all it was.
Not somebody who can lead a kind of authentic religious revival in politics.
Which Trump did numerous times. Like, this is a common tactic used by presidents now, is to use executive orders that they know are going to get overturned, that they know can never actually get implemented. They will write an executive order that just sounds good to make it look like to their base that they made this huge effort to try to get this thing done. And it just didn't, I don't know. It just didn't work. I don't know what else I can do here, guys. I tried. I wrote the executive order. It just, it just didn't work. Like, this is what presidents do now. They write executive orders that they know can't get implemented because they'll get overturned. And yeah, it's just a big virtue signal. Trump did a bunch of stuff like that. Like, didn't he like write an executive order that like we had to build the wall or some crap like that, and it got overturned? Like, and he knew that it was going to get overturned. Like, this is just a common thing. Tom, it's still a problem that they virtue signaled something so insane at the highest level. Sure, but so the more important thing is that the virtue signal didn't work. Even the left was upset about the mandate. Like, even the left were pissed off that he tried to do it. Not only because it's unconstitutional, but because they didn't want mandates. Like, nobody was in favor of mandates. Mandates polled very low the entire time we were going through the COVID lockdowns, or even after the COVID lockdowns. Nobody was ever in favor of mandates.
Politics, no. But he was very good to Christians. First president to show up for the March for Life. First president to invite the number of evangelical preachers that he just was, and so on and so forth. I think that's good enough. That's fine. So as long as somebody is, doing all the stuff they're supposed to be doing, what they do in their private life, if they're elected officials, as long as they are not letting those values spread into the way they...
I know many people who had a date upon which they had to get vaccinated or they would get fired. The executive order did work. People got the vaccine in between the order and when it was made illegal. Yeah, sure, but like lots of those companies kept their mandates. Like, that it didn't change anything when it got overturned, meaning that those companies just wanted to do that. Like, they may have used the executive order as a reason for why they were doing it, but they all, like most companies, kept those rules after it got overturned. It didn't change anything. So they had the option to either, if they wanted to fight it, they could have waited until the executive order was actually implemented. Then they could have fought it in court or anything, but they didn't. They just were like, oh man, shucks, we have to do this, guys. Not us, not us. It's not our fault. We don't, man. Oof. Oh man, they're just, what are we gonna do? I guess we gotta make you guys all get vaccinated now. And like, part of it was that, yeah, they didn't want to piss off people who didn't want to get vaccinated, but at the same time, the insurance companies were the ones who were trying to tell them that they needed to make everybody get vaccinated. And then also the it's a good thing for hiring when you tell people, like, hey, everybody here is vaccinated, so if you want to work here, it's a safe place for you to come to work. You won't have to wear a mask. You won't have to worry about getting COVID. Like, you won't have to do all this other stuff. Like, it's a good selling point for a lot of people if you can tell them that your employees are vaccinated. So it's not as simple as like, oh, they had to do it, or they thought they had to do it. No, they didn't think they had to do it, and they didn't have to do it. Everybody knew that the executive order was going to get overturned before it even got written.
Govern, we can afford, at least at first, to be relatively lenient about. later. Who knows? But no, I mean, you know, if somebody, like I say, if somebody acts and governs.
Radical Coder gets booster shots every morning. I actually have the mRNA in my vape, and I vape. I vape the mRNA all day, every day, just to be 1,000 times more vaccinated than everybody else.
And passes laws like a Christian. I think people will know if they're Christian.
Right. No, I was asking about what those actual policies would be after those Christians were elected, like to make sure that it wasn't subverted in the future.
Well, I see. Well, so it works relatively well in Europe when you have an established church, right? So the head of state is also the head of, you know, whatever heretical sect of Christianity you know, you're under. But no, I mean, so, you know, America kind of spiraled out of control in about 300 years, but most of these European countries were stable for, you know, 1,000, 2,000. It worked pretty well when you have an established church. So the government does things in the name of the monarch and in the name of God, right? So I know that this is a sort of a slightly alien concept in this country by design, but things kind of work better when people are reminded, as my friend acknowledged, that there's something greater than themselves. And those public rituals, whether it's, you know, royal weddings or the fact that everything important that happens in a nation's life happens in a church, it sort of has an effect on the country. It has a really powerful effect on change for change's sake. People are much less likely to do stuff like that. And if you look at, you know, sort of where the great dramas happen of particular countries.
I agree with this. There are a lot of people who believe in change for the sake of change. And it's kind of frustrating a lot of times where they have a problem with X, and so they're immediately in favor of Y. And that's like, just because you have a problem with X doesn't mean Y is actually a better option. Sometimes X has some sucky points to it. It's not perfect, but it's still better than every other option. And yeah, people like get into this mind frame where like, oh, well, X has problems, therefore we need to change to Y. It's like, Y has so many more problems, dude. Like, there's so many more freaking problems with Y. That pause, yeah, I know. We actually caught him with his eyes open, and it's cross-eyed.
America, it's the courtroom, right? We come to know ourselves in America through court
Oh, you went right back.
cases. We don't talk about abortion, we talk about Roe v. Wade. The way that we know there's a problem with Black America is the OJ trial, right? That's when white America realizes, oh, we have a problem here. America's kind of forum for national dramas is legalistic, it's in the courtroom. And that's because it's wrenched down from heaven.
He really does look like somebody who's on heroin or painkillers or something like that. Because this is what I had to do when I was on painkillers, is it was really hard to keep my eyes open. So if I looked up, it forces your eyelids to open up more. And so like when you can't get your eyelids to open, you have to like look up. And so he keeps like, you know, using his eyes to like angle so that he can get his eyelids to open up more. This is exactly what I did when I was messed up all the time. It's what all my friends did, like where they would talk to you with their heads like this so that they could get their eyelids to open up.
And it's wrenched down from the monarchy. It's wrenched down from anything ineffable, anything untouchable, anything aspirational.
The lights are probably bright. Yeah, I'm sure that's what it is. Destiny's wearing sunglasses, thankfully, so that's why he's not squinting.
It's much more easily corrupted. So I think reestablishing the church as making America's official national religion and language and culture to be Western European Christian. It seems to have worked quite well for Europe, and I don't know if you can really ask of any civilization that lasts more than 2,000 years.
Real quick question. Would you outlaw usury in the United States?
Oh, my goodness. Would you outlaw usury? What up, Zonia? I have inside info from a friend there who is a volunteer at the event. Milo is drunk AF. Is it drunk? I don't feel like that's drunk.
Personally, if I stumbled into Pennsylvania Avenue as president, it would probably be my first executive order. Thank you.
Hello, Milo. When you were the champion of...
Who is this guy? Who is this freaking Chad? What the hell? He came ready, dude. Did he just walk off the set?
Campus free speech in 2015, 2016. You know, I was a big fan, and I appreciate your work. And
it's a plant. It is. It's a plant. Oh, I'm such a big fan, man. I am such a big fan of you. I loved all of your work. It is so intellectually more smarter.
And as a fellow convert to the Catholic Church, I was really encouraged to hear about your interest in the faith. But I have some genuine and serious concerns about some of your comments that you've stated today. There is a strong tradition.
This chick's getting hot, dude. She's like, oh crap, look at her.
Stated
Look at her
today,
face. She's like,
there is
oh
a
no.
strong
Oh boy.
tradition in the church of teaching dating back centuries that
She doesn't know what to
culminated
do.
in the Second Vatican Council in the document Humani Dignitatis that squarely condemned some of the things that you
Yeah, he didn't have to snatch the mic. She just handed it to him. She's like, here you go. I don't know. You look like you're in charge here, I guess. I don't know.
this vision of Christian nationalism as heresy. Could you? And I'll closely paraphrase because I don't have photographic memory, you know. So this infallible ecumenical council stated that in its document proclaiming proclaiming religious freedom, that the truth can only proceed or succeed by the merits of its own truth and not by coercion. So could you comment on these teachings?
Absolutely.
His body is too small for that head, dude. His shoulders are not far apart enough for that head.
Look, absolutely, and you know, nobody's suggesting that you know, we're going to be instituting a Gestapo or you know, anything like that, because that's an Enlightenment atheistic kind of thing. It's entirely, as you will know, necessary
Reverse Hassan, yes. They need to switch heads, yeah.
for our salvation that we have the freedom to choose the wrong thing as much as we have the freedom to choose the right thing. But that doesn't mean that in Christian countries there aren't incentives in the tax system.
Jealousy is a disease. Okay, thank you. Thank you for that. Forever Wild. Yeah. My head, my shoulders, this is all very proportional here, okay? I have no issues with this, all right? No jealousy, no hate.
Laws against certain things. You know, though we must for our salvation have the freedom to choose the right over the wrong, that doesn't mean that in a Christian country that murder should be legal. It doesn't mean that abortion should be legal. We must have laws and rules in order to have a functioning society that exist as much to circumscribe the proper behavior of those citizens as it does to, ideally safeguard their souls. So no, I completely agree with you that, you know, people must have as much freedom as is practicably possible, but the Catholic Church is a very prescriptive religion that requires a lot from people, and the rules that it lays down for followers aren't optional. And in those countries that have had explicitly Catholic governments and monarchs in the past, that attitude has tended to proliferate out into lawmaking. So I agree with you on coercion to a point. I don't think we should be frog marching people to church or we shoot them. No one's ever suggested that.
You lost video? Am I still live? What do you mean you lost video? Yeah, I'm still live.
But we should make more things illegal that aren't illegal right now.
Destiny kind of mentioned this earlier, but I wanted to get some more expansion on it.
When Destiny's not like really getting a whole lot of questions here. It's all towards Milo.
The effects of globalization and our culture, particularly religiously, a part of America's identity is kind of being this melting pot of the world. How would we realistically impose religion nationwide without cutting off the American people from the rest of the world? Present day, how it is, we're so interconnected, and how is it plausible to cut us off and mandate a religion when the rest of the world is working toward a more diverse religious?
I was watching on Destiny's stream and it went offline. We're watching the same video that they're watching. And we still have about 20 minutes left of Q&A, so we're pretty far behind Destiny's.
Seen and when doing this essentially kind of create a border between the US and the rest of the world.
I thought that was for you.
Wait, was that for him?
Yeah.
Yeah, okay, yeah, I said that.
I'm sorry. Well, I'll just give you an example. I would have to look up the reference, but I think about 10 years ago, the Chinese government dispatched a number of operatives to America to figure out, like, what is it that's made America so preeminently successful? Why are we?
I don't think I really care about these Q&As very much. So if good content to come, Okay, I was just about to say, I don't think I'm really interested in all of this, but if it's still coming, then okay, I will keep going.
We're now in this unipolar world where there's America and everything else, right? Because it can't just be this American exceptionalism thing. Obviously, they didn't believe that. They turned their nose up at that. They said, well, what is it? Let's get...
She did say Destiny. No, she said Destiny said this earlier, and so I'd like you to explain further. So she was saying, like, Destiny mentioned this in his thoughts on it. I would like you to explain more.
Get to the bottom of this. And the guy came back, the lead researcher that the CCP dispatched, came back with an interesting answer. It was Christian heritage. The guy ended up converting to Christianity. He said the thing that makes America successful is precisely that heritage against which it's constantly kind of bucking, that it's always sort of fighting against. And it's that tension within the limits as sort of prescribed by the founding documents that has made America so successful. It's freedom arising from order. It's creativity arising within clearly defined limits. What's happened since then is that those limits have been taken away, both for private corporations, so they can do appalling things to people and abuse and addict us to various things, and obviously culturally as well. There are things on television that should not be on television. I mean, it should be a felony to glorify gang violence. It should be a felony to glorify prostitution, fucking obviously.
Yeah, see, this is exactly what Destiny's talking about, where he's saying that they're so anti-freedom that they're like, that like their ideology becomes incoherent, like stuff like that. Yeah, you have to be able to have the freedom to glorify gang violence. Whether or not we think it's right, whether or not we think you should do it, is completely different than whether or not you should be allowed to do it. That's insane.
It's obvious that that's the case.
That is not obvious. That is such a bonkers thing to say. Like, that is actually an insane thing to say. I like he is that is so far off the deep end.
And America used to have all this stuff. It used to have codes for comic books. It used to have codes for Hollywood up until the 50s and the 60s. And that's when everything went wrong, when those codes went away. So it's precisely that tension, that creative tension between the box.
Oh. Did I lose it?
I first
No,
got a glimpse
okay.
of Steven on Timcast a couple weeks ago, the day I got tickets for this. So I was like, wow. And I actually enjoyed hearing what you had to say then there as well, too. Christian here, and I wanted to ask this, if you break it down to the,
Tom, you're just wrong on this. K-pop, or China just outlawed K-pop because it feminizes men. I don't know what you mean I'm wrong on. No, like you should not, the government should not have that much control over your life. I am not wrong on this. The government should not have that much control over your life or what you can or can't say. You, like, freedom of speech is insanely important. It is one of the most important. What up, Clark? Watch behind the scenes now, live on Charlie Yu's channel. Who is Charlie Yu? This?
Probably right. Yeah, you can. It'll hold frame, and then if you want like something moving, then I hit it twice, and then I'll. Well, if you want to say Obama, you have to say built-in in chat. He's so cute in person. And look how there's no one in line for Milo. How sad. No, just kidding.
We don't have freedom of speech when it comes to the Holocaust. I mean, when you say we, I assume you mean like Canadians or people in other countries. Sure. In the United States, we have it, but maybe the rest of you guys don't. The stream just stopped. So is there something? Is there something that happens here?
Milo was drinking champagne when he walked in. This is a...
Wow, that girl, as soon as she gets on stage.
Milo was drinking champagne when he walked in. This is a... What he came in with.
She's cute. I gotta turn off the audio because they're playing copyrighted music. She's got her phone out. Does she get the digits? Oh. Yeah, it doesn't look like anything actually happens here. Look at the juxtaposition between these two, man. That sweetheart, she's a streamer. I figured she was a streamer. Okay.
Bare bones. Religion is order. Would you guys agree with that? Like it builds a semblance of a structure of order.
Yeah, I mean, it provides a framework, builds a box, builds a wall, however you want to put it. Yeah, we can't think clearly or properly unless we can build walls, meaning unless we can distinguish some things from other things. And, you know,
Yeah, I would say the way that I view it is like religion easily gives us a framework for ethics. It gives us a metaphysical understanding of the world, like where do things come from, and then it gives us like an epistemic understanding of the world. How do I know what's true or what's not true? I think religion like very easily packages those three things up. It gives it to us. We don't have to think.
Wait, did somebody raid? I missed it. Who raided? I didn't see a raid.
Think about it, and then we focus on things like how do I make my wife happy, or how do I take care of my children without having to do all the work with the other stuff too.
How are you getting on with keeping your wife happy?
Better than you are with your ex-husband.
I don't know. He just got a Ferrari. He seems all right.
Yeah, I know how many people are watching. I don't think we got a raid.
The point I'm getting at is if you look at Council of Nicaea, 350
I raided your mom's cookie jar. Nice. Well done.
AD to now, same pages in the book, same laws, same directives that we've been given.
FBI
as
raid
Christians.
based.
But if you look more, and to a point that I love that you brought up this tonight, was that Christianity, organized religion, has gone down in the last 20 years, 30%, and you see this rise of leftism, and you see this rise of people talking, or at least having a malleable framework that they just keep changing, and how dangerous that can be. Because I mean,
Y'all hit the thumbs up button. We need a lot more thumbs upsies, okay? We got 118 people watching. We got 52 thumbs ups, okay? We need a lot more. A lot more.
Hillary Clinton, totally against gay marriage. Come to presidential election. Oh, this is wrong that this was ever prevented from ever happening. She's pushing DOMA the entire time.
Thank you, Johnny
So,
Guitar.
don't you think it's a little dangerous for left-wing protagonists to have this ever-changing doctrine, whereas other religions have had thousands and thousands of years to just follow the same mindset, the same order?
I think that, so while the texts themselves haven't changed, I feel like religious practices have kind of adapted to the modern era. I'll speak very narrowly about my religious experience and more broadly. Very narrowly, I was a Catholic, and I'm from Omaha, Nebraska. In our archdiocese there, we had multiple Catholic churches, and just the divergence in thought around, for instance, gay people was wildly different from one church to another. In one church,
Tom Foolery, would you have a problem removing tax-exempt statuses from churches if they... That next part's important. If they what? The answer is probably going to be no. I do not think we should remove tax exempt statuses from churches right now. No. Like the entire reason that churches shouldn't be paying taxes is because like there should be a separation between church and state, and the state shouldn't have like any sort of powers over the churches. They shouldn't be able to raise taxes on religious programs in order to like push them out. They shouldn't be able to churches should be categorized as nonprofits, especially every church that I ever went to. We always volunteered our time. Most of the money that was donated, once everybody was paid, the rest of the money went to another nonprofit. There was always tons of like, mission trips and, feeding the hungry and handing out all sorts of like food and helping homeless people and all sorts of crap that we were always engaging in at every church that I was ever a part of. And so, yeah, I think it's important that they maintain that tax exempt status for lots of reasons. Would you have a problem with removing tax exempt statuses from churches if they use the church to seek political gain and political influence? No, I don't think so. I think that like it's important that they have freedom of speech and they're able to say what they want and like be able to advocate for what they want. There is something specific about them not being able to use it like something for politics, but that doesn't mean that they're not allowed to advocate for who they want people to vote for.
Church, we had very traditional preachers, almost resembled my girlfriend's Baptist church, like very, very, very hardcore people, very traditional, no children, no noises. There was like a glass room. They didn't really even want you to bring your kids there. And then in the other one, it was a way more friendly, more geared towards young people.
I thought that was already a law. It's a misinterpreted law. I don't remember what exactly it says. Church tax exempt. Are churches allowed to be political? Currently, the law prohibits political campaign activity by charities and churches by defining a 501c3 organization as one which does not participate in or intervene in, including the publishing or distributing of statements, any political campaign on behalf of or in opposition to any candidate for public office. So I don't know that all churches fall under the 501c3. Churches are not required to formally file tax exempt status, but may qualify for exemption from federal income taxes under the section 501c3 if the organization meets the requirements listed below. That doesn't really answer my question. Churches caught operating without adherence to the law will have their tax-exempt status revoked all the way back to the date they were instituted. A church that has a 501c3 status and is convicted of trying to influence political campaigns, for the instance, will have its 501c3 approval revoked. The IRS automatically recognizes churches as 501c3 charitable organizations if they meet the IRS requirements. There is no need for churches to seek formal recognition. Okay, so then yeah, I guess they're automatically 501c3s. So yeah, I guess yeah, if they're breaking the law and they're not abiding by 501c3 status, then yeah, sure. That makes sense.
I think I don't know if every Christian church had like the 26-year-old guy that was like leading like the band for doing the music and they had like drums and guitars and stuff. And that was it was like a night and day difference in those churches. That was just in my city. I can't imagine like worldwide how different it is. And then I look at people like Muslims, and we can talk about like Islamic extremism. If we look at the, I'll hit on the gay thing again. In the United States.
Radical Coder, let's go.
Radical Coder became a member.
Appreciate it, Coder. Let's get some cheers in chat. Hell yeah, we got a lot of members over the last couple of days. Appreciate everybody joining. Make sure you guys send a message in the Discord server. You'll get access to other chats that give you the ability to recommend content that we review. There's also a separate channel for people who are members to jump into. So yeah, make sure you let somebody know, either me or Sassafras, and we'll be able to change your roles in the server. So yeah, in a little bit, we're going to do call-ins. If you want to call in, you can join the Discord. Link is in the description. You can join the waiting room, or if you're a member, you can just go ahead and join the membership channel, and we'll do membership call-ins first, and then we'll move to the people in the waiting room.
Muslims as a whole are more favorable towards homosexuality than the average American population, which is wild, right? Compared to other countries where there are some Islamic populations that still, kill gay people, assuming you have enough witnesses or however it works in some of those countries today, or at the very least they try to make it illegal. So all of this is to say that, like, while I think that sometimes Christians or Muslims or any of the or any religion, they'll kind of lean on.
Proud of you, Tom Foolery Show, even though I was going to stream this tonight, but I didn't, so I could hang with y'all. Based, let's go, dude. Appreciate it.
On their text, and they'll say, well, this is unchanging, and we've got the same text thread all the time. I feel like the job of the community leaders, the preachers that do the sermons, that talk to the community, are constantly trying to, I don't want to say reinterpret, because that's not really right, but they're constantly trying to, like, adapt and readapt the teachings to make them fit in your modern day life. Like, what would Jesus say to a kid that's paying more attention to his iPhone than his mom or dad telling him how to do chores? You're not going to find Steve Jobs in the Bible, but you can still get teachings out of that. So yeah, it's difficult, but I think that religion still changes and adapts, like anything else does, even if the text itself doesn't change. Is that okay? Or?
Well, yeah, the point I was making was, no, thank you. The point I was making was how the left keeps moving goalposts.
Mm-hmm.
They are, progressive, right?
Yeah.
They're moving goalposts. Tomorrow they may be completely against transgender, anything involving transgender. They could be if it lost votes.
Sure.
And you see that time and time and time again. Whereas conservatism, by definition, is kind of holding back towards days of yore, I guess.
Maybe. I feel like both sides have changed a lot. So, like, for instance, if we, like, I think neocon is like a slur to conservatives, right? If you were to compare, like, the Bush era conservatives.
I identified as a neocon up until the last couple months, so I don't know. I know it pissed everybody off, but I still called myself a neocon up until, what, like, 4 months ago.
Those guys to, like, the MAGA people today, these guys will hate each other, right? Because Bush era conservatives are like pro-corporation, pro-Iraq, pro-Afghanistan, generally speaking, and the Trump guys are like, I hate big companies, no foreign wars whatsoever, screw all of that stuff. So I feel like conservatives have changed a bit too. I agree that, like, obviously progressives are pushing the envelope quite a bit, and conservatives are kind of, saying like, well, hold on, but, like, their movement is growing and evolving as well, I would say.
Well, the relative change is night and day, though. You can't compare the two. And I have to, I have never in my life.
It's okay, Tom. Neocon is just another term for neoliberal. Not really. Like, there was a split within the conservative movement where neocons went one direction, paleocons went the other direction. Like, neocons were a more liberal version of conservatives, but they're not liberals, and they're definitely not the same as a neoliberal. And then paleocons kind of were the more traditional Christian nationalist type of conservatives, so like very populist and anti-establishment sorts of people.
Gone into a Latin Mass church where people are boxed off. I think you just made that up. If you didn't, please tell us what church it is, because that's not Catholic teaching.
Sure. One of the pairs I went to was St. Leo, the 10th in Omaha, Nebraska. They have like a whole little glass enclosure. You can go into the church and you can see where the children are. I've been in plenty of Catholic churches that do exactly this for screaming children. Sounds like you haven't been in a church before, Milo. Go ahead.
I have been to. Well, you leveled the charge.
I've been to a church before. What do you mean?
Against traditionalist Catholics, and I've been to Latin masses with the FSSP and ICK and even SSPX all over the country for years. I must just have missed the churches you're going to, which is weird. As far as Muslims being more pro-gay, well, there's two things to say about that. One, I guess that disproves the case that immigrants are going to bring conservative values with them, so we should definitely close the borders. Because if the Muslims are coming in pro-gay and the Hispanics are coming in equally wobbly, there's no conservative social case for abortion. Close the borders, done. So that's helpful to know. But also, there's no contiguous landmass with any Muslim country here. Muslims who come to America are by definition wealthy, international, globalized, and seeking Western values and seeking to live in America. It's hardly surprising that the people who leave the Muslim world to come to America might be more in favor of progressive values, because that's precisely what they're leaving.
Hello, it's nice to see both of you.
This is the girl that's on stage afterwards that we were looking
I'm
at.
also from Omaha, Nebraska, and I can tell you at least 3 other names of churches: St. Wenceslaus, St. Robert's, and St. Cecilia's, and one of them is contritional. They all do the same thing, where they put the children in the back.
I'm not going to pretend it's a state I know well. So if that happens in that particular state, that's pretty gross.
I also lived overseas in Germany. They also had that as well in very traditional cathedrals. My question is for you, Mr. Yiannopoulos. It has to do with...
Nobody rated me. Why do you guys keep saying that? Nobody rated. Chill. You guys keep confusing the hell out of me, where I'm like, wait, was there a raid? What are they talking about?
Why should we assume that a Christian nation, returning to its Christian values, if we buy into the premise that this is a Christian nation, and it is a Christian nation because, as I understand it, because the founders were Christian, and therefore somehow that also influenced the text of the Constitution, the Bill of Rights, and the Declaration of Independence, and that is what therefore makes this a Christian nation.
Erudite stealing all the viewers. Go to her chat and tell her to quit it. Tell her that she needs to just go ahead and raid over here. Send them all this way.
Question to you is this return then, why should we assume that that would be friendly to all denominations, including Roman Catholics? And so my family is Roman Catholic, and I'm sure that you can appreciate this as someone who is deeply Catholic. Roman Catholics do not have a great history in this country.
No, it's quite an anti-Catholic culture in this country.
The 18th...
Let's go.
Lessonsel super chatted $2. We are raiding your heart. Less than 3.
Wait, what? Less than 3. Okay. Yeah, it's a heart sign for anybody who's just listening. Appreciate it, Lesson Cell. Thank you for the $2. I appreciate you rating my heart as well.
The Know Nothing Party of the 1850s, the first Roman Catholic president was John F. Kennedy.
KKK went after Catholics just like they did blacks.
And this was all done in the name of Christian nationalism. And
No, it was not done in the name of Christian nationalism,
It was
because that term did not exist.
Well, it was attached to
and
the
it wasn't-
same ideology at the time.
Was it? Because you sort of did this sort of vague sketching.
Its essence? Oh, okay.
Of how somebody might come to a conclusion that since the founders were sort of Christian, then we should be sort of Christian too. But I gave you a much more precise and crisp and specific explanation than that, didn't I? What I said was that these documents were constructed, outsourcing morality to Christianity, disestablishing the church. And Adams said that they were constructed for immoral and religious people, and at that time he meant Christian. I also mentioned, and I did find the judge's name, it wasn't Ring Christos, I misspoke. It was William O. Douglas, who is one of the most famously left-wing Supreme Court justices of all time, and his quote was, "We are a religious people whose institutions presuppose a supreme being. The highest court of this land has confirmed repeatedly that America has a Christian foundation." So I think it's a bit unfair of you to sort of suggest that I was like gesturing vaguely at the founders and saying, you know, since they're sort of Christian, then we've got a sort of Christian inheritance. I made a very specific and crisp explanation about the founding of this country. So let's just be clear on that before we proceed. Next up, I share your...
Can I ask a question on that? Why, we keep saying this, that it was so clearly a Christian nation. Why is it so curiously absent from all of our founding documents?
Well, it was done on purpose, and it's not. I mean, it's not absent from Lincoln. It's not absent
from our Constitution, the thing...
That Lincoln is not a founding document. What is he talking about? Why is it so absent from our founding documents? Well, it's not. It wasn't absent from Lincoln. So Lincoln was a Christian. Okay. What else?
That enshrines what the government is and does. And
you know perfectly well it's absent from those on purpose because the state, there is a separation of a technical...
Milo is a pretty high debater, or a pretty low debater, depending on whether he took uppers or downers that day.
Legal and institutional separation of church and state in this country. That does not mean that the founders were indifferent to whether or not people would be Christian. And indeed, they said the opposite. They said that they were making a country for a moral and religious people, by which they meant Christian. So the words of those documents were written very carefully and mostly to avoid Protestant infighting because of the different regions in America that were establishing themselves at the time. That's most of the reason. And those documents that do omit God for a very particular and specific reason. But God is woven into the culture of the country, whether it is...
Lessonsel super chatted $5. This debate was a great exchange of ideas, full of new perspectives, very respectful and super helpful to push humanity forward.
Yes.
Pepe laugh.
True. Very true. Very true. I'm glad that you could see that. I'm glad that that somebody can see through all of the rhetoric and see what's actually happening here. Thank you, Essence, for the donation.
the Pledge of Allegiance or whatever else. And you can see it. You can see that tenor and texture and culture everywhere. In some specific documents, it is absent for the reasons that I've said. But you know perfectly well, and as I've tried to explain briefly, this.
Every president ever has been into God. We totally are a religious-based nation and a monarchy light. Yeah, the presidents have been religious. Like, the population has been religious. But the idea of the country was not a religious country. Like, our founding documents make sure that religion is not going to rule over our country. Our founding documents are, like, explicitly like they are explicit in their intent to make sure that religion is not the like, it's not a, I'm blanking on words right now, sorry. I'm very tired, but that it's not like a something that's going to push us in one direction or the other. More than anything, the country was like founded on like white nationalism, and it was founded like to be a white country for white people and white men, and obviously that didn't work out so well. But Christianity, not so much. That, like, our founding fathers argued over the religious parts over and over, and it ended up being like explicitly not religious. Like, the documents are pretty clear that they do not want religion ruling over the country.
This evening, this country was created.
Whites, yes, is a white country.
On the understanding that, and that's the bit that's.
My dad pronounces the H's in words like that. What? What are you talking about?
Crumbling now, right? It's the on the understanding bit that's crumbling. And without that, the founders themselves said that the center cannot hold, and it isn't holding. And so that's the answer to you. And then I want to finish. I think the lady had a question for me, which I don't remember because I got interrupted. What was the second half of it?
I apologize.
No, it wasn't you, it was him.
Well, my question was, why should we assume that this new movement of Christian nationalism would be inclusive of all denominations? You mentioned First and Pentecostal, Methodists, not a true Christian because they're not listening to the Gospels. Which Gospels, which interpretation of the Gospels, different churches.
Absolutely. We can't necessarily, and we shouldn't, and there's a long history of, different strands of Christianity battling it out. But
I don't even pronounce the H in human and huge. Huge.
There's also, I think, much more importantly, and more obviously and more persuasively,
Jared Taylor does do
countries
the
that have an
WH
established
thing,
state religion, and what that does to the culture and how it impedes change for change's sake. And it seems to be a sacrifice worth making. Yeah, sure, I share your anxiety about Catholicism. America has imported Catholics now and again when it suited the country for the labor force, whether it's getting some Irish guys in, getting some Italians in. I mean, Catholics aren't ever entirely and completely at home on this soil.
You white.
Yeah, I share that. That's fair.
I think it's a fair question. I think you should push for harder answers. When people talk about wanting to exclude certain denominations or exclude certain religions from the country, I think you should push them on a solid answer for who particularly do you want to include or who particularly do you want to exclude. Not to draw the parallels, although the parallels write themselves. I think you can do similarly to people that are like white nationalists, right?
Jared Taylor is annoying? Wow, guys, come on. We don't allow Jared Taylor hate in this chat. Come on.
You've got people like Fuentes, who obviously has some Hispanic in him, right? Well, where do we draw the line at who's white enough for the country and who's not? And who's to say that once we've drawn one line, we're not going to look amongst ourselves and decide, well, we're going to draw this line even further? And I think it's a good question in regards to the Christian nationalist stuff, too. I did a bit of reading for preparation for the debate, and it's actually insane how undecided it is what Christian nationalism even means. Does that extend to people's ethnic backgrounds? Is Christianity going to become an ethnicity like Jewishness is just seen as an ethnicity? Are people wanting to include all Christians but give some more rights than others? If you want to enshrine Christian doctrine in law, like Sharia law, I have honestly no idea, and I don't feel like after listening to Milo ramble for an hour and a half, I have any more of an idea of what it is than when I came in here at the beginning of the night.
No, I don't think anyone agrees with us because nobody used this expression more than 2 years ago. That's sort of what we're here to thrash out and talk about. And there's no person, unlike some movements. I mean, America First is kind of Trump basically owns that and gets to decide what that means. Nobody has sort of stepped up and to the mantle of I'm the Christian nationalism guy. There isn't one. So I mean, Andrew Torber from Gab wrote a book and.
I'd say Nick Fuentes has stepped up and said that he's the Christian nationalist guy. So probably him.
And Nick Fuentes talked about it briefly.
Nick Fuentes talks about it briefly. Yeah, that Nick Fuentes guy, I think he might have mentioned it once or twice,
And various other people have used it. Marjorie's used it and all the rest of it, but there isn't kind of a Christian nationalism guy. So I don't think it's concretely defined. But I'm not here to defend a nebulous political philosophy. I'm here to suggest that America might do better if, in a commonly understood sort of bucket of Christianity, and people make jokes and they say, oh, there are millions of Protestant denominations. When you actually look at it, like 99% of people fall into one of these 7 big buckets. I think it's reasonable to say, well, if you're in one of those buckets, you're Christian. That's fine for now.
What is he talking about?
It would be better if this country returned to an understanding of that moral underpinning that was a little bit closer to the people who came up with it in the first place. And that's all I'm here to do.
He's not here to defend a nebulous political ideology. Yes, you are. That is, what do you mean? Yes, you are. You're in this is the name of the debate is Christian nationalism. You are here to defend Christian nationalism. What are you talking about? What is he talking about? That is the entire reason he's supposed to be there.
I will push you one more time, Mr. Yiannopoulos, and I'll make it more specific. So specifically the question of abortion. That's a great example of how different denominations disagree very fiercely on that question. Do you know how would, for instance, a return to a move to Christian nationalism resolve that?
He's just there to fake post and say little. Yeah, it's all a virtue signal. This is all he's ever done, is just find different ways to virtue signal to the people that he wants to follow him and the people he wants to give him money. That's literally all he's ever been capable of doing.
I don't think there's any plausible Christian future for this country in which any sort of abortion is permitted under any circumstances. And this is one of the countries in the world that's got a very creditable record when it comes to ferocious pro-life advocacy. And it will be reassuring to you as a Catholic I think probably to hear that I don't really see any way of this proceeding except under uncompromising pro-life banner.
Well, if you guys are ready, you guys ready to get pissed off? Everybody ready? Everybody ready to get pissed? Let me know you're ready. I'm about to piss everybody off. You guys ready? Yeah, I would say I'm pro-life. I'm definitely pro-life. I don't think that it should be legal. I don't think that it should be allowed. I'm not into it, not for it. I think that I think that there are some, I think that probably the best middle ground that we should be able to find is no abortions after the first trimester is kind of where I land. Legally, morally, I think it's probably wrong all the way around. I don't think that it should, I don't think anybody should be permitting or advocating for abortions. I don't think that it should ever be something that we lift up or promote. But I think legally, yeah, I think that we should probably have a line get cut off around I want to get pissed on. Wrong stream for that one. You're a pro-life up to when? I generally, I would say conception, but I guess legally, I would say that yeah, first trimesters probably after first trimester, it should probably be illegal from then on. 6 weeks? No, not 6 weeks. I would say probably 14 to 16 weeks, somewhere in there.
But these are all open questions. I'm not pretending to be an encyclopedia on Christian nationalism because there isn't one. It's something that somebody just invented. But I definitely will stand here and defend Christ.
Destiny obliterated Milo. I don't know if it's that simple. I think that Milo was able to talk a lot more and get a lot more points in. Milo used his time a lot more wisely. He was able to get a lot more rhetoric out there and say a lot more things. And then Destiny would, his points were a lot more succinct, a lot clearer what it was he was trying to say. It was a lot more directed at exactly what Milo just said, but it was very short and quick, and he could have used up a lot more time. He could have said a lot more things and really not just taken a couple of jabs at Milo and then used one sentence to talk, point out how dumb what it was he said is, but instead continue to say, like, and this is this, and this is why this, and this is why we shouldn't do that, this is why we should do this, and this is, founding of America here, and this president said this, and this document said that, and he could have, really used that time wisely, and I don't think that he really did that. So I don't think it's as clear of a win by Destiny, but I don't think Milo was coherent in any way whatsoever. Everything that he was saying was just completely incoherent and didn't make sense. But he was virtue signaling to the right people. He was saying the things that people wanted to hear, and he was saying the things that will make people, Christian nationalist type people like him. And so as long as he's just repeating the talking points and going down the bullet points, he's doing the thing that he's supposed to do, and he used up a lot of his speaking time just making sure to throw everything out there to see what could stick.
As the essential moral underpinning of our civilization. And there are people who worship him in various ways, and there are people who...
Do you think Destiny will get clout after this debate? Feels like a waste of time to me. I mean, it seems like a lot of people were interested in the debate. There's a lot of people here who wanted to see the debate. There were a lot of people in his chat. I think that there's other people covering it that have a lot of people watching it there as well. So it seems to have piqued the interests of most everybody.
Have fallen into various different kinds of Christian denomination, but I think brothers in Christ is a reasonably well understood expression, and I think a fair one, and that's good enough for me for now.
Well, before I will say one more thing, and then I promise I will hand the microphone back.
In my opinion, Destiny finished really strong. Yeah, I agree. Destiny's closing statement was much better than Milo's, though, and that is what will stick with the viewers. Maybe. Yeah, maybe.
Part of the reason why I'm asking is because my family history as a Catholic is as an Irish Catholic.
One's in chat if you're here because of Destiny. Actually, I'll just put a poll in chat. Never mind.
My grandparents were involved with the Irish Republican Army at the time. The differences between Catholicism and Protestantism in Ireland during that time resulted in cars being blown up. It was not a
But you also know that there are a lot of other factors involved in there to do with borders, the English. I mean, there's a lot that went into that, right? It wasn't as simple as this is a religious conflict between North and South. I think it's most accurate to say that it was a kind of small civil war with heavy religious overtones or tempered, flavored, informed by religion, but this was not straight religious conflicts.
I'm here because of you, cutie. Well, thank you. I appreciate it. I didn't want to put myself because obviously it's overwhelmingly gonna be because of me. So I don't want to embarrass them.
It's just not true to say that. You know that.
I do not know that. It was such a deep conflict that my grandfather couldn't take a civil service exam in the early 1900s. And I will leave you with that. I apologize for eating so much time.
That's why I put the neither option, because I figured there's a lot of people who are here just to watch what I'm going to watch. And this just happens to be it. So they're here for it. But I think that there's a lot of people who are here just to watch what Destiny said with somebody else commenting, just to have some color comment. Some color commentation, color commenter. I'm really good at it too. By the way.
Most thoughtful question so far. You have no apology to make.
My question's for Milo. From Christian to Christian, I just want to let you know that there are a few things that I disagree with you tonight. Probably the biggest question I have I'm a bit puzzled at Christian nationalism itself. It seems like an oxymoron to me. And from theologian to theologian, because I assume that as a Christian your beliefs stem from your theology, I wanted to ask you a theological question.
I will do my best. I've never described myself as a theologian, but I'll do my best.
All right. I wanted to ask you, how would you respond to the themes of Jesus resisting any type of political or physical authority here on earth? For instance, in John 18, when Pilate was questioning Jesus about his own nation handing him over to be crucified, Jesus said that his kingdom was not of this world. Also, another example would just be Jesus healing the Roman soldier who decided to hit him, right? So how do you know that you aren't wanting Jesus to become the political Messiah that the Jews expected them to free them from Rome, the very same Jesus that refused to take on that role?
Well, I'm a Catholic, so I'm quite comfortable with earthly spiritual authority. And Jesus didn't leave us a Bible, he left us a church in the form of the apostles, whose descendants that we call now bishops have continued his teaching to the present day. And that institution has become very wealthy, very complicated, very difficult to generalize about, and very controversial, I suppose, if from one particular point of view. Christ left us an institution. He birthed one when he said, "On this rock I build my church." He left us an institution. The fact that he destroyed a lot of bad ones when he was here only really serves to underscore the point.
So it's just a difference in authority.
Can you,
well, there's a valid, legitimate authority, which is authority stemming from Christ, which is the descendants of the apostles, the seed of St. Peter.
Wait, can you repeat the last part of that question? Sorry.
Sure. I said, how do you know that you aren't wanting Jesus to become the same political Messiah that the Jews expected to free them from Rome?
Okay, I'm taking a stab at it. It's been a long time, but isn't this what the render unto Caesar quote meant? That there are going to be things that exist in the domain of government where you have obligations and responsibility to the state, but those things exist separate to the obligations you have to your church and your family, so you can still live your best life being a Christian without expecting that to also fulfill like the political goals of your nation, no?
Correct, which is why we don't necessarily need Trump to be the most morally perfect person in order for him to be a good president. Exactly.
Yeah, I think Jesus' main point was just that he wasn't aiming for political power, and neither should his followers. That was pretty much what I got out of that.
Yes, that's fair, but that's a different question. But that's fair.
Thank you, everybody, for the great questions. Now we're going to do closings real quick, and then we're going to have to head out of here. Milo, you have 5 minutes, then Stephen, you have 5 minutes.
I seem to have got away with saying that I wasn't especially pro-Second Amendment in Tennessee, so I'm just going to take the win on that one. And simply tell you that I moved here with all of the usual assumptions about America. And having been here, it's a difficult thing to hear, really, but America is one of those countries that sort of, what's that old quote? America always does the right thing once it's tried everything else first. America seems to kind of regularly need these outside observers to tell it about itself, whether it's de Tocqueville or whatever. It's not very good at self-reflection. So all I can do is offer you what I've seen, and that is that the gap between the way America describes itself and the reality here is so enormous and so gigantic and so suicidally large, actually. The way that since the 1950s and 60s this country has diverged from its founding objectives, from its founding morality, is terrifying. And the rest of the world needs you guys to be in good shape, to be in good fighting shape, and to get it together. Because we don't have many other options. China, Russia, oblivion, right? I do still think that the world's in good shape when America's in good shape. But it hasn't been for nearly 100 years now. You haven't won a war in 75 years, do you know that? 75 years America hasn't won a war. Things are going very, very badly wrong here, and we need you. But we need you to be strong, we need you to be healthy, we need you to be wholesome, and we need you to be moral. We need that from you. Even though you're, our child in some ways, you've grown big, and you've grown strong, and you're our protector. But our protector now is writhing on the ground, diseased, shrieking, blinded, and pathetic. And we've gone outside in the rest of the world from admiring this country, from moving here because we love the idea of its values so much, to being confronted with the ugly reality that America's greatest export is now sodomy and vaccines and stuff like that. And that's not what it was supposed to be. So I would kind of encourage you to reflect on whether anybody is happier or better off, wealthier, doing better in 2023 than they were in 1953. And to say that clocks can't be turned back is just historically ignorant. It's just completely wrong. But what normally happens is they're turned back very violently. What normally happens is that they're turned back by force, and they're turned back too far, or they're turned into something ugly. And that has happened again and again and again. And the window for America to save itself is closing. It's very narrow. Maybe a generation. Maybe it's too late. But you owe it to yourselves and to the rest of us to try. And if you want to make America the best it can be, if you want to be a good athlete, you got to train. If you want to be a good writer, you have to read and write. If you want to be a good America, you got to go to church. Thank you.
I hate you, Sean. This conversation was definitely something different than what I was expecting. Actually, you know what? No, it was exactly what I was expecting. I feel like Milo is kind of the perfect showman for the Christian nationalist movement. A lot of bravado, a lot of theatrics, a lot of 1 HP voicing, but no actual actionable material anywhere, no concrete ideology to stand on, no policy positions to recommend, not even like a clear or even a vague outline of what it is he even stands for. Maybe I just wasn't paying attention because I was watching Subway Surfers on my phone for half this debate. I don't know if anybody else in here feels like they came away with a better understanding of what Christian nationalism is than before they came in.
What is Subway Surfers? What is that? What is he just like watching? Is he watching somebody else play the game? No, I've never played it. It's a TikTok meme? Is that where that crap comes from? It's from Subway Surfers? I see people doing this stuff all the time. I didn't know that that's where it came from. This ain't it.
But yeah, something that I get very frustrated about when I talk about politics, the reason why I do these conversations, the reason why I talk to people who are as far away from me as people like Milo can be, is because I think it's important to cut through a lot of the bullshit that a lot of people preach when they're trying to turn people over to their new political movements. I think that we have very real problems today, and I don't think we ever have a chance to discuss them when we're talking about how much better life would have been in the 1200s or in the 1950s. We're not getting rid of cell phones. We're not putting women back in the kitchen. We're not getting rid of birth control. The internet's not going anywhere. We're not locking down our borders. We live in a world today that is as much different from 1980 as 1980 was from the 1200s that, Milo's so obsessed with. And I think that we need better conversations with people, better policies that we can advocate for, better things that we can talk about to move our people forward, rather than having people endlessly fracture and atomize themselves in these silly little political movements that people can't even adequately define. So if you come away from here tonight, I hope that when you talk to your friends about things related to this, if you want to talk about church, talk about a church you want to go to, talk about actions that you do. The cool things about my church is that every Saturday or every Sunday or whenever you went to Mass, you got to meet a group of people, you got to socialize, you got to have a community. Sometimes you would do community events, and you would just have basically communities that you would develop around that you would do things with every week, because socializing with each other is really important. I think this is one of the things that we miss the most today, especially when we spend all of our time in front of our phones and our computers. I hope that people continue to find things in their life to build upon. Maybe in future conversations we can, or not we, but me and somebody else can talk about the different things that you can do to build upon that. And I hope you guys don't get lost down these really weird niche micro ideologies that offer you, the universe and talk about absolutely nothing.
Thank you guys. Let's all give one big final round of applause for our debaters. I just want to thank
Destiny is a reasonable centrist. Dude is pretty far left compared to most Americans. I think a lot of people who are online a little bit too much, he seems like a centrist because we see so many crazy far left people. But in compared to compared to any politician, he's much farther left than most of them.
Several people that made this event possible before we leave and do the meet and greet and then I'll head out. First of all, I'd like to thank the exec board here at our University of Tennessee chapter. James, everybody's been amazing, and I'm so proud of everybody, all the work they put in. They made this event happen. For all the flyers they had to put up and get torn down every day by all the people that don't even want to see this debate happen. So it was fantastic. All the work you guys put in, all the volunteers who've helped out, and everybody who's bought tickets for this. I know there's some free ones here, but everybody who's bought tickets, you've helped us make this happen and afford it. So your money is going to good use. And everybody more behind the scenes have helped the Knoxville Convention.
Oh boy. That is a tweet. That is quite a tweet. Okay. Melina tweeted out, "My pussy is living rent-free in my husband's haters' heads." True. She's not wrong. She ain't wrong. Thank you, Sassafras.
Mentions there have been amazing. Both times we've been here, they've been absolutely amazing.
Okay.
I love working with them.
Yeah, I think Destiny did really well in the closings. I think that was a good way to end it. I think that normally that's the way that I like to end debates a lot, is like being overly passive throughout the debate, and then at the end of the debate kind of summing everything up and showing like, yeah, they can't even engage with me. They just keep making personal attacks. They're not able to engage with what it is that I'm saying. We're here to debate this topic, and they don't even seem to know anything about the topic. This entire time I'm putting out clear and concise points, and they're turning around and making fun of me for being a soy boy again or something like that. You know, like this is something I like to do a lot, but I think in timed debates like this, normally I think that you want to use your time wisely. You want to be able to get as much out as possible in that time. And yeah, and I think normally in lots of debates, if we're going to have like a fairly evenly an evenly split audience, and I go and debate somebody, right? So say I go on to Modern Day Debate, and then they take questions from the audience afterwards. Whoever all of the questions are for, that person lost. That's normally how I grade it, right? There are times where I go into opposing places. So I debated Tyler. What was the guy's name again that I debated a while ago?
Tyler Bluntman.
Thank you. Tyler Bluntman. Thank you, Sonia. I don't know where the hell you came from, but thank you anyways. Scared the crap out of me. But yes, Tyler Bluntman, when I debated him on Politically Provoked, that audience at the beginning of the debate hated me. They freaking hated me. And they were much more on Tyler's side. They were all like, you know, hardcore praising Tyler. And then by the end of the debate, they all hated Tyler. The audience voted, you know, in my favor, that I won. All of the questions were for him. And I remember like at the end of the debate, people in chat asking like, how do you think you did? And I was like, literally, I haven't gotten a single question this entire time. So I think it's obvious that everybody's asking him questions because they think it's going to be easier to get gotchas on him. It's going to be easier to like, break down what it is he's saying, and what he's saying doesn't seem as concise as what I'm saying. And so, yeah, they're going to have a lot more questions for him. So everybody asking Milo questions at the end of the debate makes it seem like everybody else felt like Milo did pretty poorly as well. What's up, Sonia?
Not much. Man, I jumped in just in time to answer that question for you.
Yeah. Yeah, thank you.
Yep. Yeah, that was a really good one. I remember that one well.
That was a really good one. I remember at the time I hadn't done debates in a while. And then right after I did that debate, I was getting like praise from people who even hated me, were like reviewing the debate and talking about how well I did. But then Tyler went and clipped everything I said out of context and posted it on TikTok and Instagram. And I started getting like tons of people calling me like a pedophile and all sorts of stuff. It was
yeah, he was always a bad faith actor. He did something like that also to, former colleague of ours, Demon Mama, sent his community after her as well back a couple years ago.
Friend of the show, Demon Mama. Yes.
Friend of your show.
Yes.
Right now I'm preparing a stir fry. Trying to not make too much noise, but I figured I'd jump on and say hello. Dude, that debate, holy crap, that was weird. Like, Milo was in bad shape. Usual
Definitely.
performative Milo, but
Yeah, so you said you came into the chat earlier and you said you had insider information from people who were at the event that
Yep.
Milo was drunk. Is that why he was in the bathroom for so long?
They don't really know why he was in the bathroom for so long, but he seemed to already be drunk at that point, and then came out of the bathroom and brought a glass of wine with him to the podium, which he placed under the podium, or like, inside the podium.
Yep.
And apparently he was pretty obviously drunk. So yeah, the other things that he may have been on might have been on uppers too, to take the edge off the drunkenness. Who knows? He definitely seemed in weird spirits.
Yep. Yeah, that was odd.
Mhm.
His like, yeah, he didn't seem like he was able to keep his eyes open through most
Yeah,
of it.
I noticed that. Like, he kept his eyes were oftentimes squinting. Yep, he's definitely got something going on. Did you did you hear that weird thing about him using hot oil to try and prevent himself from getting aroused?
No.
So weird.
What was that?
There's some weird shit that he was talking about at some point. I kind of missed a part of it and then came back and heard him saying something like that. I'm like, what is this?
That is weird.
Let's see. Trying to figure out what else to throw into the mix here. Let's see. I've got carrots. I got celery. I got yellow onion because I didn't pull any white onion out of the ground.
Yeah, we're gonna go ahead and take call-ins. So if you want to jump in,
yeah.
and you want to join the members chat, you can go ahead and join there, or you can jump into the waiting room. We'll do members VC first, and then I'll pull in people from the waiting room if anybody wants to call in, ask any questions. You want to debate me on something, you want to make a statement real quick. We'll go through these for about 30 minutes, and then we got some other stuff to get into. So. Yeah, make sure you join the Discord. Link is in the description.
Everybody jump in. Tom is great to talk to. Loves to debate. Quibbles, if you're listening, I know you want to debate Tom on something, so you should jump in here and debate him on it.
Did you talk to Quibbles yesterday? I
Yeah.
you and you were talking to Quibbles, right?
Yeah, we had a really long debate. That was like a run-on debate.
This is the second time you've had a very long run-on debate.
Yeah. So
I had a very long run-on debate with Speakeasy last night on puberty blockers.
Yeah.
Yeah. Pretty much his overall position is you can't do that to kids. There's not much reason past that. There's not much evidence or statistics or studies or anything like that. It's just don't do that to kids. That was it. So.
Yeah. Interesting. Looks like we both had a long run-on debate.
Yep.
Yeah, the one with Quibble started out initially with him advocating for the trans umbrella being significantly larger and including people with even very, very unique identities and such.
Yeah, but he has an incoherent idea of what gender is, so it doesn't really map onto anything.
Yeah, I kind of agree with that. But we did manage to flesh out a lot of that stuff and kind of figure out where each other couldn't agree on things or couldn't align. But yeah, and then the conversation evolved on to be other things as well, like being, for instance, being willing to question someone's gender identity and possibly invalidate it. And that was sort of like the last topic that we ran into at the very end of the conversation. I'm actually going to be putting it out as a dedicated video because we actually had some really interesting discussion throughout that whole 3-hour period or something.
What up, She-Boner? What was Milo on? I have no idea.
He was at least on alcohol, possibly on uppers at the same time. Has anybody jumped on yet? Nobody's jumped on?
Yeah, I'm going to pull somebody in from the waiting room real quick.
There you go.
There's Ben Thorpe.
I'll go on mute while you guys talk, and then I'll drop off in a bit.
Okay. Are you there, Ben? You're on mute.
It says join voice. I'm in.
There you go.
Hey, buddy.
How's it going, man?
I never heard of you before. You seem like a great guy. I get banned from everywhere, so you seem like
Well,
a
we'll allow
real
you
guy.
to stay as long as possible before
I
we ban you, okay?
I usually make it like one day, and then they're like, I'm out of here. I got banned from Hake, you know that guy, that Jesse Lee Peterson guy?
Yes, I've debated him. Yeah.
I challenged him. I said I'd give him $1,000 to debate me, even to talk to me for an hour, and he banned me from chat. What a pussy! Excuse me.
I have a great debate with him. If you go to my Twitter, pinned at the very top is me debating him, where he starts saying that black people should be grateful for being slaves, and they should be thankful to their slave masters for enslaving them. And so I started saying, like, okay, well then you come be my slave then. Like, why don't you just come be? If you think you should be thankful for it, then come be my slave, and you can thank me every day for being my slave then. And yeah, it's. Anybody hasn't seen it, at the top of my Twitter, it's pinned up there.
I like Hake, personally.
Yeah.
I like him, but I think he has like the mentality of like an 8-year-old.
Yes.
And like I watch his stream, and it's like disturbing because he plays like little kiddie songs and shit, and he won't use like any language that's like, he won't even say the word sex. And I just think like, I don't know, the whole Jesse Lee Peterson realm is to me fascinating, but also like something off there.
So I haven't listened to I just pulled Gracie in as well. I haven't listened to the how's it going, Gracie? I haven't listened to the clip that you posted, but this is the clip that Milo sent your dad, right? This is
in the midst of like a 4-hour textathon, and then it was in his Telegram. Then he went private with me, and I said, Milo, is it okay if I say I love you? And this was his response.
So is it 6 seconds? I'm gonna play it real quick.
Yeah, sure.
Okay. Hold on 1 second. I'm gonna play this on stream. If you wanna pull the stream up real quick while I play it. All right, here we go.
I suppose it's fine as long as it's not, sexually.
Wait. What
happened?
What was this a response to?
I was going back and forth. What happened is originally I made a YouTube short, actually a Korean guy who's in my like sphere made a short of me telling off bourgeois women, and he sent it to Milo, and we're small, but Milo picked up on it, and he said, what's your response? And Milo said, this makes me want to be gay again, or something like that. So then I interacted with him for like it was till like 3 a.m, all night long. And, so this was part of like my individual, like I got into a personal chat with him, and, whatever. I think he has daddy issues. So I was just saying, I love you, buddy. You know what I mean? Like, I think he needs some, I wanted to interact with him, but he's a bitch,
So what are you guys from, like the older alt-right communities?
No, I just popped on YouTube. If you've ever heard of, it's a long story. I've had a lot of family issues. I used to teach Catholic religion, and I was like, I'll go on a debate channel. I went on. We watched The Crucible. I was like, okay, that posh guy. I was like, oh, he's so cool. He's like a vampire or something from, Transylvania. And I was like, oh, he'd be a good guy to get in touch with. So I got in touch with, the Made by Jim Bob channel. That's what he's like connected to. The Crucible's connected with them. They're like conspiracy people. So they were like, I went on his channel just for a second, and he was talking about how the moon landing was fake and all this shit. And I was like, whatever, this is stupid. But I went on and I was like, there's such thing as paranoia, right, guys? And then they started freaking out. And they said I was an FBI agent, I was a Hollywood Jew, and all this stuff. And I leaned into it, because what are you going to say, right? I said, I'll bring my birth certificate next time. So I popped on a few times. Eventually, he comes to the conclusion that I'm a demonic manifestation and banned me from his channel. So I went on The Crucible. I got all these haters from that. I went on The Crucible. I did a couple debates there, which you can't find on The Crucible now because they scrubbed me, because they determined that I was like an agent of the government who was trying to round up Russian Orthodox converts and get them thrown in jail. That we were like equal to their community.
This is a true story. It's literally what happened. I know, Tom.
I debated him once. I have the debate. I killed him, but they're like a total. They claim they're a debate channel, but they're actually it's like a cult. You know what I mean?
I think we need to get Andrew on here to speak for this.
Yeah,
Your voice
well,
sounds really
he won't.
familiar.
He won't be on the same venue as me. He won't. Watch. He's a pussy.
Your voice sounds really familiar. I feel like we've met on like Politically Provoked before or something.
Yeah.
Oh no, we weren't around that early. That was what the Crucible used to be, right? With that girl Brittany.
Yeah. Well, so
Yeah.
the like Brittany and Andrew were both on Politically Provoked, but then
Yeah.
Brittany moved to Cozy, and then Andrew made the Crucible. But I feel like they will.
Cool.
I
Fast
still go
forwarding
on
a
their
bit there.
show.
They
Yeah, I
went to
still
separate
go on
whales
their
or
show
they're
since
both-
Cozy.
Yeah.
Yeah, and then Andrew made Comfy, which is
Yes.
stupid.
Comfy on screen.
We just settled a beef between Andrew and Big Tech a couple weeks ago.
Yeah. Oh
on
yeah.
here.
I still haven't watched that yet.
Oh, so Andrew's your buds with Andrew?
It was crazy. Well, yeah, I
am.
like Andrew.
I am,
I like Big Tech as well. They came on here. They both leaked a bunch of stuff on each other, and we had to play all sorts of like clips and DMs and all
That
sorts
Big
of
Tech
things.
guy. I've seen him. He seemed crazy from what I saw, but you know,
he's
I don't
crazy.
really. Yeah.
Yeah,
He's like
with
a
the
nice
no
guy though,
shirt.
in another way.
Yeah, there was clips of him. So one of the clips was of him on the what's that guy's channel called again? Damn it. I'm blanking on his
I
name
haven't
now,
seen the
too.
debate, so I don't know.
Who's the other guy who streams on Cozy? The big name. That
Yeah, what's his name? Ethan
Wentus?
Ralph.
Ethan Ralph,
Yeah,
yes.
Oh.
Ethan Ralph. So Big Tech was on with Ethan Ralph, and they were talking about Andrew, and one of the guys was like, "Bro, it's really weird that you like show tours of his house, in your Discord, and like
I remember that
talk
thing,
about
yeah.
his like entire life and everything." He's like, "That most people wouldn't do that," and he's like, "I know, but I would," and it was
Yeah,
so
he's like a
creepy the way
creepy-
he did it. It was like, "Oh my goodness." dude.
We have a guy in Kentucky. He's like a toothless guy, a part of a drama channel. He's like threatened to come. We've had like cops here, CPS, because I have 6 kids, pizzas, all that shit. And now we're in with like the super trolls. Some woman named Nicolina777. She's a big streamer. She hates like men, and I've had some family drama that I didn't mean to be like the main thing, but she's like out to kill me. Yeah.
YouTube's crazy, man.
YouTube is crazy.
But your show
But-
is really cool. I really like it. You seem very chill.
Thank you. I am very chill. Yeah.
Yeah.
I don't know how you navigate a relationship with Andrew Wilson, and especially his
Yeah, he's a
wife.
great
Holy
guy.
shit.
Oh, I just had,
he's such a douchebag asshole. I mean,
Well, I
he's
mean,
such a fucking blowhard asshole.
Like she said, I'm a super chill guy. I navigate a relationship with Mr. Girl. I navigate a relationship with Destiny. I navigate a relationship with Vosh.
Well, try to navigate a
relationships
relationship with
all
me,
these people.
because nobody else can.
We'll see how it goes. Yeah.
I'll supervise.
I think Andrew's really easy to navigate a relationship with. Like, I've never had an issue with him.
Yeah,
He sucks. He's a total
Wait. I have a funny
shit-talking asshole.
I have a funny story about Andrew.
Check out
Okay,
my
so-
channel. I got a whole bunch of stuff that Grace put together. The guy is such an asshole.
No, wait,
I
have
think
a
he's
funny-
funny.
I mean, I don't think he
he's a chill
denies
dude.
being.
He's-
I don't think
yeah,
he
he's-
denies
He owns
being an
that at
asshole or
Being
shit.
an
like
asshole is
that,
part of his
bans me.
brand.
He fucking
Yeah.
bans me constantly. I gave him a great debate. It's just bullshit. You know what it is? I did better than him. I'm funnier than him, and I'm a better debater than him. So he has to make me like a threat to him, which is bullshit. Every time I go on there, he lets me back on, and the chat goes crazy, and he goes, "You derailed my chat." They derailed. It'd be good for him. He's stupid. I told him from the beginning we should blow up together, but maybe maybe we'll blow up together.
Do you think if you guys get banned in like almost every chat that you go into, that like maybe the problem is not the
fucking!
streamers?
I know this fucking voice.
Yeah, you sure do, King.
This
Hi,
fucking guy.
Ryan.
Soy Ryan. Yeah,
We
I think
call
the
him
problem
Radical
is the
Coper
stream.
here,
I think the
okay?
problem is the streamers, Ryan. Yes,
Yeah,
Ryan,
maybe.
I do.
Could be.
Yeah, I do. Yeah.
Wait, I do have a
You
funny
never
story about-
banned me, Ryan. Did you?
I've never banned you guys. Yeah, no, I haven't. No.
We derail your chat. We are your chat.
Sometimes.
Well, Ryan only has about 6 people watching, so he can't really afford it.
Yeah, I just started
but-
streaming regularly. All right, we're working on it.
Well, wait. So Andrew came on.
I thought you didn't feel comfortable being on the same venue as us, Ryan.
I don't think I ever said that.
Yeah, you did.
No, I don't think so.
Well, I challenged you to debate, and you
I
said
said I stopped coming on your channel, which I did. I stopped giving you guys my potential clout.
And why did you do that? Why don't you explain to Tom what a great
You guys drove me crazy.
your potential clout?
Yeah.
Your potential clout.
Yeah.
You got like 3 viewers, dude.
I'm doing all right. Channel's growing.
I'm ankle biting a non-existent ankle.
He's about to blow up.
I'm telling you. I got Tom in my corner, you know?
Yes, sir.
Do you? I don't think so. It's either me or him, Tom. You got to ban one of us by the end of this conversation.
Normally, it's going to be the person who's giving the ultimatum that's going to get that one, you know?
Well,
isn't that
it might be
normally
an
how
exception tonight.
That's a fast L, Ben.
All right, let's just
I'd like to
accept our
know.
fate.
I'd like to know why I'm so. People can't possibly talk with me. I thought the internet was all about having ideas, exchange of ideas, and all that kind of stuff.
Wait.
Yeah, that's what people will say, but then they won't actually hold up to that value.
Well, let's talk about. I'm fascinated, Tom. Your main thing is gender, right?
Yeah, it's something that I talk a lot about. Yeah,
because I recently joined the LGBTQ plus community. I'm a T and a Q, and I love being part of the community. I'm looking forward to the parades and the nightclubs and everything that comes with being part of that community. I don't think Ryan's part of it. Are you, Ryan?
Like I said, I don't really talk much about that stuff. I talk about gender, but everybody wants to make it about that stuff. But
it's pretty trendy to join our ranks these days.
Yeah, no, I love it because I love rainbows because God made the rainbow as a sign of peace between humanity and God, and so
that was nice of him.
Yeah, I love it.
Nice.
Yeah, there's a lot of perks to being part of the community.
Wait, Tom.
As
what do you mean?
a fellow tranny,
Yeah,
what
I'm
do you
T.
think? Well, yeah, you said T. I heard that.
Yeah.
So what did you think of Milo's opening, talking about the degeneracy that Stephen advocates for and comes to represent and such?
Oh, I didn't see the opening because I was getting banned from the Crucible Trash Talk at the time. So once we got banned, we came over here. I didn't even know. We were just looking for somewhere to chat where we were allowed. But yeah, I think Milo is this degeneracy thing. That's I think that sucks. My do you want to know what my transgender issue is?
Issue?
I hate.
This never works with anybody. But I feel like I am a person with a larger penis than the penis that I have, who was born into the body of a guy who's got a penis the size that I have. So I feel like I want fucking surgery too, man.
So you're trans endowment then?
Yeah.
Yeah.
I feel like I was assigned the wrong penis at birth, and I want a bigger one.
This has been known to happen, unfortunately.
I feel like deeply inside, like I've got.
It has to do with those white doctors and their tiny penises. They assign you a much smaller penis at birth.
Yeah, I was assigned the wrong size penis at birth. I'm not complaining about my penis size, but I just feel
really the real problem though are the Greek doctors. They've got the tiniest
like
penises.
You have big dick energy with small
exactly.
dick.
Yeah, no, I didn't say small. I'm 6'8". It's proportional, so I'm all set. But I just feel like, I just feel like bigger.
Yeah, I have a friend who's trans endowed as well, post-op. So
yeah.
So
if I really want surgery down there, I've already had 6 kids, and I have no plans to ever have sex again because I find it disgusting. But
so true. Tom, can we keep him?
Yeah.
Thank you.
You're gonna have to feed him.
Holy shit! This is like the first time I've heard.
But
I'll take them on walks.
I haven't heard this in a while. Like to have somebody come in here and say that sex is disgusting. We are kin. We are kin. Okay.
It's a lot of work. It's so messy. I mean, I'm just
sticky, slimy.
Hold on. I gotta. Is Grace your wife or?
Some people think of her as my wife, but she's my daughter, actually. In fact, my wife thought she was my wife. That's crazy.
Man, that's rough.
I'm 20. Yeah. I'm 20. All is appropriate. I'm 20 years old.
Yeah, my wife thought that she was having an affair with me, and spent 5 years like going fucking crazy. She's bananas. She's now living in her car, and
Yeah, well, that's a whole other story.
yeah, the whole internet like totally believed it. It was this whole incest thing. It's crazy. I have a nice relationship with my daughter, and everyone already, people watch too much porn. They automatically assume that, because they can't believe that like a guy could have a nice relationship with his daughter. And she's 20 years old, so I make, saucy jokes with her and stuff. And I'm called her pimp or whatever because she's pretty, and I have her on my show for views, right? And they say, like, that's totally immoral. I'm like, what's immoral?
Yikes.
She's pretty. What's the problem with that? Tom, would you have a pretty girl
You
on your
know,
show?
Trump would probably
Trump
agree
thinks
with
his
you.
daughter's pretty too. Yeah.
Yeah.
It's becoming normalized, I suppose.
What do you mean it's becoming normalized? That is normal, Tom. What the fuck is wrong with you?
that's what I'm saying.
Well, you said it's becoming normal.
Thank you to the pioneers like Donald J. Trump for braving that path.
Every man should be proud that he's got a beautiful daughter that men want to have sex with, right? When she's 20, that's the whole point, isn't it? What do I want, a fat, blue-haired, shaved head daughter? No.
Gracie, are you really his daughter? Is this?
Yeah,
Are you guys?
We're in the same house right now. I'm upstairs.
Yeah.
I love him. He's a great dad. Yeah.
I mean, he sounds like a great dad.
Yeah.
Yeah.
That's what the cops said when I had fucking cops come over here to ask her if she was my personal sex slave.
No, that is like actually a true story.
What the hell does that mean?
I actually no, you know what's funny? Okay, so there's like Discord forums about us, right? Okay, so there's this so the cops come over, right? They've got this printout of this chat from a Discord forum where like somebody's making some kind of claim that my dad tortures me and rapes me, right? So it's totally crazy, right? But the cops have no idea what Discord is. So they come over here and they show me this printout, and the guy who's making this claim about me, his name on Discord is King Penis, right? And so
that's a very credible person to make the claim.
Credible source, right? So I'm not
It
shitting
was
you.
actually her brother, I think, maybe.
I don't know who the hell it was, but I shit you not. The cop goes to me because we're in Rhode Island, right? He goes, I don't want to be, what's the word? I don't want to be gross, ma'am, but like this comes from a person on a server called King Penis. Do you know who this person might be? And I was like, no. And they're like, well, you seem like an all right girl. It seems like things are going all right here. So like,
They've been over here 5 times. 5 times.
It sounds almost like a prank. Like the cops themselves were in on it.
I know, right?
They have these tip lines, right? And you get why they set the tip line up, but some asshole in like Australia wants to like screw with me, right? So they hit the tip line. It's an anonymous tip line. But this lady, Nicolina, like she really wants me like dead. She's like threatened me and all this stuff. I don't know what the hell it is. People have problems. They lack social skills.
True. I mean, we're all here on the internet talking about random shit. Huh?
I think the internet could be a
twice if you're in danger.
What?
Ryan,
blink twice if you're in danger.
You ain't gonna do shit.
Give us a signal.
Ryan, you're the last person I would contact if I was actually in danger. You're not gonna do
Ouch. Yeah, honestly, fair enough. I wouldn't text you back anyway.
You won't even microaggress.
True, me neither, dude. 20 is way too old for me.
Yeah,
that's what Milo said.
Tom, if you keep doing this, you are going to get in so much trouble. It's not just going to be quit your band from.
I'm going to call the cops on you.
No, listen.
Goodness. Like, this is Tom. This is Tom just constantly just baiting this shit.
The next Mr. Well, article is going to be about Tom.
That's what Milo did. Milo said, Grace is too old, but I'm interested in your 13-year-old daughter. And I think that's funny, right? Because he was saying, well, I need some time to form them properly. But he wasn't saying I'm interested in having sex. But, that's a little spicy, but whatever. It's a joke. I say that I'm a pedophile in the Greek sense, that I love children, as did our Lord Jesus Christ. And, people go crazy with it. I also say I flirt with little girls. It's totally true. Every older man.
What's Gracie, you had a question for me earlier. What was that?
Oh, I was gonna say, I was gonna say, what do you mean by you're into gender, but not as far as like trans or any of that stuff? Like, what do you mean, like gender as
Yeah,
like
so,
language gender,
yes,
like in
yes,
Spanish, and that kind of stuff?
linguistically, like yes, the way that we use the word and like how we use it in pragmatics. Like pragmatics is like a section of linguistics, and within linguistics, you study the way that words are used and what exactly it is that that is being communicated with the word. And so, with like words like man and woman, it seems like the markers that we use to decide whether or not somebody is a man or a woman has nothing to do with chromosomes or has to do with like, appendages or anything like that. It has more to do with like whether or not they're feminine or masculine, whether or not they fit the stereotype or the prototype of a masculine or feminine person, and then we label them man or woman based on those characteristics. And so that's generally what gender is, and then that's obviously different from what sex is. Sex is still an important thing, and it's still something that like that we should use to categorize people, but it's just not the same thing as gender.
Gender is actually originally a linguistic term.
Right.
It was never had anything to do with what it is now. It was, well, I mean, I guess.
Well, no, it's the same thing now as it always was. Like, so it's a, like femininity. So gender is based on femininity or masculinity. Femininity and masculinity are based on like characteristics that are likely from the sex. So like something that is masculine is something that is likely from a male. Something that is feminine are characteristics that are likely from a female. And so they're still normally biologically driven in some way. They're just going to be different from sex. So yeah.
So how do you differentiate are you saying like, see, I would say there's a gender identity of like a fake man, like Andrew Wilson is a fake man. He looks like a man, but he actually is a woman. He's a bitch. That's his gender identity. Bitch.
So like carrying a purse is something that would be considered feminine, right? It's not biological that they carry the purse, but it is feminine. Whereas like speaking patterns that women use can be like biologically driven, and that's still going to be feminine. We would categorize it as a feminine thing. It's not a sex characteristic. It is a gendered characteristic. So yeah, there's like that's the separation.
So like societal kind of
like it's any categorization is going to be somewhat like socially decided and like or a social construct. But lots of people think because it's socially construct that yes, because something is socially constructed, that means it's just completely made up or that it's arbitrary. And this isn't. Like it is like latched on to biology and sex and
would you say that a successful gender expression is one that connects with the underlying biological reality? Because I
would say that normally we're going to use gender to assume sex. So like if we look at somebody who looks feminine, we're going to assume they are also a female. That doesn't mean that they're the same thing, but it does mean that we're using one to decide whether or not they are the other.
But if you watch Milo, you would say he's feminine, but also you would say he's a guy.
I would say he's effeminate, or he has some feminine characteristics, but overall, he looks like a masculine person. He acts like a masculine person. He wears masculine
He
clothes.
acts like a masculine person?
Yeah, he has some feminine characteristics, but he's also mostly masculine. So when we talk about gender on a spectrum, like there's going to be thousands of characteristics that all come together to create one overall concept. And the overall concept is called manhood or womanhood. And so like and anybody who looks at Milo would look at him and say he is a man because he fits the concept. Though he has, but he's like farther down the spectrum, closer to like the middle, where like in a feminine gay guy or a flamboyant gay guy would end up. Like he's not over on the other end of the masculine spectrum where like Hulk Hogan is, right?
Here's the thing: he's not even flamboyant anymore. He used to be a long time ago. But
yeah,
these
he's not
days,
as
if
flamboyant.
but
he's literally wearing glasses with pearls.
Yeah. And I was just gonna say, if you took all the flamboyant clothing off of him and dressed him more practically, he'd look very, very masculine these days.
Nah, the British accent
behavior.
in and of itself gives him away.
Brits are fags no matter what, right?
Let me push back on the whole.
Inherently, if you're British, you're a fag. Just end of story. You can't do anything about that. So there's a feminine qualities right there that are inherited in that. But if you subtracted the British and gave him more practical clothing, then yeah, he would be very masculine overall.
Push back a little bit here. I think Hulk Hogan and those kind of guys are extremely effeminate. They oiled themselves.
You're
They're
just
into
naming like some
drama.
characteristics, though. You're naming some characteristics that are considered feminine or effeminate, but that doesn't change the overall concept. So like there are things called weighted characteristics where some characteristics matter more than another. So if we see like a small petite person carrying a purse, walking in a dress and high heels, they have makeup on, they've got tights on, but they have a big old beard, a big freaking bushy beard. We're going to weight that characteristic of that beard way above the dress, the purse, all of the other things. That beard counts more to us than any of the other things. And so that's going to move them on the spectrum because that characteristic is weighted above the others. So the things that you're naming, yes, are some feminine characteristics, but the overall concept is still going to be weighted pretty heavily in favor of masculinity because...
But you're saying there's a spectrum from less, like more feminine to more masculine. I'm saying it's more like, you ever heard the idea that like, the Nazis were actually more like the communists than they were opposites? You know what I'm saying? Like it's a National Socialist Party, and fascism was a totalitarian system. It's more like a circle.
It's horseshoe theory.
Yeah, I mean, I think a guy, let's say you take a guy that you would, I don't know, stereotypically would say, oh, this is masculine. A guy who's got a Harley Davidson fringe jacket, always like drinks Bud Light. I think that guy's like very, very insecure usually about his masculinity.
Also, if you go to San Francisco, you see leather bikers all the time,
right.
and they're really, really gay.
Right, that's true. And a lot of bodybuilding has become basically a, gay modeling kind of thing. It didn't used to be, but it now is more of a, I mean, because who worships that kind of a physique? Not women. Actually, men do. Women don't generally go for these kind of ridiculously huge physiques. But I would appeal to Ryan on that one. Ryan?
Well, I wasn't listening.
You know a lot of women, and women wouldn't you say it's more of a gay guy thing to go for like the huge bodybuilder kind of physique than it is like a feminine thing, a lady thing?
No, gay guys don't really like big bodybuilders. So most gay guys don't actually lift like big weights. They lift very small weights because being toned and thin is very important. They don't want to build a lot of muscle, just like women. Like women don't want to build a lot of muscle. They lift very small weights so that they just get more tone and more fit.
Those are the twinks. There are a lot of there's a lot of
there
iron
is, but that is the
bodybuilders
overall
in the
like
gay
general culture. I've got a ton of gay guys in my chat right now who can all
there's
confirm
a
this.
niche. There's a niche.
Just because your chat is a bunch of ninnies doesn't mean that they're actually like genuinely gay. And speaking of which, clearly they're ninnies because they aren't clicking that like button. There's over 100 people watching, but there's less than half of that in terms of likes. So you guys need to solve that problem, okay?
So
do that, and then you'll be masculine. Then you'll be real men.
See, I don't think real men think about being men. And if you have to if you say oh, I'm gonna go adopt an identity that makes me masculine, I think that's totally unmasculine. It's just undude to do that. And same with women.
I agree, unless you're a trans man.
If you're a trans man,
that's the exception, but I agree otherwise.
Well, okay. If you're a trans man, you have to think about it.
Well, I mean, at some point, right?
Because it's not natural.
Well, not because it's not natural, but because like socially, that's not how you're probably presenting when you're growing up, right? Until
you've been socialized differently, but I would say for the most part, trans men are going to feel more comfortable as a masculine person. I think it's going to be more natural for them to act more masculine. That's why gender dysphoria exists, is because they are more masculine, but they don't feel like they're being perceived the way that they actually are. So
no, I agree with that.
A trans man can never be truly masculine, obviously.
I totally disagree.
Well, Tom, wouldn't you say that that's the part of your theory that you would say, you can't do that.
Have you seen Buck Angel? That dude's masculine as fuck. What do you mean?
Yeah, I think that there's
I've
lots
not
of
seen someone named Buck Angel. I don't go on.
yeah,
those
there's
sites.
lots of like people, especially trans men.
not gonna look
It
him
seems
up,
to be a lot easier to pass as a trans man, even because they're like yes, they look generally like masculine. They look, and not only that, but they're pretty stereotypical in the way that they present themselves. Like most trans people go pretty far down the spectrum in how they dress, right? So if it's a trans woman, they're going to wear a lot of dresses, a lot of makeup. They're going to be very girly and very feminine, just as
No.
trans men are going to be overly masculine and overly.
Well, it's almost like theatrically so, though.
Well, that's what like a lot of gender is like performance based.
But I think being a guy, it's just what you are. It's not like a.
But that's what I'm saying. The same with trans people is they are normally like overly masculine. That's why they have the dysphoria. Is like if they lots of non-binary people who like kind of end up in the middle of the spectrum, they're not going to have like a whole lot of dysphoria because the where they are treated and where they actually end up, there's not a big gap between those two things. But if there is a big gap between where you are or where people think of you and where you think you are, that's what causes the dysphoria.
Yeah,
and that's not just for like trans people. Like if you were born as a kid and your parents just decided to raise you as a girl, you would have grown up with gender dysphoria.
Right. Yeah, that's I think what happens with transgender people. They are raised as the opposite gender, sex of the opposite sex.
Well, I don't know like how safe this is on YouTube, but like let's say a trans man, it that would be a biological woman. Like it isn't a man. Like, do you believe that that's like another type of man?
It's a biological female.
Yeah,
right.
you're female, but you're a man. Right.
That's why I'm saying that we would separate the words between gendered words and sex words. So we would say like woman is like a gendered word, female is a sex word. Like woman is going to be more socially based and gendered based, and female is going to be more like science based and chromosomal based or gametes based.
But don't you think
and it is safe to discuss on YouTube, by the way. So.
Yeah.
Oh, okay. But don't you think a trans man is just like it's always going to be a woman trying to act like a man? Right? Like you just don't have those biological, obviously you don't have the male biological characteristics that would influence your behavior so that it's natural. You're
well, that's what
right?
that's why it is gender dysphoria. So like it seems as though so I would say that like yes, your gender is normally pushed by the brain that you have, and normally that aligns with your sex. But that's why people have gender dysphoria, is because their brain does not align with their sex. They would have a more masculine brain, but they have a female's body, and so it causes problems between who they feel they are and who they think they are and how everybody else sees them.
You're saying that people have female brains?
Yeah, like there
that
seems
are guys?
to be. So do you think that males and females have the same brains?
No, I imagine it's different.
Right. And so that's why it's considered a mental illness or a mental disorder, is because like they have like a different type of brain that's causing this this difference between their sex and their
So you're let's say I have a male body in every way except I have a female brain? That can't be possible.
Well, I mean, Zonia, you are a trans woman. Would you say that you have a female or like a feminine brain?
I'm a little mix of both, more feminine than masculine, but obviously I was raised to be masculine, so I learned a lot of the masculine, behaviors and such, despite them being, incongruent with the way that I felt and the way that
But that's a spiritual issue, not a brain issue.
Well, I don't know about spiritual.
Well, you believe that there are different types of brains.
You don't think you have a soul? You don't think you have a soul?
It's not something that I have found any reason to believe in.
You don't think you have a soul?
I've got soul, but I don't have a soul.
Oh, I love soul music, if that's what you're talking about. Soul music is amazing.
You don't think you have a soul? You realize your body, like the body you have now, is totally different than it was. Like, doesn't it rebuild itself every... No cell in your body is what it was.
You need to eat more soul food, and then you will have more of a soul.
But right now, I'm cooking fried rice, so not soul food.
No, if you bake fried chicken, though.
You know.
Oh,
Well,
that's-
everyone
that's-
believes they have a soul. I mean,
Don't you
you're
believe you
saying-
have a
Are
sort
you
of-
saying that if you cut your arm off, you're like a different person?
No.
So then, what is it that makes you the same person?
It is what we call
It's
the
not the body.
subjective experience. It's my continued loop of consciousness.
Yeah, all right,
Yeah,
fine.
continuity.
I would call that the soul. Everyone knows what you're talking about, right?
Well, sure, but
I don't
normally
know.
soul is going to be like reference to some sort of spirituality, and if you
Yeah.
don't believe in spirituality, then you're just going to think of your
Well, whatever you want to call it.
consciousness.
Something
whatever
more
he called it.
ethereal.
Whatever he called it, ethereal.
Yeah, it's hard to. So
Spirit.
we don't have like a pinpoint spot in the brain where we can see gender. We can't see that, but we can see specific points in the brain that align with gendered characteristics. So we can see like females have 5 points that at a 30% rate are more likely to be feminine, and same with males. Then with trans people, when we look at their brains seem to align with that same thing, that same idea. So
Yeah, but that's chicken egg, right? You don't know which causes what.
well, sure, but if they're socialized as males, yet they are like yet they have gender dysphoria and want to be a woman, then it would seem as though the chicken or the egg idea
But
kind of goes out the window.
dysphoria means not feeling right, doesn't it?
Yeah, it means incongruent.
Yeah, so obviously you have a soul that feels like it's in the wrong body.
Well, we
including
call
the brain.
that we call that we call that the subjective experience, right, or the conscience.
Sure,
the
whatever.
The
Consciousness,
more
same thing.
layperson term is the conscience.
Yeah, so it's just kind of
Conscious,
loaded.
not
You could say
conscious.
mind maybe?
Consciousness.
Yeah, mind would be the most colloquial way of saying it. Yeah, I don't.
Right,
Soul is not a word I would normally use.
Well, I don't care what you would normally use, but it's the same. We could use a different term, but it's like this idea that there's something beyond just the physical body that you are, like that thinks, that reacts, that has experiences. So
yeah, but
isn't-
we would consider our consciousness to be part of what our brain provides us, whereas like a
Yeah.
soul is something almost outside of us that is being provided from something else. And so that's where the disconnect is here. I don't think the rest of us really believe in this idea that there is something else providing us that conscious experience. It is our brains that give us the conscious experience.
well,
like
I mean,
emergent.
obviously, but then do you believe in something called truth? Do you believe there's something called truth?
I do, but I think that the truth is somewhat subjective.
What do you think? It's just like farts from
Yeah.
your brain, or there's something actual like true?
Yeah, no, I think that we've decided on it based on a human
Yeah.
experience.
But is it okay? So you don't think there's such thing as right or
You're
wrong,
talking. Well, you're
truth,
talking about
math,
universal. You're talking about
ideas,
universal truths. No, I don't. I don't believe in universal truth. Well, at least I
okay,
haven't
but
seen
even
anything
that
that suggests
statement,
there
even
is.
that statement is impossible without. It's not possible to have language without an acknowledgement that the words represent things.
Yeah, but
That
that's only
exist.
because we as humans acknowledge patterns at a much higher rate than any other animal, to the point where we're capable of speaking a language. So just like you said math earlier, right? Math
Yeah.
is something that only we can do because
Yeah.
we see patterns at a much higher rate. Whereas if humans don't exist, there's not actually like 50 something trees in the forest. We use the word 50 to express a pattern that we can acknowledge.
And then something that we can point back to and refer to and tell other people about.
Yeah, but it's
Without
not
humans,
made
it's
up.
not
It's
actually
made
50.
up. We discover it.
Well, technically, it is made up.
Yes, because like imagine another type of alien that comes to this Earth that has they are conscious beings, or they have like a high intellect, yet they don't recognize patterns at the same rate we do and not in the same way we do. They will communicate completely differently. They'll have different ways of measuring things. They'll have different ways of looking at things.
Yeah, but
And
they'll still measure things and look at things and have a language, right? And this is
maybe depending on their ability to measure patterns. Like maybe pattern recognition is actually a lower form of something else that we could actually be measuring, and we're just not capable of doing that.
Yeah, but we're recognizing actual patterns in reality. We're not just creating.
The patterns are only real because we categorize them as such. So it's not an actual pattern. We categorize it as a pattern.
and we create and place and invest value in those patterns as well. That's like the most important thing.
So you're
For
denying
us
the
is
most
value.
fundamental aspect of human existence is that we believe that what we're talking about is reality. You're just
It
gonna
seems like
deny
most of
that?
philosophy denies these things.
Yeah.
No.
Not denies it, but recognizes that we are what effectively makes reality, because we're the ones who invest value in those. We make those, establish
But
those.
that's a total
recognition of those
denial
patterns
of
and invest
every child
value.
understands there's a reality outside of him.
Yes, but that's because we're human. That is why we all agree on this reality. We all agree on these truths because we are all human. So, like, the idea of Walmart, this is not a real thing, right? Walmart is not a real thing. You can see stores that say Walmart on them, but Walmart is not just that one store. Walmart is a much bigger concept that we call a company or a business. No other animal can engage with an idea called a company or a business. But we as humans, we all agree to engage with this idea called Walmart because we are human, because we are capable of doing that. But nothing else can do that. So it's not an objective thing that actually exists. It's our ability to categorize things because of our pattern recognition.
Okay, but it's not arbitrary recognition, right?
It's not arbitrary, correct.
Like a tree is a tree.
It is not arbitrary, but it is subjective to some point. Like, there's not an axiomatic point where we can say this 100% exists, right?
If we take the transgender thing, there is a reality biologically, right? I mean, there is a reality biologically there.
Well, yes, but again, this is because we are human. We can all recognize that reality exists. Yes.
Okay, well, because we're human. But I mean, we recognize it because it's true. There is a biological reality. And
yes, again, it is true to humans. Yes.
Well, I always say it's true to humans.
And we've decided
aliens.
Well, no, because earlier you were talking about truth as though it could be this objective thing, and I'm saying it isn't. I'm saying that it's not objective. It is only objective to humans. Like, it only exists to us. But outside of us, when you say objective, it normally means that it will exist in nature no matter what, and that's just not the case with the things that we're talking about.
Yeah, you were going to get into this thing of like the mind of God and stuff like that, but. In actual fact, you agree. Everyone agrees that it's objective.
To some extent, yeah, sure.
We kind of have to, right? In order for us to establish some kind of predictable way of communicating things and recognizing things in a certain way.
But what are you guys, like Jordan Peterson people? Like this whole like we're evolved.
I think we're just our own people.
Well, I mean, you come from a.
I mean, I'm not going to speak for Tom, but I'm my own person. So,
but you come from a school of thought. You didn't just emerge like you're not
I'm not really informed by a school of thought. I'm not really into the whole ideology thing. My political understanding and philosophical understanding of the world developed over many decades with just real world experience.
Okay,
So
you didn't grow up in a language community. You didn't grow up with a formation in school. You didn't grow up in the Western world. You didn't grow up with a kind of Christian.
Okay, well, yeah. So I'm
background.
from America. To answer your question, I'm from America then. But I thought you were asking about like thought leaders and influencers when you brought up Jordan Peterson.
Obviously, you do. We all like exist in spheres where we're introduced to ideas that are circulating and we react to them.
Yeah, but you couldn't define me as being like some influencer person. That doesn't really make sense to me.
Well, you're a person who believes in like the transgender ideology in some way, right?
Actually, I don't.
All right. Well,
I don't even know what the transgender ideology is. Honestly, like it doesn't seem like there's an ideology attached to it. It seems like
there's some. Like there's like the internet. Internet.
Well, you go by the pronoun she.
Wait. So what I was gonna say, like, there's the idea that like either you're going to respect scientific consensus or scientific data or studies or things like that. There's ideas that you're going to have some sort of moral compass that says that you should be respectful to people and want the best for them. And then there's like, let's have this political agenda to push this as far as possible so that we can, make it to where gender no longer exists, or we can, we
That's
can
like
have like
more terminally online.
Yes, we can identify as cuttlefish or deer or something like that, right? There are different types of like what people call gender ideology seems to be such like a large spectrum of different things that I don't even know if it
Yeah,
actually
like we could
exists.
pinpoint certain subgroups and their more ideological leanings when it comes to gender identity and such. Like we could talk about the more radical forms, like the Demon Mama's whole thing and her community.
Right,
and what they do.
but people like the Daily Wire and lots of mainstream right-wing figures will look at people
Yeah.
like Demon Mama and use
And
them
paint the rest of
as
us with them.
yes, and say
Yeah.
that's what everybody else believes in, and it's just
Yeah.
not the case. So when I'm talking about this from like a linguistic perspective, I'm just pointing out the way that we actually use words. But people will see that and say, "Oh wow, you're so ideologically driven. You just want to push trans ideology." And I'm like, I haven't even mentioned trans people. I'm not even talking about trans people here. I'm just talking about the way that we use language, and you're still so like you're so stuck on trans people that you can't even have a conversation about what a word means without putting it, taking it back to that.
Yeah. Yep.
Well, I mean, there's something called intellectual history, right? You understand, like that there's certain ways of thinking that we all are historically influenced by.
Yeah, of course.
Yeah. But you asked me a very specific question. Like, are you guys Jordan Peterson people? So that tells me, like, it's easy for me to realize what you're saying is which thought leaders influenced your view of the world the most. Right. That's
yeah,
what
I'm
you're
trying
asking.
to say, do you believe that what we call religion, or what's termed religion, is an evolutionary adaptation that is actually successful?
That
That's
would be
the Jordan Peterson kind of thing.
That would be a better specific question to ask, because I'm not going to align with like some certain thought.
Are you against
kind of
Bill
narcissism.
C-16?
You know what I'm saying? It's a kind of narcissism to saying I uniquely have a unique take on everything. It's bullshit. None of us.
Sure.
do.
Well, no, fine. I'm a narcissist. I'm cool with that. I'm totally cool with that.
You are correct, but like normally you're going to pick and choose from different people, right? So I just had a debate the other day on whether or not Jordan Peterson is
like
a sexist. But
no, if he wants to say
I don't
it's narcissist,
actually.
I'm totally cool with that.
That's fine. But the point is that I have a lot of things that I agree with Jordan Peterson on, and the entire debate was me agreeing with him on certain aspects.
Yeah.
But on most things that Jordan Peterson says, I disagree with him on them. I think he's wrong. So I don't fit into this like idea of like I agree with Jordan Peterson in this school of thought. But I do think that there are a lot of things that he says that are very enlightening and that have like a lot of factual information behind it that I like. But I wouldn't say I'm I fit into the Jordan Peterson school of thought, right?
Yeah.
Well, I agree. I'm just saying, are you going with the Jordan Peterson kind of idea that like traditional? I think what you're trying to do is like do a similar thing of trying to square a certain circle by saying I believe in everything like tradition. It's an interesting centrist approach. You're saying like sort of I agree with everything like in a way, and I agree there's biology, but I also agree in transgenderism to some degree, and I understand
Well,
that.
it depends.
It's an centrist approach. That's why I
Well,
call
no, it's like it's on a per issue or per position basis, right? As opposed to subscribing to some wholesale ideology that already explains all those things. It's more of we approach it on a case by case basis, and some things we'll agree with some people on, and some things we'll disagree with them on.
Yeah, but if you're just incoherent and you just pick one here, it all has to hold together in a certain way. For example, I think the basic question for all people in the Western world.
Then we can call it Tom and Zonia ideology.
Well, yeah. So like, I personally have like a moral system that I abide by that I think is about what best fits or what best helps society. Yet we judge all of these things on an individual basis and within individual interactions. And so those individual interactions all over time, if everybody abides by this system, overall makes a better society. That is the goal of having some sort of morality. But not everybody believes that's what they're doing. I believe that's what everybody's doing. And so I've kind of like laid out this system that I abide by because I think that's what everybody else abides by.
And people generally will pick and choose, even if they go and describe themselves as like something very ideological and orthodox. They'll still pick and choose and fudge things and change their mind and be inconsistent. So they're never really going to be ideologically pure. And so people who often describe themselves as being like a socialist or something will not actually hold a lot of socialist values. And they'll hold a lot of other values that are antithetical to socialism or incompatible with it. So
but we want
that's
to
why
integrated, right? We want to be integrated and that we make sense, right? Isn't that what our basic approach? We want to make sense.
Okay, depends on what you mean by integrated. I actually don't want to be integrated. So, like overall, I'm
So why
not
would you
really
speak?
to have fun conversations with people.
You don't want to come to understand things better?
Yeah, sometimes I learn something new. Sometimes I teach someone something new.
Okay, so if you're
whatever
learning
I'm-
something new, you're moving towards what is the ultimate end of that?
having good conversations.
Right, but you learning more
Happier
and
society.
more. You're learning more and more so that you can become like more and more consonant with the truth, right? So that you
Yeah,
Otherwise,
normally it's
it's a
going to
waste
be
of time. We're
self
jerking each other off.
Yeah,
Yeah,
so
if we're talking,
the
like-
idea that she's talking about is like some sort of self-improvement that she wants for herself, but what he's saying is what is the improvement then? And the improvement would be that I'm gaining more knowledge. Well, what is more knowledge if you don't actually know what the truth is? And so obviously there is some sort of system that you're using to decide what truth is or is not.
Yeah, some larger goal, a telos. Like there's some point in talking, right? I mean, if you're just here to make money, I don't see how that would be true. But you want to get laid or something. But
I just enjoy having fun conversations. We could be talking about lies entirely if we wanted to, and I'd still have fun.
I would have less fun.
So
I don't know. It's fun to meme sometimes. Like sometimes
that's
we
true.
were like
Yeah, no,
we
I
were
agree
just
with that.
we were just memeing earlier, and he was talking about how he's trans penis, and I was leaning in with it. I was totally going with it. We were riffing off of it. That was all
Yeah.
lies. It was fun.
No, that's
though.
fair. Yeah.
no, it wasn't a lie. How dare you deny my identity,
I'm sorry.
motherfucker?
You
I'm
are
sorry.
denying
No,
his
I'm so
identity
sorry.
right now.
Fake
I'm
T.
so sorry. I have
You just denied my
invalidated your gender
Triggered.
identity.
I'm
Oh,
a T,
no.
motherfucker.
I'm canceled.
No, and I'm
Yeah.
saying, like, for example, the basic question for all of the Western world is who is this man from Nazareth, right? Who was this man from Nazareth? We all
Well, I mean, he
know
was clearly
that-
trans penis, right?
True.
We knew that.
True.
Well,
Like,
in some ways,
nobody
he was
else
a
would.
shapeshifter. He was a
He
shapeshifter.
definitely had big dick energy, whether or not the penis was big or small.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, he had the ultimate big D energy without being
Mhm.
blasphemous. But okay, so obviously it's gonna go one way or the other. You're either gonna say I'm a Christian or I'm not a Christian, right? So you can't say, well, I don't, I cafeteria pick that. It's a major thing. Maybe if you're Chinese or something, you never heard of it. Okay, so it's not an
Well,
issue.
the answer would be I'm not a Christian right now. That would be the real true answer.
Yeah, right. But that puts you in a subset. It's okay to be in a subset, right? And then you're in a further.
Yeah, but I
subset
don't.
of
But I
this
don't
and
go
that.
around. I don't go around telling people. By the way, I'm not a Christian right now.
Well, I'm just saying, if you want to try to understand another person, you understand where they're coming from, and that there are schools of thought. No one's coming up with anything brand. It's just like you were talking about soul music
Well,
before.
okay.
There's
well,
no
think about it.
musician who doesn't have roots in something, right? You know what I mean? You're going to have roots. It doesn't mean you're a bad musician if you go, yeah, I'm influenced by the blues, rock and roll, and Michael Jackson. That doesn't make you a bad musician. But there are these fucking assholes who go, you know what? I'm in no category. I have no influences. I'm just
Well,
like
then
brand
that-
new. Bullshit. Bullshit.
Well, that would have a much more comprehensive answer then. Like if you wanted to ask me, when you don't say, "Are you such and such people?" You would say, "Hey, who are you influenced?" And then I could answer you I could go on a long list of all the people I'm influenced by and thought.
Just trying to get to this gender thing, but I mean, I'm just curious as to where you're coming from on it. Like I would say the idea that you can have a male who's born with an all-male body and a female brain is just ridiculous. That's just totally ridiculous. How would that work? All of the same shit that makes your hands, your feet, and your genitals and all the rest is also going to make your brain. It's ridiculous.
We have
It's
all
all
sorts of
ridiculous.
things that are incongruent with our bodies all the time. This
Well,
is
where do you find a man who's just got like a pair of tits and everything else is a total man? There is none. And intersex is not an example of that.
Well, I mean, there are intersex would be an example of that.
No,
but
it would
it's-
not. No, it would not. You're not. There's no such thing as a hermaphrodite. No, there's no such thing as hermaphrodite. Someone who has all the male genitals and all the female genitals. It's a mess up. It's a hormonal mess up.
Well, hermaphroditism is not a 100% thing. It never
Right.
was.
That's only like a mythological creature who has both gender. What you do is you have messed up hormones or chromosomes that give you some expressions of one and some expressions of the other, but it's a mess, honestly, you know.
But intersex would be a little bit different, right? And so these are people who have different parts that don't align with their sex or their chromosomes.
Well, they're
and-
halfway. That's the problem. They're halfway.
Right, and that's what we're
Some of-
talking about. Is there like it is possible for you to have some body parts that just don't align with the rest. This is a
Well,
thing that we see.
an intersex person might have a brain that's halfway between a male and a female brain, but the idea that you have a total male in every
That
way,
doesn't seem
except
to be
the
the
brain
case,
is
though.
female, that doesn't make any sense. How does that?
That
make any
doesn't
sense?
seem to be the case though with intersex people. Is it seems to be the case that they either lean one way or the other. They're normally either like a masculine person or a feminine person. And
Yeah, that's
so-
right. In chromosomally and hormonally as well.
Yes,
Vermont
correct.
here is inter-
Right. There are very few people that you really couldn't make the call with.
Yeah, and that's going to be the same with trans people. Like somebody with gender dysphoria, they're like 1%, 2% of the population, and it's like a very rare thing.
But it's not the brain. It's not
Why
the
not?
brain.
Then where does it come from?
It's the soul.
Okay, I don't.
It's
if
whatever,
I don't
the
believe
mind.
in,
It's the mind. It's the
Yeah.
mind.
I think
The
we
mind,
okay,
it's
but
not the brain.
okay.
moved into an interesting realm here. A little
I think that the mind
wonky.
is like things that come from the brain. So
Yeah, I think there's a connection between them, but it's not that your brain. I mean, where is there another example of someone who's like all male and just one part is female? There's no example of it.
Well, no, but again, like that, we can see the brain, we can see the correlations between the types of like the parts in the brain that are going to correlate with a female brain with somebody who has gender dysphoria. So it's
Right.
it does seem to be an actual biological thing within their
Yeah,
brain that.
but it's chicken egg. Have you ever heard of gay face? Gay face?
So when you say chicken or the egg, are you saying like social or biological?
Well, I'm saying the physical does manifest the spirit, I believe. So, have you ever heard of gay face? Do you know what that means? I don't think that's
No.
pejorative. So, like, gay men will sometimes take on the sort of facial characteristics of a woman.
Right.
They'll sort of purse their lips like a woman would. Okay,
Right.
that becomes biological because the creases in their faces become those of a woman. But that's not.
But you're saying they're
caused
socially
by-
imposed on them, and
Yeah,
then
it's
it
like-
becomes biological because
Right.
it's become a habit.
Right. Just like a
Yeah.
drug
Well,
addict.
as
A
in
drug
it
addict's brain
manifests-
will change, right?
As
A
in
drug
it
addict brain
manifests
will change.
long term physically in their physiology.
Yeah,
A dr-
like that's
kind of
definitely possible with somebody who has gender dysphoria. It's possible that there is something that happens to them at a young age or some sort of trauma that
Yeah.
makes the gender dysphoria come out. Like there are things
Yeah.
with like people, we were talking about this earlier, where like there is a gene that seems to correlate with people who are gay. And so
Yeah.
it is possible that they have this gene, but it's only activated by some sort of childhood trauma or some sort of childhood event that actually like activates this and
Yeah.
really influences their sexuality. That is possible.
I agree,
And then
yeah.
yes, and then so yeah, it's possible that like somebody who ends up with gender dysphoria ends up having this different type of brain that is shaped early on in life. Yeah, sure.
Well, like a drug addict's brain is changed by their drug use, right? They're like receptors and stuff get fried and their brain changes. That doesn't mean that they were born a drug addict.
Yeah.
It depends. There's actually those who are born with women who are drug users. They develop an.
You're cutting in
same.
and out, Zonia.
Oh.
But yes, there like
yeah.
like
Children born to
being
women who
addicted
use-
easily can be genetic. Yeah.
Yeah, well, there's a couple different. One is being born to a mother who was using while the child was growing in the womb. They can develop innate addiction to the drug.
You're cutting out hardcore.
Okay.
I think
So,
it's because she's
but
cooking
sis-
something and the echo, the cancellation is.
Is it still
Maybe.
fucking up?
You when you got a lot
Okay.
quieter, all of a sudden it started cutting out.
Okay, so yeah, there's two different conditions that can occur. One is a child being developed, a mother who is a drug, and they become completely attuned to that drug. And then there is a gene that it makes a particular dopamine receptor highly prioritized, and so they're much more prone to addiction.
I think we all understood that, right?
Yeah. I
Yeah,
think
okay.
probably a thrill seeker type of personality is also going to be prone to drug addiction.
Yes. Yeah.
But that doesn't mean. But then when they do indulge in the drugs, their brain actually changes because of that. So
Yes.
it's not so much as like it's. I'm saying it's both chicken and egg. You know what I mean? It goes both.
Yeah, patterns and habits will change your brain for sure. Like the things that you engage in your life will change the circuitry of your brain 100%.
Yeah, it has a back and forth. I'm not saying that the soul and the, or whatever you want to call it, the mind and the body are totally disconnected from each other.
Yeah, it's some of both.
Yeah, like I mean, there is a trope. Obviously, it's true within gay culture that gay men have overbearing mothers and distant fathers. That's an influence. You can see how there's a desperate attempt to, gain connect with the masculine that can lead to, that could be an influence on gay behavior. Whereas you have a great relationship with your dad and you bond with other males, that's not going to happen as much.
Let's see.
Ask any gay guy, how his relationship with his mother, and they'll go, "Oh God,"
That's very true of Milo, just for example.
Right, and how is your relationship with your dad? Not so good. I'm not
Yeah, I
saying
guess that actually
100%,
makes
but-
sense because black people are more likely to grow up with their mothers in a single parent household,
Yeah.
and they are disproportionately gay as well. So that actually could make sense.
And on the flip side, black culture is exaggeratedly masculine, also.
Yep.
Which the whole gang culture is kind of an exaggerated masculine. You step on my sneakers, I'm going to kill you. That's
Don't say it,
ridiculous kinda.
radical coder.
I mean,
That's how he teaches
I mean,
math.
he words it kind of cringe, but I mean, the sentiments, I don't disagree. It's fine.
A lot of black males are insecure about their masculinity, and it's largely because they don't have strong father figures. But okay,
all right,
it's not genetic. A lot of people say it's genetic. Well, if you're black, you're prone to crime. That's ridiculous. That's a
I
ridiculous.
think we've
thing.
come to a consensus here. I gotta move on to
we all
something
agree.
else, but I appreciate everybody joining. This was a fun talk.
Yeah, sure, it was fun.
We should talk again. We should debate sometime.
I'm down.
Yeah,
Hit me
I
up.
like centrist debates. Most of my debates are with crazy lunatics like Andrew Wilson.
Oh,
Ryan
Ryan
won't
Coder's
debate.
rough.
Ryan Coder won't debate me because he's afraid of me.
Wow,
I've
we call him
debated you a
Radical
couple times.
Coper here.
Yes.
That's true.
He's a Giga Chat soy boy.
Yes, that's I.
He's Giga Chad metrosexual.
Pretty much.
But all right.
All right, take care, man.
Appreciate it,
It's
guys. Have a
fun.
good night.
Good catching up with you,
Nice
Thorps.
meeting you.
Bye,
Later.
guys.
See you, Ryan. Nice to meet you.
All right. That was fun. That was nice. I enjoyed that. Did you guys enjoy that? That was so nice. That was so pleasant. Did Okay. What are we supposed to move on to now? There was supposed to be, let's see. Gay face is what we call a guy that just looks extra gay. A guy you can clock as gay from a mile away. Happens with 100% straight guys too. Well, nobody's 100% straight, if you know what I mean. Just kidding. Just kidding. Okay. Let's see. Oh, that's right. Okay. We were going to watch the... Where did everybody just come from? We just shot up like 40, 50 viewers out of nowhere. Where the hell did you guys... This keeps happening. Why does this keep... Am I on Reddit? Is that what happened? From Erudite? From Ben? You were talking to crazy people, Tom? Yeah, but they all came in before I stopped talking to crazy people, so. Have you followed any of that TYT drama, Tom? No. TYT drama, that is my favorite. What What is that? I love TYT drama. So what, did Erudite end stream and then... Okay, yeah, so everybody just naturally flowed over here. She didn't even give me the raid, man. That's freaking messed up, bro. That's messed up, dude. I can't believe it. Who did she raid? Who won over me? Who got it? Nobody wants to snitch. Okay. Where is it going? Tom, it's DGG. Well, I know DGG's coming, but literally we shot up 50 viewers in the matter of like 2 minutes. Wait, I don't want to watch him watch it. What is he watching?
I have yet to watch a video of anybody defending me from getting cooked.
What is he watching? I don't want to watch him watch it. He's freaking cringe as hell. He was part of it. I know, but he's watching it too. You can see.
I have yet to watch a video of
He's laughing here, and he's looking at it here.
anybody defending me from getting cooked. I've never seen it. I've never seen everybody come out. She has a lot of bad takes, and then she gets cooked because she comes out unprovoked. She asks to be cooked. She got up today and she said, Twitter, cook me, cook me, cook me.
Listen, See? Sass. I know this is the drama, but I want, what? Never mind. Okay, what's this guy's name? Maybe it's on his channel.
It's a joke. She's being funny. Again, I don't know how you take this and like.
I love you too, Clyde. Thanks for the sub.
This means war. Yeah.
Humanist report.
You know what? LA chose violence.
I love you too, Jay Land. Appreciate the sub.
LA chose violence. We knew when we started the leftist mafia that there would be moments like this where alliances would be questioned. And I know what a lot of you are thinking. Hey.
Okay, so he's just watching a clip from Twitter. Okay.
How's Lance going to respond to this? Is he going to try and be diplomatic? Is he going to be some
Speaking
kind
of,
centrist?
Go follow me on Twitter, everybody. I will give you the link. I need an army of simps who will all defend every word that I ever say. Or not. That's fine too. Just go follow me on Twitter.
Is he just going to sit on the fence, not do any criticism or commentary at all? Or is he going to ride or die and defend and stand up for every single one of his leftist mafia fam? It's the second one, all right? That's where we're at.
His mic is so quiet.
In fact, I'm going to watch a little bit of the intro just to get it extra amped.
Пошли, все вместе. Какие ваши доказательства?
They want you to comply.
This is Wick background.
Cancel culture. It's about canceling.
Кокаином.
Up yours. Woke moralists. Up yours.
This is systematic bullying that's happening.
Woke moralists. Up yours.
And they believe that they can then
Woke moralists. Up yours. Woke moralists.
They seem animalistic, is what they mean.
No, they're worse than animals.
The woke mob, they ruin everything. They stop Ben Shapiro from going to events and speaking. They stop Ann Coulter from doing it.
I will never surrender even a single inch of ground to a pitchfork mob.
You never cave to the mob.
We will never bow to the mob. Ever. No matter what.
Do you see the final expression of cancel culture in terrorist groups like
Up yours.
We'll see who cancels who.
Oh, it's so good. It's so good. Anyways, let's get to the story here, everybody. It seems last night there was the beginnings of what is now being called the largest leftist civil war in human history by some.
Let's go.
Not by me, though. I'm here to kind of experience the whole thing in real time with the rest of you. So, friend of the show, allow me to learn. The internet is filled with hating-ass people, and no one can convince me otherwise. Let's see what this video was.
Just now, they just...
That was terrible. Yeah, the left can't meme. How's it going, Ulrich? You got that green name and you never use it.
Now on the timeline, I scroll in and I see some girl try to compare Angel Reese to Sid from Ice Age. And that's when I really realized, babe, y'all are some fucking haters, babe. Like, babe, listen, haters.
Okay, let's see. What do we have? Tonight, Cenk says goodbye to many multi-gear supporters. Calls out Lance from the Serfs. Anna says she never wants to collaborate with any leftists again. 10 out of 10. Way to make yourselves irrelevant. Well done.
In my opinion, what you're paying for one that I read. So I'll just say this. Okay, I love you, and it's okay. And if you disagree, it's okay. If you want to leave, that's okay. Okay. Thank you for being a member all this time. I appreciate it. But what you're, in my opinion, what your misunderstanding is, and what you have maybe you didn't see is, so all this kerfuffle starts with a simple tweet. And then at least half a dozen videos from other progressives or leftists online, all attacking us and calling us all sorts of names. So maybe you don't see that, so you think like, well, what is Cenk so upset about, right? So they call us all these names and they feel super proud about it, like, oh, we are more pure. So then I fight back on Twitter, and then all of a sudden they're like,
I'm sorry, like TYT cannot wash their hands of this, okay? TYT does this crap all the freaking time where they get super pretentious about some issue. They start calling everybody else out. They make a big deal about it. They flood Twitter with it. They try to get everybody all pissed off. It is not something that Cenk nor Anna can pretend that they did not take part in. This is what they do, and now they're getting it too. Yeah, but they don't attack other leftists. No, what? Wait, what? What was the drama from a year ago between them and all of those other leftist channels that they were going after? The crap. Who's the Greenspan? Jimmy Dore. Like all of those other leftist channels that they were getting into it with.
how could you insult us? We were just, all we were doing was punching you in the face. No, that's a right-wing position. You punch, then you gotta expect that I'm gonna counter, right? I don't mean you, kid tested. I mean, for folks who are out there, here, I'll name a name. Lance from the Serfs, he's on here all the time on the power panel, right?
Ooh, he's naming names. Oh, snap, he's naming names. Oh, no. Oh, no.
Comes out and does this like video about how he's so correct and, oh yeah, the Young Turks, correct? No, Lance, you're not goddamn correct. Nobody elected you. The polling shows no one agrees with you. Your 12 buddies online, I don't care, okay? And say, oh yeah, I'm 100%, he's 99.95% correct. Oh, I'm gonna correct him. No. So don't, look, you want.
Suck it, Lance. Suck it. Nobody likes you.
Say, hey, I don't agree with you. God bless.
Your 14 friends online, nobody cares about them either.
You want to say, Cenk, you shouldn't say anything back because you're being rude? Come on, brother or sister.
This is Destiny's position. You attack me, I attack you back. You hit me first, I hit you 3 times afterwards. Let's go.
I don't know
I
what
just
your
gotta be
agenda is.
honest. I just don't really care to like collaborate with any other leftist ever again at this point.
Yeah,
that's
no.
where I'm at, because they come on the show, they build a name for themselves, and then they build a bigger name for themselves, trashing us as if they don't know who we are, as if they haven't worked with us, they don't know what our actual political values are.
Yeah, get Lauren Southern on. Yeah. Let's get Richard Spencer to get back on. Let's go.
So I don't, Jake, I never want to talk about them again. I never want to address them again. It's a waste of time. There's important stuff going on in the country. Our personal drama with a bunch of leftists on Twitter.
Damn, Kasparian is a fine woman. I got in a lot of trouble the last time that I said I like her better as a blonde than a brunette. So some people were very upset that I said that. They said that I was objectifying her, which I was not. I was subjectifying her. It was about her, so she is the subject of the comment. I was not objectifying her whatsoever, but like she does seem to get better looking with age, though everybody says that she's had a lot of work done, so maybe that's why. I'm not sure, but you really are a fool, Tom. Everyone knows brunettes are objectively better. I mean, whatever, dude. No way Tom is into Armenians. I mean, I am more into Aryans than Armenians. I like the blonde hair, blue eye look. That's pretty much what I go for. It doesn't always have to be fair skin. I've dated lots of girls who are very tan as well, but that's just the look that happens. It's not even that I'm attracted to them. They're all attracted to me is what it is. It's these, girls, blonde hair, blue eyes, big butts, young, fit, super babes. They just all come flocking to me. I try to fight them off, okay? I do my best to get rid of them, and some end up sticking around after a while. I don't know. They don't understand consent.
Doesn't matter.
All right, last thing I'm going to say on it, because you brought it up, is that I'm not the kind of guy to back down.
I dated a black girl when I was in like
one that I read. So I'll just say that
middle school and high school, but I haven't dated a black girl like as an adult. Nice. We got some follows. Let's go. All right. Cenk Uyger, good news. We are on the right side. Hey, they're right wingers now. Let's go. Let's go. We win. They're on the right. We win the freaking culture war, dude. We got the biggest independent media company. Let's go. Let's go, dude. Mission accomplished. Now let me talk to you in a patronizing way about all of your opinions I need to correct. Okay, this is Emma Vaginaline. What? Emma Vigilant? Vigilant? Wait, is this the chick from she's on the Young Turks and Majority Report, right? Oh, snap. She called them out. The repeated emphasis and reaction have been on social media. I can't speak to the segments you guys have done on the show. I'm not trying to be pure. I'm engaging with you, even though it's uncomfortable for me because I love you guys and want TYT to be on the right side here. Ooh. Right side of what? I don't even know what they're freaking fighting about yet. Sass, you're sending me a bunch of stuff that doesn't tell me anything. I don't know what they're fighting about. We didn't repeatedly emphasize anything. Anna posted the most innocuous tweet of all time, which now a lot of you are saying was perfectly normal. Wait, is this about the whole thing where she doesn't want to be called a breeder? Is this still about that? Then leftists lost their shit and started saying it was an attack against trans people, etc. There is absolutely no question about who started this and made an enormous deal of out of it. Everyone felt like they had to do a video explaining how they are more holy than us when no real voters on the left agree with you at all. Please don't pretend now that we were the ones making a big deal out of it. So Vash's take on this was that like nobody calls an individual person a breeder. Nobody calls them a breeding person. That they use breeding persons as like an overall like group, like a broad categorization, but that they don't ever say, oh, that person's a breeder, right? They're saying that they don't do that. And so he's like, literally what she's talking about, like if people did that, I would agree with her. But nobody does that. That's not the way that it's used. It's used as like an overall broad category. And so he's like, it's like them taking, you know, the Black Lives Matter thing and being like, oh, wow, so only Black Lives Matter now? Oh, so nobody else's life matters then? Is that what you're saying? He's like, it's kind of the same. I don't think he literally said that, but that is the point that he's trying to make, is that you're taking a term that doesn't mean a thing and then trying to make it mean something else so that you can get mad about it. And that's what everybody's mad about, is that she's just wrong on what it is she's upset about. And that's why, like, if she just recognized that what it is she's saying she doesn't ever want to happen, as long as she recognizes that that never happens anyways, then it would all be fine. But if she keeps pretending that it is a thing that happens, then there's got to be some other motive there. There's got to be some other reason that she's fighting this battle that doesn't actually exist. There's got to be some other, like, you know, thing that they're fighting against. Tom, did you see my conversation with President Sunday about this back when it first happened? Maybe. I think I watched you guys talk a while ago, so maybe. I don't remember. The repeated emphasis and reactions have been on social media. I can't speak to the segments. Okay.
If I don't tell you nothing else but fucking people, they are haters, right? Like, if you spend time on the internet, you will know that the app out there going to hell. Yes, sirree Bob. Yes, sirree Bob. Going to hell, okay? Let me tell y'all something. The express train straight to hell gonna be booked. It's going to be late. It's going to be late because they're gonna get stopped and stalled because of the traffic.
Destiny might be further left than most politicians, but he's right in the middle of most Americans themselves. That politicians are a representation of Americans. Like, politicians are who we vote for. We vote for people who are like us and who, like, are going to do our bidding. The politicians are what Americans are.
Because of the traffic, it's gonna be slam-packed, booked to hell. Hell. Just now.
So funny, right? I like, obviously humor is subjective, and so I maybe some of you don't find that hilarious.
Oh, thank you.
Funny, but I didn't see that.
Thank you for mentioning that humor is subjective, Lance. Thank you. Oh my goodness. For a second, I thought humor was objective for a second there, but wow, he reminded me. Oh, it's not objectively funny. I can choose whether or not I want to laugh at this. Wow. Thank you, Lance. Thank you.
And then, especially if I had maybe some underlying beef or some underlying problems with Olayemi, and think, oh, this is my in. This is gonna be my.
Are they really though? Like, no people vote in local elections. That's fine if we just want to look at if you just want to look at federal politicians, then we can do that. It's still going to be the same.
Chance, here we go. Let's air some laundry. Okay, let's get this out there. Anna Kasparian. Oh, Ole, do you mean?
Apparently,
Dude, I was invited to hang out on this shit, but it's too late for me when this shit goes on.
they compare her to Sid from Ice Age.
What? I have to look it up.
Because her eyes are so far apart. Is this Brittany Venti?
I never seen
Like, Sid doesn't speak a single word in the entire movie, right? What the fuck?
What? She don't look anything like. Wow. I'll fight someone in it. I'll debate someone on that one.
Who was it in the call that kept saying that?
You got some receipts for that one, Cherry, or are you the one that's calling her?
No, I'm
Sid
not the
from
one who's
Ice Age?
calling her.
Wait, it is Brittany? Okay. Wait, this isn't related. What are you talking? Why did you say this was related? Why did you say this is related? Where did that come from? Oh, comparisons to Sid? I didn't see any comparisons to Sid.
I mean, people who demand people cook their friends, those kind of haters. This was not what you, what? No, that's not what you was
Dude, his mic is so freaking quiet, dude. This is obnoxious.
talking about. But then, things accelerate, of course. We get the, followed by Leftist Mafia. Here we are, in 4K.
And you should be able to mention those without like having to classify it as, but you shouldn't get mad at her for this because of her history. No, I mean, no one's mad at her for her history.
I think it makes sense if you want her to change.
They got like all of the dumbest people on the internet onto one panel. This is amazing. This is actually like a great feat to get so many dumb people onto one panel. I'm actually impressed. I would love to watch this. This is going to be like the most mind-breaking thing. It is going to, soul-breaking thing of all time.
Change her mind and to understand what she did wrong. Because if without that
like Matt Binder is truly brain dead. This guy has nothing going on up here, really. There is no brain activity there. I'm pretty sure if we could do some sort of like X-ray or something, and there would be no waves, no brain waves happening whatsoever. This guy is practically dead 90% of the time. If you go watch his interview with Tim Pool, this is like the first lefty to ever go on to Tim Pool's show and get completely eviscerated by Tim Pool. He got rocked back to the Stone Ages. He was so done after that conversation. It was actually amazing. I was so proud of Tim Pool after that conversation. I didn't even agree with a lot of the things that Tim Pool was saying, and he still slaughtered Matt Binder. It was painful. Yeah, Timmy spanked him good. Yes, he did. Timmy put in some work on Binder.
context. Like, again, that's why it's important if you know her that you do include that context, because she has to understand these disagreements are coming from an honest place, and we're not just doing it for clicks, right? Like that's so.
Of course, but that's not the same. That's not the same, though. That's not the same.
I have to say it. Oh my god, I have to say it. I like Anna, but I feel a little bit like this is the coddle the white lady hour. And you know why? And you know why? I thought.
The best thing about this clip is just that Lance is just here for it and Lance his ass off. So I saw the memes, by the way. I saw a bunch of people who just took screenshots of me laughing non-stop.
This even earlier, because before this, the Majority Report put out a thing too, and everybody else, and I was like, boy, everybody sure feels the need to trip over their fucking feet to come out to defend her for getting cooked when all of the people get cooked all the time. Nobody fights.
By the way, okay, for the record, I'm holding this shit in. I'm trying to be as professional as possible. This is a lot of effort going down here, okay? And I am cracking. Fair enough. I'm breaking apart midway through because I can't agree more. Honestly, it's one of those things where, like, I feel like all of us were so nice and friendly. I still am. Like, you'll notice, and I don't know if this is just a reflex, but yes, because, and by the way, these could be two simultaneous thoughts. One, there is a breadth and a history of work that Anna and TYT have done in terms of pushing progressive and actually putting fundamental pieces in play for progressive movements in the United States, like the Justice Democrats, etc., to actually have political power. Holy fuck, that, like, we should all be humbled by some of those achievements. Them, as much as, like, I shit sometimes on Kalinski's takes, or I'll shit on Cenk's takes, or shit on Anna's takes, that is one hell of a fucking accomplishment, and more than I can say for myself, right? So I'm not here to be like, fuck them forever.
Yeah, actually, I don't have much to say about David. I've had some disagreements with him in the past. One of the things that he said was like, he was one of the people who covered Matt Binder on Tim Pool and completely misrepresented what happened on there. Like, David completely misrepresented numerous parts of that, like cut things out of context and everything.
That's a problem with conservatives. That isn't a problem with the Twitter policy or a problem with the left. That is a problem with you not wanting to respect people with basic human decency.
Yeah, so this is one of the things where they refuse to admit that, like, Twitter TOS leans left, right? This is one of the things where they're like, oh, well, that's not even true. There's like, you guys just hate, you just hate trans people. That's what it is. Like, there's not, they don't care about ideology. They're just doing the good things. Like, what, do you not realize that the good thing is going to be based on ideology? Like, do you not realize that, like, what is right and what is wrong is going to be based on your ideology? Whether or not you should respect pronouns, whether or not you're allowed to use specific types of slurs, whether or not you're allowed to say specific things about women, like, these are all going to be based on the ideology that you believe in. And him and Binder both refuse to admit that Twitter TOS, Facebook TOS, Instagram TOS, YouTube TOS, they all lean left. They are all like going to have a lot of things within their TOS that are going to lean left. Later, Zonia. Have a good night. And yeah, like, it's such hardcore cope, dude. It is amazing cope from these people.
Like, I was on a bus last week on Tuesday, right? That's not what this is about. You can 100% have a very good faith and respectful conversation with people with whom you respect and disagree with. That's what everyone was doing, and everyone continues to do. I know I made it in the fucking Daily Mail. I'm for the first time ever. Hi, Mom. Because of like my responses. I'll pull that up because you'll see how nice they were.
I have yet to watch a video of anybody defending me from getting fucking cooked. I've never seen it. I've never seen everybody come out. She has a lot of fucking bad takes, and then she gets cooked because she comes out unprovoked. She asks to be cooked. She got up today and she said, "Twitter, cook me."
Right. Listen,
It's a joke. She's being funny. Again.
Suck it, Serfs. Shut the hell up. Nobody likes you.
I don't know how you take this and you're like, this means war. Yeah. Oh, well, you know what? LA chose violence. LA chose violence. All right. The Daily
I like Lance. Yeah, because you're one of his 14 viewers.
Daily Mail, for the first time. Hi, Tim Pool. Left-wing Young Turks commentator infuriates woke mob by blasting trans-friendly terms such as birthing person and person who menstruates. The thing that fucks with me in this whole story is that, again, I want to be very clear about this. No one is saying that cis women no longer should be referred to as women. No one. No one's on the other side of this fight. There is not a leftist movement or trans activists or allies on one side being like, no one can call you a woman. You have to be known as menstruating person, you know? That'd be like...
Tom, it's 12, not 14. Damn, they're dropping like flies. Oh my goodness. It's already dropped from 14 to 12. What the hell?
There was a movement on the left for me to be referred to as inseminator. Yes. Yeah, I am cum machine. Yes, cum machine. Cum machine reporting for duty. Like, what? No one's fighting for this. No one's on the other side of this issue. No, there's not a single, like, please show me the example of a prominent leftist, whatever, saying you have to be called and referred to as birthing person from now on out, so I can mock them, so I can laugh at them, or so I can point out that they're trolling people. Like, what is this clown choosery I see before me, right? That's all I can say about this. It does not exist, and if it does, well, then that's fucking ridiculous. What? No. If you say a sentence, and the sentence is like, hey, the actions of the Christian nationalists in the right-wing sector of the United States...
It doesn't exist. And if it does, then it's like, what? No. So articulate, Lance. Thank you for that amazing take.
...are trying to limit the bodily autonomy of women, comma, and trans men and birthing people. That's not me. trying to eliminate the struggle or take up the space or eliminate the existence of cis women or the plight that they have to face and the one that we should all be fighting against. And fucking let's all agree we're all on the same page on this. Let's fucking destroy and smash the patriarchy. Sucks for women and it sucks for men. Sucks for everybody. Sucks for all the genders. Let's be totally.
Shut up, Lance. You think you're right. You're not right. You're on the wrong side of this, Lance. You and your 14 friends, 12 friends. Only 12 now. Damn, bro. Shut the hell up.
Real. It's bullshit. It fucks everyone up. Look at all these weird programmed problems all of us have, and we don't realize until later in life that come from, hey, the value of a man should come from his ability to have earning potential under capitalism.
Debate Lance, Tom. I tried after the Lauren Southern thing. He agreed to actually have me debate coach him. There were people in his chat who recommended that he allow me to coach him in debates. And like, yeah, he agreed. He was like, okay, cool. Yeah, I'm happy to talk to him. And, you know, I'll go. They represented it as a Native American guy, which was kind of, you know, maybe a little dishonest there, but like I'm Cherokee Indian, but I have no clue how Cherokee. So from what I understand, like my grandparents were on one side were Cherokee and on the other side were Cherokee, and that's it. But yeah, because he was debating about Native Americans, they were like, oh, this Native American debate bro wants, like, he's a really honest, good faith guy. He can coach you in debates. And then I think he probably looked me up and saw me just ripping on him and decided not to respond to me anymore. So because I DM'd him and I was like, hey, like I heard that you wanted debate coaching, like you come on sometime, we'll talk, or we can do it behind the scenes. And he's like, yeah, that's awesome, man. I appreciate you reaching out, you know, blah blah blah. And then completely stopped answering, completely stopped talking to me. And I would assume that, yeah, he went and looked up my channel and saw me just like ripping into him when I reviewed his debate between him and Lauren Southern.
Hopefully there's never going to be an economic downturn or something that kind of puts that all into a bad way. Women, your value is going to be on how hot you are. Hopefully you were born fucking super hot based on... True. Base take from Lance. Let's go. On the standards of the times, mind you. Those do change over time. What was once hot can change and no longer be hot. Do you have massive tits? That's in right now. Do you have really small titties? That's in right now. Do you have a huge ass? That's in right now. And hopefully with time, people won't see less value as you age. Hopefully that... So this is the system. Fucking sucks. We can all agree. Fuck that noise. Fuck that shit. Let's smash that shit. It's not healthy for anybody. Both sides not doing well. But... this is inclusivity. Birthing person who menstruates. It's not, you can no longer be called a woman. No one can ever refer to you as a woman. If you're a cis woman, to all cis women, we're telling you, the left is demanding you no longer be known as women. I am not cum machine. I'm not cum machine manifest. And there's no one on the left telling me that. Lance, to be inclusive, you need to be referred to as the insemination. What? Yeah.
I don't know. I think it is a dumb phrase. I think it really is a dumb phrase to call somebody a birthing person. I think to not a specific person, but even a group of people, to refer to like women by a biological trait, like he said earlier, like coming person. Oh, this is a jizzing person. Like, no, that is like kind of objectifying people. That is a little odd. Even if you're trying to like separate different groups of women to be more inclusive, to dumb it down to like some sort of biological trait that they are capable of like some sort of like utility of their body. That's freaking weird, dude. I don't care if nobody's calling specific people that, or if nobody's trying to get rid of the word woman. I still think it's freaking weird to use that as a way of referring to any group of people. Birthing person is unnecessary, but for woke people, it fits. It is, it sounds almost like something like a super sexist person would say. It sounds like something that somebody who's like super misogynist, it sounds like that sort of phrase. Like to call somebody a birthing person sounds like something a red pillar would say or some crap like that. Like, you know, yeah, I need a I need a new birthing person for a girlfriend. Like, it sounds super reductive.
Yes, the insemination. That's what you're known as now. Yes, so hopefully you can inseminate. That's what your only use is as a man. This is to be inclusive, right? You're an inseminator. Like, what the fuck? No. One of the hosts of the Young Turks faced intense outrage from the woke mob, which included some of her loyal fans.
That sounds like a great movie. The Inseminator.
She criticized a series of trans-friendly vocabulary. Left-wing commentator Anna Kasparian tweeted that she finds certain trans-inclusive ways of addressing women, such as person with a uterus or birthing person, as degrading. But Kasparian then found herself heavily criticized by the woke online mob official in the fucking papers. Oh, Ivy, you're here. Hey, we're official. We're in the news. It's like, this is a matter of public record now. Hey, it's not my words. This is the Daily Mail, the trash rag from fucking the UK. Pinning her as being transphobic and trans-exclusionary for her mere opinions.
I'll be back with semen. Get to the flapper. This is just so weird, dude.
Earlier this week, the social commentator wrote,
"We live in such a weird time.
I'm a woman. Please don't ever refer to me as a person with a uterus, birthing person, or person who menstruates. This is what the right is trying to do. This is what biological essentialists are trying to do. We are more than our sexual organs. We are more. I am more than a penis. I don't know how many times I am more than a penis. I am more than a prostate. I am a man. God damn, I'm more than a pair of fucking testicles. No, that does not define what a man is. That's ridiculous. No, I'm sorry. This is not the world I want to live in because it's just not fucking reality. These are social constructs that change over time based on different characteristics. They're archetypes. That's what this is. This is us trying to, in our best way, use the English language to express things that, again, are what we are socially convening to agree upon is something. The social archetypes, right?
They are archetypes and they are categorizations that make sense, but yeah, you're essentializing people in a very odd way. This is like the oddest way to essentialize folks. It's a very strange essentialization.
But this is what the right does, the right and the trans medicalists, the biological essentialists, all of them are the ones who are always fucking fixated on that. There, right? That thing down there, you know, being like, oh, well, yes, I mean, they had a prostate, so they are clearly a man. And you're like, this is so weird, dog. Why are you talking about prostates of strangers?
I agree with this. When I talk to people about like the difference between sex and gender, and they're like, oh, well, no, it should just all be about sex. It's all about sex. If I call somebody a woman, I'm talking about sex. If I call somebody a girl, I'm talking about sex. I'm talking about the fact that they either have a penis or a vagina. And I'm like, don't you think it's weird? You go to church, right? Like, don't you think it's weird if you're at church and you say, hey, what a cute little girl? But by default, what you're actually saying is, what a good looking little person with a vagina. That is what you're communicating. Whereas what I'm communicating is some sort of archetype and social norm that is categorized as gender. But you're saying, well, what a cute vagina person. Isn't that odd? Don't you think that's a little weird to say that to a little girl in front of their parents at church? Like, you don't think that's a little strange that that's the sort of social norms that you want? That you don't think that's like a little weird that you need to like base this person's identity off of whether or not they have a vagina or a penis when they're just a little freaking kid? Like, you don't think that's a little weird? I do. I think it's odd.
Why? No, don't do this. Don't do this to yourself. It's going to be deeply, deeply embarrassing. All right, so a couple people.
Reservoir. I was just about to DM you. Okay. Thursday. So we gotta get a time down. So I think this is why cute has a connotative function that's different necessarily to attraction. Okay, so here's the thing, is I can do either, but at 8 o'clock, I'm talking to Beamoid. When you say I'm going to the bathroom, you're saying I'm going to squeeze a stinky fecal loaf out of my anus that used to be a cute little animal. Maybe you're not. You don't know. If you just say I'm going to the bathroom, maybe you're just going to powder your nose. Maybe you're going to wash your hands. Maybe you're going to pee. Maybe you're going to poop. Nobody knows. We give a broad thing so that you actually don't have to put it in this little box. I'm open to whatever. Thursday, I have segments to do regardless. Okay, so yeah, so we can, like, if you want to do it before or after, I don't really have a preference. I don't care either way. You tell me what you want to do or what you're open for. Yeah, I'm talking to her 8 Eastern time on Thursday, so before is better. Okay, cool. That's good for me, because normally when I stream, my brain is moving super slow, and so I need like conversations at the beginning to get my brain to start rolling. So it'll be good to have a conversation before. Hello?
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 Hey, is Tom there? Oh no, wait, I can hear
Yeah,
the stream still. I
Let
gotta
me
fix
go
that.
get him. Hold on 1 second.
Okay.
Hello.
Okay. Hey.
Hey, how are you?
All right, I have a couple questions about it, because I actually the whole like birthing person with a penis, person with a uterus thing. I think there's like my defense of it, I guess, is that it would be in like specific context when you're talking about situations that specifically are involving the person's uterus or penis or birthing process.
But why not talk about a female or a male instead? Doesn't that already infer what it is that you're
It could.
trying to communicate?
That's fair. You could just say female, but I guess like the idea would be that this like the verbiage there is like more inclusive of like trans men as well, and like non-binary people who could also like give birth.
Yeah, so I would say female is as well, but I know that like these types of lefties believe that it's not. And that's part of like my issue with a lot of the things that they talk about is where they say things like, we want to separate sex and gender. But then when we separate sex and gender, they get really upset about it, saying that it's not inclusive.
Yeah. I don't know. Do you think there's any do you think there's any like justification to the idea of like that a lot of trans men like probably don't want to be referred to as female like colloquially?
Yeah, of course. Like the idea of gender is to signal a sex. And so the reason that they transition gender is because they would like to signal that other sex.
Yeah, exactly. So I guess that's like the pushback I would give. I don't know. It's in specific context where you're referring to that function or like that specific body part. Like it just seems like an easy way that like to be very specific about what you're talking about. But I mean, like that's just the way I think about it. But I figured I'd give my 2 cents. Yeah.
Yes, I understand the utility of it. I still think it's freaking weird. Like I think that I think that most of the time we can just communicate these things with you know the sex categorizations. And to say birthing persons does sound like a way of like essentializing the group instead of using a label that already communicates those essential characteristics.
I suppose. I guess you're essential. You could say you're essentializing, but I feel like the conversation is about that. If the conversation's about that specific thing, then and you're essentializing by just describing that specific thing, it seems like you're not actually.
But let's say we're having a debate with race realists, and instead of saying black people, they keep saying African people. That would seem a little weird because they're not actually from Africa. But when we say black, we are kind of communicating that their lineage comes from Africa. And so it seems like, they're over essentializing in the sort of categorizations that they're using. And I would feel the same way in this sort of realm as well.
It kind of feels like that one like leans more to like when we say black, like we're generally referring to like people who are classified as black, right? Like which is a more specific thing than saying like African.
Yes,
so again, it's like more. Go ahead.
But like when we're talking to a race realist, normally we're talking about like the genetic factors, and the genetic factors are going to be based on some sort of regional biology, and that regional biology tracks back to Africa. So that like essentially we are talking about Africa as like their lineage and what the difference is between where one group evolved and the other group evolved, right?
Yeah, but I wouldn't say African people. I'm referring to black people to the race realist. The race realist would, right? And we would
that's exactly
use the other
what I'm
word.
saying. That's exactly what I'm saying. Yes,
Me
is
too.
that like it seems similar to what what race realists do, where they over essentialize in the type of verbiage that they're using.
But I guess if we would rather, because you and I would both like refer to them as black people, like rather than African, and because
That's
we're being more
exactly what I'm
specific
saying.
about what we're talking about.
Yes,
like
that's exactly what
realistically.
I'm saying. So we are using a word black that doesn't over essentialize exactly what it is we're talking about, but saying black still communicates the same thing. So just as saying female still communicates the same thing, whereas birthing person is the over essentialized label.
I see. I think I see what you're saying. Honestly, to me, like female feels more essentializing than like the birthing person thing, or like person with uterus or whatever. Like, I mean, I wouldn't like use it like casually, like it'd be like, but I guess I just get why people would. But yeah, I don't know. I just wanted to kind of pursue that a little bit. I didn't want to stay on for too long. So
okay, yeah, I appreciate it.
Yeah, have a good night. I'll be in chat. So
okay.
Will sound off, but then one of the based ass people on the internet, Mike of the Humanist Report. Go check out the Humanist Report, everybody, right now. I respect you a lot. Again, so nice. This newspaper article is an example of us being super nice, and I will continue to be super nice to people, again, who I think have had a long history in progressive and leftist politics and do good things. Again, these can be separate things. You can both agree that fucking TYT has pulled off some fucking incredible shit.
Hey, Mary. How are you?
And the Justice Democrats, all that shit. Yes, I am humbled by that fucking amazing work that they've done in that arena. And at the same time, you could be corrected for your takes. This only serves to benefit the right, the far right, and the anti-trans fucking bigots and ghouls. They're the only ones that benefit from this very specific form of leftist infighting. I respect you a lot, but this notion that mere existence of trans-inclusive terms, rarely used in casual conversations, if ever,
I got an ad, Tom. What is? Oh yeah. Yeah, I have ads on right now. If you don't want ads, I mean, I'm sorry, but you're gonna have to hit the membership button. No freebies for family. Sorry about it. I'm just kidding. Actually, you still get ads if you're a member. That's not even true. I don't know why I said that. Yeah, you need YouTube Premium. But it's better if I just, let's pretend that actually the membership is what gets rid of the ads and just, become a member anyways. Yes. So for all the people who are like super twisted and think that like I'm lying about my past and about like my criminal history, I don't know why I would do that, because it's like dogging on myself. But this is my sister in chat, so if you have any questions for her, I am open about all of these things on here. So if you would, it's actually me. I'm over here on my phone typing for her. This is just a separate account. Just kidding. This is my sister. If you would like to ask her any questions, or you still want to act like I'm lying about this stuff or whatever, here it is.
I'm sorry, I've never heard outside of this discourse people demanding people be called birthing person. I've never been in a fucking hospital where I've seen a doctor speak to a woman and it's like, so you are a birthing person. You are a person who can't give birth. Yes, you have a viable womb. You're a viable womb, however you are. Like, I agree. If someone was referring to human beings as just their genitals and organs, that's insulting. That sucks. Don't do that. That's fucked, right?
Wait, Mary, did Tom pay you when he went to Big Joe? What does that mean, pay her? What is that? What kind of question is that? Why would I pay her?
But that's what biological essentialists are doing. I contest this. I say we are more than our penises or our vaginas. We are more than our prostates, okay? There's more to us, more than our wombs even. I'm also a woman and proud of it, fight for it every day, but not everyone who deals with reproductive issues is a woman. Speaking with inclusion does not erase your womanhood, and you can't actually support the trans and GNC communities without inclusion. Another person on Twitter said, speaking with inclusion does not erase your womanhood, in response to the Kasparian tweet. This is me. I'm another person. Look at me now, Mom.
It's a chance to learn? I just don't learn what though? What would I be paying her for? I don't understand.
Never thought I'd make something of myself. I'm in the Daily fucking Mail as another...
Mary, how old was Tom when he finally stopped wetting the bed? I was actually old. No joke. I actually wet the bed for a really long time. I think I was like maybe 13 or 14 when I stopped wetting the bed. I wet the bed for a very long time into my teens. No joke. I'm not even kidding. Like I actually did.
Person. Yes. I'm one Twitter user. One Twitter user. blame the right for creating the division between transgender and cis women, saying that they are the ones who want to, quote, label people based on their genitals. They are. They are. I agree.
Me too, King. Hell yeah, let's go, dude. Let's go. Bedwetters in the house. What's up?
So, this one Twitter user, you know who I am, Daily Mail. I know you know who I am. Fucking hell. I'm on your radar. Let's do this. So I said, it's the right who wants to label people based on their genitals or organs. You're only a biological woman if you have birthing organs or menstruate. Trans activists are always the first to say there's a difference between trans and cis women because it's what makes...
Giga Chad Wet Boys. Let's go, dude. Let's go. Yeah, I wore like pull-ups like into I think until I was like maybe 7, and then I stopped wearing pull-ups and I stopped wetting the bed regularly. But then they just bought like a plastic cover that just wrapped around my entire bed, so that every time I wet the bed, it would just puddle up where I was laying, which is so much worse, dude. I don't know why they did that. That was so much freaking worse, dude.
them trans. And I fucking stand by that. I'll put it on a fucking t-shirt. God damn it. For the cis people in the back. Hey, my fellow sissies. They are the first ones to say this all the time. In every space. Not a single trans activist or trans person is demanding that cis women be labeled as trans women because that would erase who they are. They are trans. The same thing applies to all trans people. The math does not add up by virtue of that. They will tell you cis women are not trans women. That's not a controversial or offensive statement to say. It's a matter of fact. Cis women are not trans women. But trans women are women. Do you get the difference here? Like,
yeah, this is just not like just saying they are women because they are trans women, and because trans women are women, then that means that women are trans women, but not cis women, because cis women are women, but trans women are women. Do you get it? You understand the difference, right? So you didn't explain the difference. You just said 2 different labels and said that there's a difference. What is the difference? You say the difference. Tom, I don't know about your crime life. What did I miss? I look too young to have been in prison. How old were you when you went in? How long were you locked up for? I talked about all this stuff at the beginning of stream, before we started the Destiny debate. Apparently, so when I did the Destiny interview, like towards the end, one of the things that I said was, I said, Max is so shameless with his manipulation. I was a con man when I was younger, and I was like a habitual liar. And Max is so shameless with it that it's like in a way that I would have been embarrassed to have lied. Like, it's so blatant. I would have been so scared that I was going to get caught. Like, his manipulation and his lies are so obvious that I would never have been able to do that. And so then people in the comments on Destiny's channel were all like, oh, he's lying, like, this is dumb, he never did this, he never said that, or he was never a criminal, he was never a con man, the dude stutters every 2 words, there's no way. And so, I mean, one, they're not wrong. I have trouble talking today because I take medication that makes me forget words. You guys saw throughout the conversation with the people earlier who were in VC, I forget words, and I have to get the audience to help me remember those words. It's just like I take medication called Suboxone, and it just makes me forget words. And so while I'm in the middle of a sentence, I have to I'll realize that I'm forgetting a word, or that I can't conjure that word. And so I have to stop and reroute around that word and restructure my sentence in a way that that word is not going to be necessary anymore. And it's really frustrating. So, especially on days when I'm tired, I have a lot more trouble remembering words. I have a lot more trouble talking. I have a lot more trouble with stuttering and stammering. It's not really stuttering, but I'll stammer a lot. And I'll sound. I didn't have these problems when I was younger, though. I was a very clear speaker. I think it's because your debates, you often come off as a wet noodle white guy, so they can't imagine you having a rough past, which is BS because we don't know you really or your past. Well, so I think that's part of it. Is I think that I used to be really aggressive and like really headstrong in the way that I talk to people, and kind of like domineering. And as I started to change the way that I interact with people, in the way that I talk, in the way that I like my ethics and all of these things, I started to become a lot more passive and try a lot harder to exist within the group and go with the flow. And when before I had to always stick out, like no matter what, no matter what, I had to always stick out. I had to always be like a thorn in everybody's side. Tom and I both were little menaces when we were young. Yep. So yeah, I was always like, I had to make sure that I was different from everybody else, and I went against the grain and against the current. And so, yeah, who I was back then was very, very different than who I am now. And I am a lot more passive today than I was back then. Will you bite bullets at tomfoolery? And people probably view that as being a wet noodle. What? Biting bullets is the opposite of being a wet noodle. Like, a wet noodle means that you're just kind of flip-floppy and you don't really like stay in one place. You're not very stern. You're just kind of like all over the place. And I biting bullets means that I'm not like, it means that I'm like firmly planted. All I want to know is if you dressed like Eminem in your trap house days. Yes. Yep. And I dyed my hair blonde too. Bleach blonde. Yep. I think I have a photo album here. Yeah, there it is. All right, y'all want to see Eminem, Tom? Tom, honestly, you just seem very young and, yeah, polite and easygoing. Not the person you describe you were in the past. You would never have guessed. It's true. Can't judge a book by its cover. I'm 35. So I may not look 35, but I am 35. All right, let's see. So, I can't see. So that was me when I was in the football team. Or I'm 34, sorry. I turned 35 this year. I keep saying I turned 35 this year, and then that just makes me think I'm 35, but I'm not. Let's see. Do we have... I can't... I don't know. There's too much glare. I can't... Damn it. This is too hard. Okay, so this is me here with my hat on sideways. This is me at like getting ready for homecoming in a seersucker suit. Okay, here we go. This is me. Damn it, dude. I can't do this. This is mirrored. I gotta flip this around real quick so I can. Okay, there we go. So yeah, I was always in like I don't know. Yeah, this is bleached hair. I dyed blonde. This is me with like my hat on sideways again. Sometimes there's like specific pictures that I'm looking for that I can't find, but normally I wore oh yeah, here you go. I can't get it. So yeah, there you go. I was always wearing like, what do you call it? A visor, but I wore the visor upside down. And I had bleach blonde hair. Okay, Google. Turn Joker light and Hawk's light on.
Okay, turning 2 lights on.
There's another one. That's me in the background on the top one. I don't know. I can't get the camera to focus on it, and it's too dark, so. Anyways. That wasn't really my trap house days, though. I guess that at that point I don't think I dyed my hair blonde anymore. Okay. Tom, don't you have photos on Facebook? Not really, no. So during this time, I wasn't like, during the time that I was like doing drugs and stuff, I was not in photos for years. Like for years and years and years. The only time that you would ever see me in photos is if I was, I don't know what you call it, photobombing people, where I would just like run into the background and make a weird face and then run away. That was the only time I was in photos for like maybe 5 years. So from the time I was like 15 until about 20, there's like no photos of me anywhere.
Black women are women. Indigenous women are women. You don't get to separate that because there's a difference between white women and indigenous women. There is. But indigenous women will not tell you that they are white women and vice versa. Like,
dude, this is so incoherent. What the hell is he doing?
do you understand what's happening here? But they're all women. They're all women. They're all valid. They're all beautiful. The world is a many splendorous thing. A wondrous thing, even. Sorry, we'll finish this clip.
Delete the tweet.
Did you ever get spit in your butt? No. Nope. You'd never know from the pictures you'd become the most prolific gangbanger in the tri-state area. True. You looked like a Kyle. Actually, some of the pictures in that photo album, like one of the guys that I was with over and over, his name was Kyle. So he did all the Kyling for me.
I want to make it clear. He has yet to delete the fucking tweet.
Wait, she hasn't deleted it?
You know why? Because at the end of the day, she took 106,000 like tweets. She didn't even get ratio. She didn't even get ratio. She'll be alright. All right. She did. Like, oh my god.
I saw that Majority Report video that went up. It's exactly what Emma.
First off, Kenny was such a great guest. We got to get her back on the show.
Emma said on the show earlier today, and when I heard Emma say it, I was like, Emma put it great, and then I saw them put it up with the title that says Anna Kasparian is not anti-trans. I'm like, that's not the point. Why are you putting it?
By the way, I can't tell you how much and this is going to be a bit of a circle jerk, how much I love the leftist mafia, like Matt Binder.
This is just a great way to show how dumb all of them are. Like, Anna Kasparian, all of these people, they all just take a massive L through all of this. I love it.
It's not missing words and on point, you know.
Prolific gangster that wet his bed till he was 14. That was my name in the streets. B Dubs, bedwetter. Let's go.
Why didn't Matt Binder, who I know has had more interactions with Anna Kasparian, why didn't Matt Binder or me? I have been on the show and co-hosted TYT with Anna Kasparian. I'm not a TYT employee, by the way. I've never been paid by TYT. They don't cut me checks or anything like that. It's very gracious when they ask me to go on their network because it's much larger than mine, and it helps promote me and my messaging. Yeah, I don't like, people sometimes get mad at me in both directions. They're like, Lance, why would you go on TYT? Don't you know about all this fucked up shit that's going on? Don't you know that like they hate prison abolitionists? Aren't you a prison abolitionist? Yes, I am. If I went on TYT and they were like, let's do a piece on prison abolition and why it's actually about letting rapists rule the world, I would on that fucking panel push back on that take in the strongest ways. If they bring me on to be like, hey Lance, can you talk about why Kissinger committed war crimes? Yes, I'm going to talk about why Kissinger committed war crimes. That's not, I'm not in opposition to that stance. So yes, I will go on the show. And back that position up. I will be like, yes, absolutely, Kissinger sucks, because it's also furthering my own message. That's different than I'm going to go on there to fucking lie or betray my beliefs. Again, if they were doing a segment on prison abolition and I was there and they were like, Lance, this is fucked up, right? I would be in the opposite position. I would be like, well, actually, no, I disagree with this take because blah, 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 you know?
That is the title of the video. This is the point.
This is where the concern
it was an anti-trans take.
The substance of the viewpoint she is legitimized. You see what I'm saying? The conversation has just shifted to defend. Like everybody's conversation is about defending whether or not Anna is a turf and her career and blah blah blah, rather than talking about the substance of what she put out and why that is offensive to legitimize and why it's a problem for
and being held responsible for it.
Thank you.
Like
That's the problem.
normalize large creators being called out and being like, oh shit, I was wrong. Like it made it in. That's the end of the clip. Yeah. I stand by that.
Nobody cares what you have to say, Lance. Just you and your freaking 12 friends. You and your 10 friends now. 10. Only 10 friends left.
100%. How did you leave that in? I don't know where the clip came from. I don't know if this was like in the Discord or emailed or in a Reddit thread or something like that. But like at the very end of that clip, you should like that's the point where you should be like, something has been said here.
Thank you. That's the problem.
When was this recorded? Weeks ago. 2 weeks, I think. Yeah, I think this was 2 weeks. 2 weeks old. Why is it suddenly surfacing now? Why is it like, oh shit?
Normalize large creators being called out and being like, oh shit, I was wrong. Like
2 weeks ago? Okay, yeah, that's the other part of this. It's just like, what the fuck? You're unavailable to view this account because they limit who can view their tweets. Who blocked me? This is not going to be great, is it? I don't know who this is. She said that you were talking like a white nationalist white woman when you shared your sincere opinion while not attacking anyone. What? No, she didn't. Am I seeing different things? So I guess that takes us to the response.
It's bad faith. They know there's a difference between gender and sex. They know that it is very possible for someone to be born a biological male or a biological female, but in terms of gender, identify differently as a male or non.
See, yes, this is what I'm talking about, okay? So, like, she's actually correct here. This is one of the things that I talk about is, like, yes, we advocate for there to be a difference between sex and gender. Linguistically, there is obviously a difference between sex and gender in the way that we use these words pragmatically. I think that, like, this is very true. But then, when we talk about it, there's not really much of a difference. When we're talking about trans people, and as I discussed with Radical Coder, like, this is why I think that there's problems with some of the language that we use to communicate these ideas, because we talked about this recently when Abigail Thorne came out and said that gender dysphoria is actually a categorical error, and I was thinking, well, yeah. It kind of is a categorical error, because it seems as though the dysphoria is over sex, not just gender, and it's gender and sex, but like generally we call it transgender, because if you transition just your gender, then you're transgender. If you transition your sex, you are likely to also transition your gender. So either way, you are transitioning your gender. No matter which one you are transitioning your gender. So we put them all under the umbrella of transgender. That makes sense. But then we start we start having issues with what it is we're communicating with transgender, and then people start to use words like transsexual or right, like Michael, yes, that's kind of the thing. Is like transsexual has now become a stigmatized word, whereas I think that we're limited on the language that we use to communicate these things, and I think it's starting to become a problem. I think it's starting to become a problem where we're having trouble communicating exactly what it is that we mean when we're talking about these issues.
Binary, but they still have the biological capacity, the physical capacity to get pregnant. So that's why the language, the rhetoric is inclusive to include those people. It is not a big deal. But
my YouTube statistics are being really weird right now. So it says 103 people are watching, okay? And it keeps bouncing up and down from like 103 to 150, something like that, okay? Now, here it says 13, 10 people are watching, 6, 5, 8, 10, okay? Then we get over here, 23, 24, 10, 25, 20, 26, 32. So this says that I peaked at 32 viewers today. This is saying that I peaked at 32. This is being really weird. Are we getting botted? No, it just seems to be broken. Like it seems to be having issues. I think most people who are watching right now are not watching live. They're watching like from when Destiny debated Milo.
But they make it a big deal.
I gotta say, Anna's right. I agree with Anna Kasparian, 100%. In the strongest possible terms, let her cook. She hath cooked, and the food is good. Quite delicious.
They manufacture it into a big deal because that's all Republicans are. That's all they have. This is all they do. Endless bad
spitting facts, hard facts.
Faith arguments meant to fearmonger and direct hatred and fear toward other Americans, typically powerless Americans.
100%.
It's bad faith.
100%. Could not agree with Anna Kasparian more. And that's just the reality of the situation. You know, it's one of those things where like, this is not looking to like it's a non-problem. Look, honestly, let's just be completely honest about this. It is. If there was a situation in which there was a large push on the left or in progressive circles to suddenly demand that I cannot be known as a man, that I have to be known as a semen vessel, if that was what I was to be described as, I can see myself getting kind of confused and upset at that. But this is a fictional, made-up scenario that doesn't exist in the real world. Like, as mad as I could be about that, again, this is make-believe. Absolute make-believe. And like, there's so much fucked up shit going on right now. Can we be real about that? There's so much fucked up stuff, especially towards trans people, especially towards queer people. Like, holy fuck, is life hard for queer folk right now? Listen to them. Have you turned into like queer creators and then watched their videos, listened to their like fucking stories, looked at their tweets? They're all saying the same thing. They're like, it is incredibly, incredibly hard and scary to be queer right now, especially if you live in the United States. So much fucked up shit going on. So it's like, it's an important thing that leftists, and especially cis people, we all get on board on this and all fucking do everything we can to protect trans people, protect trans kids in our messaging, in our activism, in our fucking legislation, in our voting records, in our politicians, everything. Protect queer people. Just like we should protect all people. It's very important right now. That should be the focus and where everyone's energy is being poured into. Not like the left is policing my language, or the left is, oh man, fuck, calling you a semen vessel. Yeah, I didn't want to be known as a semen vessel. God damn it, fucking. Like, if I tweeted out about that, like, I would expect all of you to respond in kind. I would expect to see every fucking left tuber, bread tuber, corn tuber, whatever you want to call them, every single person, all of a sudden being like, this is fucked. This is absolutely fucked. This is, yeah, Lance, what are you doing? No one is doing this to you, Lance. You know, like, This is a made up fantasy. It's a problem of your own design. You've kind of invented. There's no one calling you a walking semen vessel. No one's doing that. No one's calling you like the semen machine. You know, Semen Man 5000. It's not a thing. You know. Oh, there's Prostate Boy. Ah, yes, Prostate Boy. Why are you calling me that? My name's Lance. No, you can't be called Lance anymore. You're Prostate Boy. How's that prostate working out for you? You got a good prostate? Yeah. God damn it.
I hold on. Is this an argument anybody's making? Is it sounds like he's now the one arguing against something that nobody's saying.
The Call Me Cum Commando. There you go. Call Me Cum Commando. Yes, there. Let's having fun with these names. Chat, we gotta have fun. We really do. Like, times are dark, and I say this in the loviness of ways. Even now, even with all of this, even with the war being launched, and me taking the leftist mafia side, you know, and we're team align me in these parts, even with all this, I'm not canceling Anna. I'm not here to cancel Anna. Nah. This is not me doing a whole like, and that's why Anna needs to be deplatformed, and that's why Anna should not be allowed to have a show, and that's why go do activism. And no, again, the sum total of Anna Kasparian's work is good. It's a lot of it is fucking activism that stands for trans rights, for queer rights, for LGBTQ plus rights, stands up for Black Lives Matter movement, stuff like that. Again, the Justice Democrats would not exist if it was not for TYT and Kyle Kalinske, and that's tangible, real world ass fucking political movement that pushes progressive and leftist values. That stuff is great. Again, I humble myself before the accomplishments that they have made, going from internet political personalities to being able to affect parts of US legislation based on getting their people in the game. That's fucking amazing. Hell yeah. And you can call out shitty takes. You can do both, right? I know I'm biased, but I agree with everything that Alea was saying. I agree with calling out big creators and shitty takes. And honestly, we all have to fucking normalize and get used to being called out by the very people that we try to stand up for. I have deleted so many tweets and videos so many times. When fucking trans activists, trans content creators drop in my DMs to explain shit to me because I'm a dumbass cis person who fucks up, and be like, hey Lance, by the way, just so you know, this is actually kind of a yikesy take. This is an intercommunal joke. You should be making it as a cis person. I don't feel like, oh, this means war. Leak the DMs. The woke scolds have come after me yet again. Now I will destroy all of them. Fuck you. No, it's oh shit. Okay. I mean, yeah, it's difficult, I suppose, in some ways, but on behalf of the daughter I raised, the billions of women on this planet, please stay on your soapbox. So nice to see progressive here. The revolt against trans think is growing. Why does this remind me of YouTube? Blah, blah, blah. I don't want to click on the link. Anna Kasparian liked this tweet. Trans think? Jesus Christ. Ollie London. I was just talking about Ollie London the other day. You know? I bet this chat is more cozy than the Twitch chat right now. Yes. If you're looking for cozy safe spaces filled with people who want an echo chamber of loveliness and back rubs, then that's the Serfs.tv. The Twitch one is awesome too, in my own, because I gotta tell you all, if you don't already know this, I'm a weirdo. I'm a sicko. I like seeing differences of opinion. I like seeing the wars rage in Twitch chat as well, okay? I've got both of them open just to the right. I've got both chats there. And I can see the wonderful, loving, cozy safe space in the Serfs TV chat. And that's like, that centers me. It grounds me. I see that, I'm like, oh, like, I have faith in humanity. You're also lovely. And then when I see the war going on in Twitch, I'm like, oh, this is interesting. Look at this. People coming in from different factions, different fucking political beliefs. All the corners of the political, arena are battling it out. Well, to be fair, we don't have a lot of the top right ones. We don't have Nazis. Nazis don't last very long in any of the chats, like, because just they can't stop Naziing, you know? That's the problem with you Nazis. You can't stop being Nazis, and you're so fucking Nazi-like. Like, if you drop it.
This is true. He's not wrong, but something about my chat, they all are capable of getting along, and we're all one big happy family with tons of Nazis here. So I don't know what it is, but we center the Nazis. This is, where's Kent? I don't know. Pepe, I will fill any role. He's right, actually. Nazis do act like Nazis. He is, but we have had the far-right people here this entire chat. We've had tons of groypers in the chat. We've had alt-righters here throughout this entire stream, and you guys probably have no clue which ones they are, and it just is what it is. Nico fell asleep, I think. Nico earlier came in and said goodbye to everybody and said that they're leaving the community or something like that. They got really mad last night when I was talking about trans people. Where do you think I fit in politically? I would say probably somewhere around the libertarian conspiracy theorist area. Right-wing conspiracy theorist libertarian.
Into a chat, you can tell when people are trying to fuck with me because they kind of want to let the carrot dangle, you know? They kind of want to do this whole thing with me where all of a sudden it'll be like, hey Lance, what are your thoughts on this? Did you think about this? Here's the link, Lance. And then before you know it, it's like you're going down this rabbit hole where they're trying to just clip you for a controversial statement. Those are the people who have they have patience. They have a design. They
Who's the most left-wing person in this community? Like off the top of my head, probably Sassafras. Katie, maybe. Not really sure. All women WTF. Yeah, I was gonna the next 3 names that pop in my head are all left. Oh yeah, Radical Coder. There's not Abaddon for sure. Yeah, no, probably not Abaddon. Katie is left wing? Or is that a joke? The person who says that Jordan Peterson is a misogynist, the person who doesn't believe gender is even real, the person who thinks that Destiny uses
I love you, Tom.
sexist rhetoric all the time. Miss Captola, appreciate the sub. I love you too. Thank you. If you guys don't know, that is Aiko's voice. We used to be good friends. We have since the bridge has since been burnt. It got burned, but we clipped her out of context one day where it was, look, I love you, Tom, but this isn't a good argument. And so we just clipped the I love you, Tom, and just put it up as my sub alert. So nah, she's a lefty. If she was anything Femi related, she wouldn't be defending Lav and scolding people for treating her like shit. Yeah. Yeah, because probably I was gonna say Aiko at first. That was going to be the first person that I said, and I was like, well, yeah, she doesn't really come around anymore. So yeah.
They've thought about this for quite some time. The Nazis just jump in there
even like Vivian used to come around, but that bridge is burnt as well. Melissa the trucker kind of she was a casualty with the Vivian Wolf Bridge. So yeah, there's not the lefties. The lefties have trouble hanging. The lefties are up and down in this community all the time. Most of the time, the righties, they stick around. They normally gain a place and hold on to it. But the lefties can be kind of fickle and get offended sometimes and disappear. So you're like Destiny, burning bridges. Not really, because yeah, in those cases, I would say, okay, in the Vivian Wolf case, I will admit I went a little too hard. I'm pretty sure I even started telling her to kill herself and crap like that. So yes, in the Vivian Wolf case, I went way too hard. I will admit. With everybody else though, I was like the one trying to kind of be friendly and passive and trying to save the bridge, and yeah, it just didn't work. Viv told Tom to go step on a Lego. Yeah. Yeah. Can't let that fly. Not going to let that fly.
Fuck you, fucking woke cock, but hope you die, woke, kill yourself, woke cock. It's like, deleted. Like, the mods are just like, bam! Like that. And of course, like, all praise to the mods, by the way. That's why I always say, you gotta thank the mods, all right? They do important work. Because they'll just, yeah, oh, gone. Because, yeah, you're too...
Tom, really? I thought I heard you say that Aiko was your best friend like a couple weeks ago. That bridge burned hella fast. I didn't even know. I missed the fire. It was a joke. It was a joke. Like, we haven't talked in a long time. It's probably been a year now. It was a joke. Aiko is always welcome. She's always welcome to come around, but yeah.
Too excited. You had this fucking raging Nazi hard on just to drop in the chat.
I love you too if it's 22. Or if it is 22. I love you too. Thank you for the subscription.
Be a fucking asshole. Try to get under people's skin. But here's the thing. It's just funny. Like, everyone finds it hilarious too. Like,
Tom Foolery show is good at burning bridges. Is good at bridge burning jokes. He did it with Cherry too. Oh, brother. Did it? What? I don't remember. What did I say about that one?
as soon as a Nazi drops in here, you just know, like, they're half sweating while they fucking hold down the capital key. Oh, fuck, well, cuck, lesbian, trans, fucking R-slur. Like,
oh, I missed this sub earlier, too. Jay Land, thank you for the sub. I missed that one. And Clyde Scots.
oh, man, you're so excited. you can just tell how horny you motherfuckers are. But gone. And like that, away. You'll never see them again, you know? Mr. Whiskers, thank you so much for the tier 1 sub. I appreciate that.
What up, homie, if I remember correctly? Yes, that is, yep, that is the phrase that did it. Yeah. Yep. I'll sub if you change the soundbite to Katie screaming your name. Tom? I don't think she ever screams my name. It's just saying Tom.
Yeah, sweaty Nazis. Anyway, sorry, let's go back to
Thanks again for having Grace and me on to your show, Tom. Yeah, no problem. I enjoyed talking to you guys.
Ollie London, I was talking about the other day. Alime, if you're still here, if you don't know, please tell this on your show sometime, or report on Ollie London. Ollie London right now is like the darling child of the right. They are using Ollie London and his posts, his shit, his fucking he's peddling his book. Fucking Tim Pool as the first guest on his new show brought on Ollie London as the person who was trans and then detransitioned, and then after they detransitioned, he is now the voice of like, oh, this is exactly what you thought it was. It is a woke mind virus. They're infecting children. They use TikTok. It's insidious. There's trans ideology. They push on their people. Blah blah blah. Like, I see Ollie London all the time now because of the right's promotion of his like fucking grift. And here's the thing, this is an extreme racist. And does no one have memory? This is the thing that blows my mind about Ollie London now being championed as the new hero of the right. Ollie London was fucking being exposed by the right, what, like 2 or 3 years ago for the weird ass racist shit that he was doing. He was the one who like loves fucking K-pop, loves BTS so much that he wanted to get all these plastic surgeries to become Korean, and then was proudly fucking announcing that he was getting penis reduction surgery to be more Korean. Like, and spending money on the surgeries. That's how racist he is. Like, I can't even fucking wrap my head around those levels of racism. You are such an extreme racist that you were willing to spend hundreds of thousands of dollars to justify your racist beliefs and bigotry. That's who Ollie London is. And at this point, the fact that the right has gone all in, it's like, what? Can you not use Google? There's still the top search results. Like, if you Google Ollie London, it's not like a very important public speaker about the dangers of trans ideology, how LGBTQ plus and queer ideology has infected children with the woke mind virus. Very prominent book. You should probably buy it. Very, very #1 bestseller. No, it's still the fucking racist ass. I was getting penis reduction surgery to become more Korean, to become a K-pop star. That's the shit that pops up again. Like, levels of racism that cannot be understated.
I have no clue who he's talking about. Ollie London is known for his multiple ethnic plastic surgery procedures intended to make him look like Jimin, a member of South Korean boy band BTS. Oh, that person. Okay, yes. Yes, I remember this person. Yeah. Yeah, it gave me pictures of Muhammad Ali in London. Yeah, I remember this person. Yep. Yep, that was a thing. That was definitely a thing.
Like, it's, I can't even. Anyways, Ollie London. Now you get to see the true face of the trans movement. They hate women. They shut down women. They silence women. Don't back down to them. What is this timeline? Ian Miles Chong, someone who wants to lower the age of consent, makes a lot of jokes and or not jokes about wanting to have sex with teenagers. Keep fighting the good fight. Also, your followers seem intent on gaslighting you over this by claiming no one uses the term birthing person. Silly lefties. Goddamn progressies. What are you doing? What are you doing in the shadows?
Again, make sure you guys hit the thumbs up button. Go follow me on Twitter. Links in the description. Also, there's links to my Discord in there as well. Make sure you join. We have a lot of fun, lots of conversations. Again, we got a broad array of ideologies around here, so there's always different types of debates and conversations going on. We have a ton of different channels and different categories that you can engage in. We got VCs that people will hang out in, and then we also have movie nights pretty regularly as well, where we all jump in and watch a movie together. So it's always a lot of fun. Make sure you join.
Huh? You're trying to claim that no one uses birthing person? I think I've said birthing person maybe 20 or 30 times in this episode and stream. If you were to do a supercut of right... Oh man, I don't want to give the right ammo, but yeah, very easy. You want to destroy me with facts and logic? Just do a supercut of me saying birthing person in the stream. There's got to be at least 20 of them. And then like just do that right after that. Like start with a clip of me being like, no one actually uses the term birthing person. I've never seen a leftist do that. And then clip right after that to birthing person, 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 birthing person. On Wikipedia, Ollie London is an English internet personality. London is known for his multiple ethnic plastic surgery procedures intended to make him look like Jimin, a member of the South Korean boy band BTS. Born in England, London's interest in South Korean culture began after moving to South Korea in 2013 to teach English. London is considered to be a controversial figure whose actions have been deemed offensive by critics. Yeah, but now the darling child of the right to the far right. So enjoy. Anyways, my bow on this entire bizarre ass saga remains the same as it was when I was laughing hysterically in that clip. I think it's totally reasonable to have good faith criticisms of fellow leftist and progressive creators. I believe in my heart of hearts that's what Olaymi and everyone else on that show, Matt Binder and myself, we're doing and continue to do. You can even see, like, even this is not mean, you know? I'm not gonna lie, I did type out and delete like 30 or 40 different things when I was going to respond. And as time went on, I'm glad that I finally listened to...
Tom, are you friends with PF Young? Did you see his Vosh debate? So I do video essays. If you guys haven't seen any of my video essays, I am the best video essayist on the internet. And one of my video essays... Oh, wait. Whoa. Hold on. There it is. That's crazy. 27 minutes ago, eh? Modern conservatives are like the KKK. Oh yeah, I saw this conversation when it happened. Yeah, I watched this live. So I did a video essay on PF Young's video. This one right here, clip chimping and anti-Semitism. Young. At the very beginning of the video, he got something so terribly wrong. A lot of what I do on this channel is calling out other channels when I feel like they're being dishonest or are wrong, regardless of who they are. It was only a month ago that I was defending Matt Walsh for almost a week straight. When Media Matters... So yeah, there's... This is a video essay that I did recently about him. He came on afterwards. We had a nice conversation. Cool guy. I like him. We've talked recently about having him on again. I did watch him when he debated Vosh. I watched it live. But yeah, if you want to, you can go check out my video essay. talking about him. This is a video essay that I did on Mr. Girl about a year ago when he first like popped onto the scene and did his video about Dr. K. So this is called Mr. Girl Hit Piece. And then most recently, the video that kind of really took off was Vosh and Friends Slander Shoe on Head. This is a piece of art. Okay, so like I'm not kidding. This is one of the greatest videos ever to touch the internet. So if you haven't seen it, you got to go watch it. You have a weird audio artifact, FYI, Tom. A whiny sound when you talk. The yeah, I am aware. I got a bunch of like surgeries on my nasal cavities when I was younger, so I definitely have a nasally sound when I speak. Like an old printer printing? Wait, what? What are you talking about? You're talking about something that sounds like behind me? It's my fish tank, most likely. Or, yeah, there's if you have really nice speakers or really nice headphones, then yeah, you can hear kind of like the sandy sound that's happening in my mic. I don't know why, but like some types of speakers and headphones can hear it and most cannot.
Calmer, more reserved Lance, because the initial ones were very mad, and the initial ones were very typical, like bridge burnt, you know, full on, just like, oh god damn it, how does this keep happening, you know, kind of shit like that. To this, right, which no one in progressive leftist or activist spaces are demanding that you be referred to as a birthing person over being called a woman. If they are, they're trolls or bad faith. Birthing person as a term is meant to be inclusive.
Every time you talk, there's a high-pitched beeping. Yes, I know. I don't know what it is. I have no idea what it is. But yeah, only people with nice speakers or nice headphones can hear it. Everybody else can't hear the beeping sound. But yes, I don't know what it is. I don't know why it happens, but it does exist. I am aware that it exists. So this is my mic is on a tripod, and the tripod is leaned up against my my entertainment center. And the entertainment center has a bunch of different things on it, like my router and my cable box, my Xbox, like it's got a bunch of different things on there. And so I think what it is that every time the light turns on the router, it goes beep, like you know how they do, and then it sends like a vibration through the entertainment center into my tripod, and then it goes into the mic. That is my guess. That's what I think it is.
Not exclusive, and I stand by that as well. I do. I stand by all of that. It's frustrating and it fucking sucks. It really does. It does. But yeah, as you've probably already guessed, I've taken a stance. All right, and that stance is.
Why are they playing this again? I'm not watching this again. This is dumb. All right. Yeah. Here's my Twitter. Everybody, go follow my Twitter. Yeah, I know we keep taking drama over the debate, but eventually we are going to get to the radical coder debate. I've got it. It's here. We're gonna watch it. It's gonna happen. So yeah, we'll get to it. But in the meantime, follow me on Twitter. Ooh, we got a new one. There we go, Gracie. Is it Grace? I keep wanting to say Gracie, but it's Grace, isn't it? Yeah. Yeah, that's it. All my other links are in the description. If you guys have any questions, You can join the Discord, send me a DM, or post content suggestions. Make sure you become a member. The membership button is below. You get all of these awesome emotes when you join. And the more people that join, the more emotes we get to create. And the more we get to give to you guys. Also, if you join, your name gets added to the credits at the end of the stream. We've had a bunch of new people join over the last couple of days. I want to say about 15 people. So we're going to have to update the credits here soon. But yeah, that's all I got. We have Reservoir on Thursday. We're going to be talking to him. Tomorrow night, I might be talking to him about, what is it? About people calling other people friends when they only know each other on the internet. That's what we're going to talk about. If you guys missed the beginning of the stream, make sure you go back and watch it. If you missed yesterday's stream, yesterday we had an awesome stream. We had a great debate. We had great content at the beginning, lots of drama, so make sure you go watch that one as well. Don't miss it. But yes, then on Thursday, we're debating Lav. We're going to talk to Lav. We're going to debate gender again, and we're going for the tippy top. We're talking to the turfs now, guys. We're going from the serfs to the turfs. Let's get it. So everybody get ready for that one. It's going to be huge. And, you know, you're welcome for giving you all free content. You can give me money now. I will accept. Just send me all your money. Just give me all of your money. I will happily accept all of your money. And, or you can just join one of, you know, or hit the thumbs up. I guess I'll accept a thumbs up instead of giving me all of your money. Fair trade, okay? Thumbs upsies. It works out. Pass, okay. It's worth a try. But all right, till then, appreciate you, love you, and I'll see you next time. Later, fools. Later, fools.